just say
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
maybe I'm difficult at staying awake. Maybe I'm too lucky and need more at stake. I wouldn't put it past me showing up late. Yeah, I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know about the I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way, clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
I've always been the type to think the best, even if I'm late and everything's a mess. Once I get to it, you could say that I don't play. You know about the I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way, clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say across the room, gotta have it, have it. Ooh, this is not what I do. Something special about you, drawing me in like a magnet, magnet. I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Ha, 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 ha. Ooh, I've been trying my best to break out of your spell. Can't figure out what you're up to, up to. But ooh, as far as I feel, all your magic is real, and I couldn't escape if I want to, want to. 'Cause I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. So give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. Give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. But I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. But I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Baby, I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Every second counts when your head's been all messed up. Every second chance is a blessing when you've given up, hoping. You're sick of the fighting, and you're sick of the sight of yourself. Oh, why you falling asleep at the wheel, split at the seams, and you just can't deal. Honey, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Feels putting on the right face, babe. feel like you're gonna make it through, I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you down, feel some blue, tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. It may not feel like you're gonna make it through, I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you done, feel so blue, tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. I can, I will. It's a new day. I love how I feel. Yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can.
They said we'd never get anywhere, anywhere. Standing together now, we'll make it there, make it there. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. We're gonna make it through, so just believe, just believe. Our hearts are beating true. I want the world to see. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, So don't stop now, the world's in motion. It could happen sooner than you think. The table's turning over. It could happen sooner than. It could happen sooner than you think.
I saw you standing there the first night that we met. You tried to look as though you hadn't seen me yet, but I can see right through you. Your blood is cold, but mine too, yeah. You're playing games to which I wrote the rules, pretending that you were as likely to forget. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. You tell me that you don't have time to call me back, but I know your excuses hide the fact. You used up all your chances, no more playing romances, yeah. I wrote the book with which you will be schooled. You can push me, but I'll always play attack. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Come on, gamble on a spot. I was always playing, you were always taming me. But now that you're here, that's worth a maybe. We pushed each other and became close to the edge. And now we're here, we might just build a bridge. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Not giving you everything. Playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Inside my mind, it's around the time when my day would be about to end. Now it's Friday night, you know I really tried, but I lost you in the crowd again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. trying to hold on, cause you feel like running wild again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight been trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, If you know what I'm talking about, when you try to do your best, bringing love and music to the world, instead of fighting it again and again. I've been trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, You should know what it's all about. Now we need to make the biggest change. Bring back the blue sky to the world, and let the grass grow wide again and again. We all need better place to live. I've been trying, trying to be somebody, trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, crying for someone.
One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Some years ago, I lived a hard life, but sunlight burst a ray through those clouds. We finally seen the back of those gray days. Please let the summer back to stay. And hold a sunbird in your hands. Don't let him sing too sweet, for too soon the summer sun will end winter sleep. And hold a sunbird in your hands. Don't let him sing too sweet, for too soon the summer sun will end winter sleep. You found yourself on the road inside your winter coat, but leave your troubles behind for now. You wrap yourself in a bowl and hide away from it all, but let the sunbird in your heart. Hold a sunbird in your hands. Don't let it sing too sweet, for too soon the summer sun will end winter sleep. Hold a sunbird in your hands. Don't let it sing too sweet, for too soon the summer sun will end winter sleep. Hold a sunbird in your hands. Don't let him sing too sweet, for too soon the summer sun will end winter sleep.
You are my hero in the night, North Star in the sky, shining bright. And this line, we walk side by side, young hearts beating wild. You pull me up when I can feel my feet sink, and all my worst fears disappear again. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are lighting up the sky. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are ready for the wild. You are mine, never-ending high, bright and shining guide, 365, and we'll shine through the darkest times. You can raise my mind. You pull me up when I can feel my feet sink, and all my worst fears disappear again. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are lighting up the sky. I won't get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost, never get lost. You and me are ready for the wild. Lights in the sky, shining bright. 1,000,000 lights in the sky, but you're mine. 1,000,000 lights in the sky, shining bright.
gonna take control of this day. Someone's gonna make the change. Someone's gonna raise their voice and say, there's gotta be a better way. Gotta find love if you wanna be loved. Gotta find hope if you wanna be hopeful. Gotta find strength if you wanna be strong, stronger. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and the sound of the times. If I can, we all can. Gotta find love in a world away. Gotta find peace with your neighbor today. Gotta find faith in someone, somewhere. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. 'Cause everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and the sound of the times. If I can, we all can. If I can. If I can, we can. If I can, we can. We can. If I can, we all can. If I can, surely we can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. 'Cause everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. Everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and the sound of the times. We all can. We all can. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking in abbreviation. This is the sound of the X generation. X generation.
I will follow you out of the dark. I will promise to protect you from harm. As winter turns to summer, as the days feel warmer, trust in me and I'll trust in you. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. No, there's always hope. chase the wolves from your door. I will be there to fight your cause and say goodbye to dark days. See the sun shine through the rain. Trust in me and I'll trust in you. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. No, there's always hope. No, you're not alone. Shine on, bright star. No, love's never far. No, there's always hope. No, you're not alone.
All of the people hide under the dead of night, keeping our voices quiet until the sunrise. Sometimes the good will fall. Give up the fight and lose it all. But we'll keep our voices quiet until the sunrise.
Don't waste my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally here at our double elimination part of the tournament, and it is such a pleasure to bring you our top 4 teams of the LPL for 2022 summer. My name's Asterix, and I'm joined by the one and only Jordan Bear Milk Tea Corby, who is going to be taking me through this roller coaster here today with Top Esports EDG ahead, sir. And, this makes sense that you and I are opening up this because this is going to be, I think, one of the best playoffs we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it already has been. The runs have been crazy. We got the the magical underdog stories coming to fruition. We have Titans, most recent champions falling. There's just so much going on. I don't like that you wore a leather jacket and didn't tell me. Maybe I could have worn a leather jacket too.
You're wearing purple. I feel as equally betrayed. It doesn't even match the headset.
It's more like maroon, just throwing that out there.
I almost wore purple, but, we do have a segment that relates to the leather jacket. You close your boots and your motorcycle as well. We'll get to that in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been tuning into the LPL, you have missed a lot. As Lyric said, it has already been one of the best brackets, and we have yet again seen one of those dream runs. Lyric, WE might have finished 0-16, but in spirit, they were helping LNG along that path.
Oh, of course they were, because LNG making that run that we just talked about, bringing us back to 2021 summer, where they were able to manage to get, into regionals, go to Worlds, and the whole shebang, setting themselves up to do it again, to where on the opposite side, EDG taking down their longtime rivals, coming up against Top Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a hard one to call. Both these teams looking absolutely stacked.
They really are, right? Both sides of the bracket as well. Lyric, before we go into today's matchup, I just want to say, I called it wrong every step of the way. V5 versus LNG going to 5 games, but I can't believe V5 are out to regionals. I can't believe RNG, who just came off of winning MSI, are out to regionals. We are left with this weird rendition of 2020 with EDG and LNG in the mix.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird how we got here. It's nice, though, right? Teams like EDG and LNG stepping up from their regular season performances. And now, hopefully, TES, they did a great regular season performance, but if they could go a tier higher, that would be cool as well.
It seems like momentum's a big thing in this bracket, but for Top Esports, they were the first seed, so let's break down what makes this team tick. You're seeing them for the first time, and a lot of international viewers will be tuning in to try and understand what was so good about Top Esports. And Lyric, it seems like a very similar story, right? Top Esports, and this one's a shout out to Munchables, were the kings of Mojo. A first regular season finish. And Lyric, we talk a lot, if we can bring that graphic up, about how this team functions within the laning state. As Arnold Schwarzenegger would say, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yeah, because TES, super strong lanes. They're able to find advantages for themselves early on, especially Knight first in CST 15 has just been an absolute monster. And that sets up well for our summer MVP TN, because when TN has these laners that are doing so well on their own, it really unlocks him to have a plethora of options, invading the enemy jungle, going for ganks, going for dives, and we've seen him just do work. One of the most aggressive early junglers we have.
Yeah.
Hysterics for the way TS keep it together, that late game insurance policy, eh?
Hey, it is a late game insurance policy. I had to throw another one in there because it really does feel like the king of Mojo, Arnie, the ex-governor of California, would be saying this team brings that hasta la vista, that you've got Top Esports who are so good in the late game, as you were saying, through the early game build-up. And that Drake percentage being so high, Lyric, they just know the priorities for 12-14 and 12-15.
Exactly. You have a lot of teams who rely on getting those early heralds to stack their gold lead, but TS don't. TS, they have a moderate Rift Herald rate. It's around 6th in the league, but for Dragons, it is incredibly high. They love stacking those up, and when their lanes can already find these gold leads on their own, having that scaling impact with the Dragons just allows them to not throw games. So, we got some clips of Top Esports and how dominant they have been so far.
Yeah.
And when we've kind of highlighted that everywhere on the map is able to get ahead, it's very hard to find a point not to highlight for TES.
It's just that star power, right? Each and every lane playing that well, Lyric, it's kind of hard to see, where it goes wrong, right? There's going to be a lot of talk about the laning phase today, but when you have Jackie Love, Knight, and Wayward, this new star on the top side, it seems so easy for TN to just pick a lane and roll with it.
And he's just been linking up so well with all his laners. That versatility just gives TS a lot of impact in terms of how they are able to play the game. We can see here him linking up with Wayward. Does tend to play more down towards that bottom side, but the fact that, they can look and adapt towards what enemy they're playing, I think gives them a lot to play off of. And then once we get to the late game, You hit on it. The Hasta La Vista, already
Yeah,
having
baby.
Dragons in pocket, just puts them in these positions where they don't feel as pressured, right? You have all these options for plays. You can either look to contest Dragon if you feel you're going to have to fight. You could look to pull the enemy to Baron. You could look to push down mid because you don't feel any pressure. You're already sitting on the line where the enemy team has to look to get that Drake at any cost.
And walking into you, I mean, for top esports, in the past, we talked about these teams. 2019, with IG in the mix as well, it's like, man, the lane's so strong, but does it ever transfer into a team fight? I think over the years, top esports Lyric have become great team fighters.
Oh, they have. And right, we're not seeing the same throws that we had coming out in 2021 summer, but they
Yeah.
got the huge early game leads, but they had nothing to lean back on. In that last clip, though, we saw them coming out ahead against EDG, but this EDG is a different monster because the summer buff is here. EDG always feels like the team that just steps up in summer, especially in playoffs, to be able to get the job done.
That's true. EDG are this team as well, Lyric, that we talk a lot about the laning phase too. The summer buff like 2021 that led them all the way to Worlds. And through playoffs, this team has been such a surprise. A lot of fans coming in expecting RNG to stand strong, but somehow EDG in a best of 5 Lyric, it always hits different.
The crazy thing is there's very few weaknesses to even like pinpoint from what we've seen so far. All of their wins have been so dominant. I even just remember going into that first series against RNG, that game 1, where they like 20-minute gamed RNG and made it look so easy. That's why their stats across the board. They're getting early Drakes, they're getting early Heralds, they're getting the first turret, they're finding the leads. All of them have been impeccable. Flandre is especially someone I want to highlight.
Much better
Someone who goes
Split.
under the radar quite a bit. But yeah, Split overall, solid. His playoffs, even better. Solo killing Breathe in their last series.
Yep.
We've seen Viper look like an absolute monster. And just his team, kind of like top esports, they're firing on all cylinders right now.
So walk me through the differences then, Lyric, because I think it's important our viewers understand where EDG and top esports differ if EDG still have such skilled class in their lanes too.
For EDG and how they differ to top esports, I feel like it depends on which jungler that they're using. Today it will be Jeje, and Jeje plays a lot more around the mid lane. It's kind of like, okay, getting Scout going, but then it is still leaning into that bot lane, not really playing towards Flandre at all. And I think their team fight setups are a lot more dynamic. We've seen them able to like pincer in and close gaps between teams. We've seen that line formation able to come back to where for TES, a lot of it does feel like playing on slim margins, up positioning, trying to get the enemy to come into you, and then being able to work off that. So I feel like it's going to be very nuanced. It's going to depend on what drafts we see in terms of how these teams are going to play out.
I like that though, Lyric. It kind of brings a spunk to EDG as well. When we're talking about top esports being the kings of mojo, that summer buff returns for EDG, who last time we called the domestic deities. We had Arnold Schwarzenegger references to start off because that's the kind of chat energy we're hoping from TES. I feel like from EDG, we could probably throw in a couple of Dwayne Johnson in there through the game, Lyric, to just keep it balanced out with the amount of packs we're going to see in this series. Head-to-head, though, we need to look at the bottom lane because in the bottom side, these gods, these absolute gods, Lyric, Jackie versus Viper. This is the 80 carry matchup I came to see.
Both former world champions. I mean, Viper technically like the reigning world champion, right? Going at it. Both of them willing to be aggressive in the early game like we see from that kills plus assists. Their support's always around them. And they are both able to put up the big damage numbers. They're going to look to be able to get aggressively into those fights. And, you know, the only interesting thing in my mind is kind of the champion pools. Because both of them play pretty much everything. We see the Ezreal come out. We see the Draven come out on both sides. But Jackie Love leaning a bit more to that Ezreal this split more than his counterpart. And, you know, brings me to playoffs curious to see what these teams are able to do, especially when a lot of teams have been banning out that Draven consistently against Viper.
Yeah.
We know top esports aren't a team who have to look at things like that because Jackie Love can match Viper every step of the way.
That's true. I mean, Jackie Love is the OG LPL Draven player as well. So let's be real, you know, for top esports, they've always got that card to flex over him as well. I love that you started with the Ezreal point here, Lyric, because it is something unique to see, but for Jackie Love, especially in 2020 and 2021, this was one of his best champions. It'll be fun to see him go up against Viper, considering that Viper has in recent year, the recent year, been the best outstanding 80 carry with Mako by his side. And Lyric coming closer towards the series, coming closer towards the start of our double elim bracket beginning. We're going to throw up predictions. Now, you have been on a bit of a tear. I don't know where we're standing at the moment. I know you've been thwarted by RNG and Weibo along your journey, but you're still standing strong at the top of the standings out of all casters. And if we can just get that those standings up, I feel like it's going to show a little bit of an insight as to where you lean today.
Yeah. I've been doing pretty decently on the predictions.
You're almost double.
But, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think I'm like double above where the rest of you stand. I went EDG today. It feels really hard to go against these runs that we're seeing be made by LNG, by EDG. They just look so much better. And when we're looking, I think especially towards mid and bot, I feel like just the form that Scout and Viper are in just gives me a lot of confidence. But this should still be a close matchup, which is why most of us going that 3-2 route.
I mean, look, I will say the 3-1 just comes off the back of watching Top Esports in the final part of the split and just watching Top Esports throughout and thinking that this team was so explosive, Lyric. As we talked about, the laning phase is really important, and so we're getting closer and closer towards draft and opening this one up. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the champion pool. Considering lanes are so important, what stands out for you? Maybe starting with the bottom lane, right, and the supports alongside. What kind of stands out for you for priorities in 12-15?
I mean, to me, it's not about 12-15 or not, right? Like there wasn't really much of a shakeup coming out from the previous patch.
That's pretty
And
true.
I already highlighted the most interesting AD carry to me in this matchup being that Draven, considering it has been something that teams have been banning out against Viper pretty consistently. And just, being willing to pick something that goes toe-to-toe in that matchup because it's very hard with the amount of aggression and strength that Draven can bring early on in the game. I really feel like something like that could be the difference maker to where when we move to support pool, I feel like both supports very willing to play both enchanters and tanks. So to me, that's a lot more of, what matchup do we get coming out for AD carries, or how do the rest of the drafts round out to where maybe we need, a Lulu or a Braum or a Nautilus or whichever way it goes.
Because, champion pools, just in the support role, right, are massive. Mako and Mark both fielding unique picks we've seen a bit of the Tahm Kench, a bit of the Rakan. The Calm has come out as well. Mark has played a hell of a lot of Brom, but we also talked about Jackie Love playing the Ezreal, so it goes hand in hand. Where Lyric on the other side, Mako this split, things like Blitzcrank, sets come out. He's also pulled out Karma, Rakan, not as popular here in the LPL. And it's just hilarious to watch the dichotomy between Mako and Mark, considering that they have similar veins, but it peters off quite a bit.
I mean, I feel like Mark is much more willing to be aggressive. Mako has been still struggling, in my opinion, this split a little bit. So has stepped up in playoffs, but I feel like a lot of it being on the back of how well Viper is doing. So if Mako can, keep stepping up, keep putting up good performances, it'll inspire a lot more confidence to where Mark, I just love how he matches that Jackie Love energy in terms of being willing to go aggressive in the 2v2. Somebody you can count on in the mid game who isn't making those same mistakes that he was making in previous splits.
But what about the top side? Top side, maybe solo lane if you want to put your 2 cents in. We are still waiting for that pick and ban here. It seems to be running on a little bit. Flandre and Scout versus Wayward and Knight. We're thinking solo lane's got to add some pool to the party.
Yeah, and I feel pretty good for Wayward coming into this one. Flandre has looked great. Like we said, solo killed Breathe in the last matchup. But still, I feel like Flandre, not always that top laner you expect to look for the solo kills, to look for those outplays, to where I do feel like even though Wayward has been impressive and like him for his first year coming in and being so good is so impressive, he's still the target weakness for TES, in my opinion, that you can look to exploit, and has had some shaky series. He doesn't have a whole ton of pressure put on his shoulders.
True.
When you can look across the map and see, Knight and Jackie Love willing to cover that damage and carry once we get into the late game.
Always to match out, right? And as we get closer in, a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, what's on the line here as well. We didn't get to talk about standings and stakes, and I'm wondering if production can help me out here, because there's something important that has to be mentioned. While we are looking at EDG trying to get into the semifinals and Top Esports to do the same, if Top Esports win this best of 5 today, Lyric, this could be our first Worlds qualification. We have been waiting for this for quite a while now. Every other region starting to look a little bit closer, but finally it's our turn. Semifinals for Top Esports. They will have enough points to guarantee no matter what.
We were waiting quite a while, specifically for you to bring this up. Like you said, if TES win today, TES will go to Worlds, whether it is a first seed taking the title, or if not, any other result, they will be able to qualify as second seed from the championship points they are able to get alone just from ending up top 3 in the league. So today could be it. Other regions have teams already slotted into Worlds.
Yep.
I want one from the LPL already.
Yeah, they're going to thank RNG and V5 for the opportunity. The fact that they're in regionals, top esports have been scored with a golden one here. And even just in semifinals, that never happens. Lyric, you and I have been here for ages, and there's never really been an opportunity where semifinals is that 100% guarantee.
No, and a lot of it being due to RNG falling so early, because RNG and TS, first and second from spring, are really the only ones with a meaningful number of points. You get a lot more points from summer than you do from spring, so that helped them out immensely. EDG, even though being the opponent they're going up against today, kind of doing them a solid by taking out RNG.
And as we talked about for EDG, not only that, but doing a solid for bringing back in JJ for some of the fans. He's built up a bit of a fandom out there, especially in the English broadcast. Junja played the series before. Not the series before, not against RNG, but Lyric, you know what I'm saying. He played against FPX.
There we go. He did, and it still looked
JJ.
incredibly good, which is what's surprising about the change coming through and him showing the confidence in being able to work with either jungler, right? Because the FPX win pretty dominant. Their win against RNG just as dominant, and it just kind of shows doesn't really matter the interchanging of jungler. Their style will change slightly, as we said. Junja kind of leaning heavier down towards bot, JJ more playing with Scout, but still able to make it work nonetheless.
And that's what we like to see. I mean, JJ coming back in good form against RNG especially. And I feel like the EDG jungler had that small little holiday, came back and are now up against what is our first seed of the LPL. It's going to be an even bigger task for EDG. They're able to beat their rival RNG 3-1, but as we said, top esports are a very different beast, Lyric. But I feel like so far, playoffs has been about momentum. As much of a cop-out statement as that is, EDG, LNG in this position, running all the way from round 1 and round 2 exclusively.
I feel like also just the prep coming in. You look at LNG, they've done some great prep in terms of like changing up some of their champion pools slightly, things like the Nocturne coming off of Doinby, you know, him playing the Akali now as well and having their own set style. EDG, they didn't really need much change in my mind. All of their players have such incredibly versatile and flexible champion pools. Like, heck, we already had Flandre playing the Yone in the regular season. He's brought out things like the Riven. He's brought out the Graves. Like, all of these picks are there for the players of EDG. And I think the flexibility in draft or just having these different options that teams either don't expect or haven't prepared for is what's, you know, leaning in and helping these teams find success.
It's just so crazy. Back on that point, like the Vladimir against him has been banned all split long. 34% of games, EDG take a Vladimir ban. That's 1/3 out of every game they've played in our 16 series regular season. When for EDG, remember that they have played 38 games in total. Kind of nuts, Lyric, that, you know, with that versatility in their picks, some of them are so feared that they get priority banned.
And it's just one of those things you have to think about. Luckily for TS, I don't really think they're one of the teams that have to worry about it as well. They have those deep champion pools, especially once you look towards that mid lane coming out from Knight, the LeBlancs, the Akalis, the Vexes, Corkis, Swains, Talia, like anything you name, he can play it. So that's why in my mind, this should be one of the closer games to come in, especially if you're looking at it from a draft perspective, because I think some series you can look at and be like, okay, well, what team's the higher seed? What team gets to pick blue side more often than not, and kind of judge the waters from there. But I think both of these teams, regardless of side, will have the answers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. About to get into draft as players take their seat. For the chance for top esports to return to the world stage would be our first locked-in LPL team. When even EDG, our 2021 world champions, won't have that same honor. They got to work a little bit harder for it to get towards that final and possibly win yet another championship. But Lyric, we've already talked a hell of a lot about draft. We waited a long time for me to bring up the fact that top esports could be the first team at LPL to lock in. But all that time of waiting now pays off. Welcome to draft. Welcome to our double elimination. And Lyric, welcome to Poppy domination, as EDG are paying the respect ban on red side to make sure that's not first pick.
And I love top esports banning out the Zeri. Zeri kind of turning more into a blue side ban because a lot of teams not wanting to go for that first pick, especially when jungle pool has been so often pinched in our recent series that a lot of times, right, you're either having to look for that Wukong or that Vi or whatever it is for that first pick, and it's letting Zeri go over to the red side. So TS not going to let that one go through while also taking away the Renata. So kind of indirectly, not hitting, right, but taking down a level of like the Aphelios, the Callistas that pair so incredibly well with that would have to go towards another support pick. And top esports, it's crazy to think how much respect they're paying down to that bot lane with their bans.
Just straight to that bottom lane. We did talk about the gods of bottom lane. And EDG, on the other hand, aren't giving any respect. Instead, it's over to our summer MVP in TN. As jungle's been targeted on the twice, actually all 3 bans. And now for Wayward, TN. Option there as we saw for Wukong Lyric, which seems like the easy choice.
And it seems like that's what EDG is pushing them into. So I'm curious to see what EDG go as the answer. Like, obviously things like Xin Zhao are still left open. The Viego's still left open, even though I don't think it really has been functioning very well in the meta right now. But TS gonna go away from it, not gonna fall for the bait, and gonna say, hey, we're willing to pick this aggressive matchup in the bot lane because we don't want to give this over to you. We don't want to give you that huge opening for Viper and Mako to exploit.
And Lyric, we know the response to this, right? Viper's already played it a couple of times in playoffs. Alongside Mako, most likely angling for the Yuumi Sivir bot.
That's definitely what they're setting up for. And now it just makes sense for them to go with the Wukong. Also having the Yuumi as well, being able to set up for those huge final chapters. Just such elongated CC, able to take effect in a team fight and set what we expect to be the Sivir up very well. So Nami now probably going to come out for TS, and then they have to look towards their jungle option.
What do you got?
Like I said, you have Viego, especially when you're looking at TN, it's kind of what I expect, even if I don't really like the pick. And then the other one that still comes to mind to me is the Xin Zhao. If you want something that can function more as a front line, still have the early game, like lane gang set up and aggression able to come through.
Do you like anything like the Lee Sin or against Wukong, you don't think?
I feel like just utility and what you're able to bring in team fights and ganks and setup, it just feels so important right now that I definitely hover over to that. But we do still have like priority mid picks open if they did have a special niche jungle pick in mind and didn't have to go to the Xin Zhao.
It's a good point that you did pull it out though. It looks like they don't. So top esports game 1, it is just going to be the Xin for TN. But it does mean that Knight could be the target of the upcoming bans. I like that you brought that up. On the other side, EDG, we already talked about the 2v2 and what we expected, Lyric. So give me a bit of time and walk me through options for EDG to ban out Knight, who has also been hell influential in top esports.
I think it's going to be such an interesting mind game, right? Because we still have like such priority mid picks open. The Ahri, the Sylas, things like the Azir specifically for Scout. So for EDG, you kind of get the pick of the litter in terms of what mid lane pick you want to go to. To where for TS, I feel like one thing you definitely should ban out is that Azir coming through for Scout. I think it's something you really should just never give over, because EDG have shown they're like fine to look stable in the early game with whatever picks they're able to have come through. So if they get even stronger like insurance policies when we do go late, that is something that does terrify me a little bit.
But we start with the top lane ban. Kind of more interesting. I guess top esports still hit your direction in Scout there on the Azir. But EDG seem to be banning away top laners here, getting away some of the engage to follow up here for top esports.
I think for EDG, it's fine, right? Kind of going towards one of these generic tank top bans first. That would give them engage, while trying to see what top esports are thinking in terms of the mid bans that they want to go through. They do agree with the Azir one. Now going to take away the Sylas, so EDG not wanting to go to that. Still having things like the Ahri, like the Taliyah left open. Even Akali, who's made a huge resurgence so far in playoffs.
True, and Knight has actually come out at, towards the end of the season with an insane Akali game. And we got to see the solo kill and all, so for Knight, that's always an option. While with the double solo lane ban from EDG, top esports now with the Renekton up towards Flandre, played that up against RNG too. So Lyric, that was his most played so far in playoffs. Now another denial.
Yeah, and for TS, like we said, still having either the Ahri or the Taliyah left available. I think both kind of fit into the comp in terms of how they want to play out. They have more than enough engage already, but if they want to triple down even further with the Lissandra pick, this will put so much threat on Jackie Love. Short range AD carry, once you hit 6, and especially have the Gale Force, there's a lot of wiggle room to play with in terms of like Gale Force plus culling. But still, now having multiple threats that are going to be jumping on that back line.
But talk to me about how top esports react to this. If you have so much dive, what do you just match it here pound for pound with all in of your own, I guess?
For TS, picks like Ari and Gnar are just so versatile in terms of how they can play out the game, right? Gnar, you can side lane, you can team fight, you do fine in lane, and Ari's the same. They can look for picks, you have the single target CC there, but if you can find flanks and find angles to come around a team fight, there is still hope. But EDG, it looks like they're just setting up, you know, the ultra 5v5 composition that you can go with. So much AoE damage, so much AoE CC throughout all these picks. If Top Esports ever opt into, you know, a close-knit, grouped-up 5v5, I feel like EDG just shut them out if the game... Heck, even if they're slightly behind, I feel like they're just so strong in these 5v5s to be able to come out ahead. So we're going to be looking a lot at what TS are able to do in the early game, how they can set up a lot of these picks with hopefully the bot lane prio they should be able to find, and then with the strong mid-jungle setup coming out from 19.
So this does tell you that this is a top esports comp through and through, right? Like, get lane priority, build up your CSD. We talk a lot about Dragons with Jackie and Mark having successful lanes as well. And Lyric, from what I see, opening up this this double elim bracket, this best of 5, Top Esports want to build that bridge nice and early, just to confirm.
Top Esports do. They want to get going, especially, you know, post 6, but once first Mythics come out, it's been stated so many times the Gale Force was mandate spike for that bot lane duo, and then Ari being able to be involved. And then really escalate in the mid game, get in the enemy jungle, get deep vision, and just start picking members of EDG apart before they can lump up together and really take down TES.
It's so funny. We talked about the differences, however small, between Top Esports and EDG. Both great laners. But EDG, their team fighting has excelled. The way they can maneuver through fights as well. Set up with the perfect composition in game number 1, while for Top Esports, as Lyric said, get those picks, build off that first item, get the ball rolling. Compositions that suit 2 of our top 4 teams. As we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to TES vs EDG. Our quarterfinals, sort of, not really, but at least the road to semi-finals. And an important one at that, when for Top Esports, a win here in this best of 5 will lock them in Worlds. This organization has only gone once in their career in 2020, and let's be real, it was a flop. We didn't like it, even though it was a reverse sweep, Lyric. Don't criticize me yet. I think they could have gone further. We had those high standards because of Knight, because of the prowess of this team. Maybe this time they can go a little bit further as well. It would be their second time at the World Championship, and it would be such a big occasion if they could take down the 2021 World Champions too.
We got to remember as well, Top Esports gone through quite a few roster changes since that tournament in 2020. I mean, Wayward now in the top lane over 369, Tien over Carson the Jungle, Yu Yanja no longer with the squad. He's over on Rare Adam. So TS have been slowly retooling to try and find the combination that works, that allows them to keep that you know, strong early game that it feels like Top Esports have had throughout recent years, while patching and fixing other areas of their game.
I feel like for Top Esports, you know, the addition of Tien as well, alongside Niders, just going to pause on that, brings back some of the old friendships. So we look at the bottom lane, power out. We can talk about this in a second. Tien and Knight, remember, old Suning days, Lyric, 2017. These guys, brethrens, and there's a very close relationship between the two in the mid-jungle.
And that's why we want to see them link up so well as the bot lane. Actually going incredibly aggressive. Already 3 summoners blown. It's not even 2 minutes.
Dude, I was like, oh, gotta get some story in before this bottom lane. The gods down here start fighting it out, but you're right already. Double summoner on the side of EDG. 1 for Jackie Love with the cleanse. Lucian Nami not even at that 3-point, Lyric. That's a pretty good start. Favorable here for Top Esports.
Both junglers heading down towards that bottom half of the map as well. JJ does have a little bit of a head start because he did not do his Krugs. And we'll see, you know, what happens once the junglers start getting involved and influencing this lane. We know the early burst able to come out from Top Esports bot side, and even including Tien into that equation, right? I feel like they should be able to do well and come out ahead if any action does break out. But the one thing EDG do have to rely on is they're the ones that actually have pressure and prio in their top and mid, so we always got to keep our eyes on if Scout would look to roam over and join in.
But for now, it stays in 2v2. Electrocute proc comes through as well as Mark steps up alongside the trade, and that's Ignite down. 3 summoners for EDG already, and Jackie Love Mark, half the EXP bar getting to level 3, but Jeje is here, Lyric, but look who's matching.
Yeah, both jugglers Gonna be near the crossroads, and JJ gonna have first move with Tien walking
Mark's
blind.
here.
but-
Mark's here with him, and that's going to be a little bit dangerous. They walk away, and I guess it just stays bygones for now.
At least JJ will be able to go back to River, pick up that Scuttle Crab, spot lane, being in a more superior position, and we highlighted Scout already pushing in.
No way.
So, gonna be rough for Tien to be able to find anything, considering that Flandre trading up in top as well.
This is a good start of the series. You got to be real. You know, EDG and top esports, we knew that the blood would fly from TES with their aggression, but EDG, we talked a lot about their lanes as well. And so far, we're seeing that in action. Flandre up at the top side, as she said, had a good trade, but I'm looking at junglers here yet again. Jeje's walking over the wall, spots Tien, and Tien with him too, with Jeje dropping another fresh ward down. Looking to track where Tien goes next.
For EDG, had Tien walked into River, I feel like they would have just gone on him. They were pinging out when he walked through Tri-Brush, because even though they didn't have vision, they knew because Jackie and Mark stepping up, there was a high chance him walking through once again. And speaking of Jackie and Mark, my God, these trades just keep getting so close. I don't know if I need to stop to expect a kill coming through.
Yeah, because Jackie Love's so low, right? Still has the flash available, but the mana running low. Biscuit going to be consumed, and that helps him out a little bit. But the level 3 of the Lucian Nami lyric, I mean, bot lane just seems to be the talking point here. When we mentioned that top esports need to get ahead early in the game, if Viper and Mako are able to quell this lane, good news, right?
And I feel like Viper and Mako are just doing such a good job to try and take advantage of the level 1. We saw them start trading very aggressive early on to get Lucianami at this health point and mana pool point by the time the level 3 comes online. So now the burst trade's not able to come through to look for the plays. And like you said, Jackie Love having to back off because Jidge's here. Even Knight having to roam down from the mid lane and slightly hover just in case Jidge had gotten here faster than they'd expected. And it's going to turn into Viper and Mako starting to find a lead for themselves. Denying minions picking up turret plating.
We have seen Viper and Mako on a tear so far in this playoffs, and even against Jackie Love and Mark, it begins yet again. This is a big lead for Viper, and that plate already going down. Massive minion wave denied. Lyric, Jackie Love and Mark didn't even get to play the start of the Lucian Nami, and for EDG, gold lead of 500 this early on is a very good sign of life here to open up game 1.
I mean, Viper especially just absolutely built different. Mako and Viper working a lot better than we saw earlier on in the split, or heck, even earlier on the year, because I remember going into MSI, you know, talking to Ox, talking to Dangda, that a lot of us still thought, I mean, Viper's still the best AD carry in LPL, didn't get his chance to go and show it. And luckily for Gala, Gala is also absolutely a beast, right? I feel like there's always this like tug of war going on between like Gala, Viper, Jackie Love in terms of who's performing best at that moment. But recently it has been Viper, but it looks like both teams now angling towards this mid lane.
Yeah, we won't get much. I mean, there's always this posturing for aggression, Jeje over a ward, which means top esports know exactly where he's going. He's moving back towards the mid lane, but Tien has his number. Knight with a low mana bar, but you can see the Spirit Rush available, Lyric, and it's around this dragon that we talked about as a priority. Is might not get time to leave it to you because Scout might be called out, has to walk out, and top esports establish control over their favorite neutral for now.
Tien having a bit of an experience lead on Jeje, so is a whole level up. So that's why I kind of have to give that pressure over, push, and bot as well. If a fight breaks out around mid, they do have to be a little bit careful because you look at Knight's mana pool, and Jeje and Scout pretty much have everything locked and loaded to be able to find that pick if Knight did look to over-aggress.
But let's talk a little bit about square basics because I feel like we said top esports need to build a lead up here. You know, EDG, I thought this game was going to be a lot about Jed negating plays. Exhaust comes out the bottom side. Again, don't get a moment as Viper is okay. Got a Yumi by his side, and Exhaust comes out from Mako yet again on cooldown.
And we've seen EDG once again just heavily leaning down towards the bot side. In their last game, I said all road, like it always leads back to bot for EDG. And they're just doubling down on this.
And Scout's here as well. He's got flash, he's got everything. Jackie Love is doomed. With the flash down, Scout secures first blood and the Frozen Thralls on top of Mark. Scout with a double, and EDG blow this series open to start.
Absolutely huge coming out from the side of EDG. Great roam made from Scout and Jeje. He's just been constantly down here. But I feel like a lot of this is just coming down to those first 3 levels where, once again, by the time Jackie and Mark had gotten to a position where they're comfortable to fight, you already have like 10% HP. You have no mana bar. Viper was doing a great job with the spell shields to negate a lot of the damage that Jackie was trying to put out onto him with, you know, either throwing out the Q3 minions or even just throwing down a cheeky little W. and leaving TS in such a bad place. We're going to get the Pro V replay here. Scout coming over the wall with an E. And I mean, Jackie Love and Mark, there's nowhere to go, my friend. Scout flashes in, gets the Q down for the initial kill, and then W's there onto Mark. Ice Zombie was waiting in the wings just in case Mark had even been able to get a little bit further.
A 2-0 start. Scout is massive on this Lysandra. EDG now pushed ahead by about 1,500 gold at the 8-minute mark. Herald will go down to top esports, Lyric, so at least there is the trade of sides. But bot side, this Lucian Nami ain't in a great position, especially now that Viper and Mako, well, should be a pair of sixes pretty soon.
For TS, I feel like even looking across map is so risky in terms of, like, sure, maybe you can find a few kills with Flandre, but, like, Viper's already so large. And if you leave this top esports bot lane unattended, it's going to be more plates, going to be more gold, and just going to be also putting the Lucian behind further, which for TS there will always be chances to burst out a member of EDG if, like, they overextend. There is a lot of burst damage in their composition. But in terms of, like, extended fights or getting the spot lane into a position where they can feel comfortable sitting in mid-wave, looking for those opportunities to Gale Force calling and just delete someone, they're slowly withering away.
So then, for top esports, what, do you have to double down? Do you just have to commit to bot and try and throw the balance out? Like, is that the game plan you have right now?
I feel like first things first is trying to get some vision, in river, or even just shallow vision, like where JJ is now across your own jungle. Get vision on enemy jungle, and they can try and find one of these windows where you can try and find a 3-man play bot where they aren't able to commit jungle, or look towards mid first when JJ's making a play elsewhere. They definitely can't match because of the strength kind of being built up by EDG, but it's about finding those timings where you can get an avenue in to find a play. I
mean, right now, not the time because EDG have the way pushed out and are just going into enemy jungle. Jer is taken quite a bit here from Tian in the bot side. We should be catching up to the CS leading jungle pretty soon, while a TP was used by Knight to get back into this mid lane. We still have a Dragon there as Scout goes all in, but the timing, okay, it's all right for now as Scout doesn't commit the ulti, but Jer with the pressure through mid. Maybe now it's time to translate into the Dragon that has been staring them in the face for the hell of a long time.
And we're going to see, I guess, Wayward using his ult, bottom right-hand corner.
Attaboy.
Nothing to come from it. Good job, Wayward. We love that energy, but look at what JJ's been doing, right? Just rotating between mid to bot, like allowing that freedom to come, just letting Scout, Viper, Mako just push their waves, and not really giving TS a chance to be able to do anything. There's really nowhere they can, like, hard force or try to push through to be able to break that opening because of the way that JJ's been playing this early game.
And as observers are showing us, look at the vision on top of that, Lyric, because of it. The wards this early on in the game are kind of insane. Scout going to dodge away from the charm. We're always on our toes to start this game off. Might only be 2 kills, but feels like we're always looking for the next play. As I was highlighting that vision because it does feel like it's a good time to set up for the Dragon, but still it stands there. Culling going to be used by Jackie Love. Herald in mid lane here, Lyric, but Tien is going up towards his topside camps.
So he's trying to get a bit of damage done here in the mid lane. Knight not going to be able to get anything for himself. And, I mean, for now, TS doing their best to hold on, but JJ finds Wayward.
Okay, he's about to go Mega Gnar, and I guess doesn't want to fully commit, Lyric. All right, hey, the Gnar always gets people. I will say, you came into today, telling me a lot about, well, I mean, we both told everyone. Top esports are this very lane-dominant team, right? And how they push their leads forward. Lyric, bottom side, we've already talked to death, hasn't been working out. You look at mid, Scout's not only got the 2 kills, but he's up quite a bit in CS. Top side's even too. It's so funny watching EDG, who also goes so well in their lanes, do quite a good job in the first 15 minutes at the start of this series.
For EDG, I mean, they've always been this team that's just stacked in terms of, like, individual prowess and being able to go toe-to-toe in the laning phase, but seeing the resurgence in terms of team play has really been the big catalyst, if my words can come out correctly today, is now top esports trying to contest and trying to retake some of this vision in the bot side.
But Scout won't let him. I mean, hang on a minute. Tien, no. Well, maybe a bait. Let's turn it around, but never mind. He walks even closer. That was part of Spring Tien, Lyric, and I just got a mouthful of it.
Tien thinking they can aggress, and even EDG wanting to see what was coming to mind for Top Esports, but I feel like once Viper and Mako roamed around and they realized, hey, Top Esports finally not exactly here. It's Jackie Love now.
Walking in as well. Maybe aggression taken too far as Viper now set up Scout.
Oh, huge!
That flash, Ring of Frost, and ring around the Rosie. Top Esports. No pockets full of posies for this team, down 0-4. 13 minutes in, our first seed getting out skill at the start of this game.
That play was absolutely beautiful coming out from Scout, following in the claw, locking the whole squad of TES down in that play. And we're starting to get glimpses of what happens when we start to get these grouped up fights, right? You have so much AoE, CC, and damage coming from the side of EDG. I mean, literally every member brings AoE something, whether it's the lockdown or the damage to be able to follow through with it. We're going to see here JJ actually walking onto Knight. And with that W down, it seems like TS wanting to go for the play. They get scared, not knowing, I think, how close Jackie Love and Mark are, especially with the fact that Viper and Mako are making their way around. But once Mako gets on top of JJ, the final chapter can come through. They feel confident to look for the pick. TS now, maybe not expecting full numbers to come through, though now they do spot JJ on that ward. Jackie Love getting a little bit overzealous, wanting to go for that play, trying to get some damage down, but right there, beautiful from Scout, goes in, gets the W down, locks all three in, and the damage easily able to just kill out the rest of the members from TES.
Wouldn't be Jackie Love if he didn't flash forward, E forward, run into a place he shouldn't have. You know, doesn't give him credit. It just says the consistency of this man, whether it is good or bad. But a 2K gold lead after the play, 14 minutes in now, we're finally, Lyric, looking at this Dragon. Top Esports are going to be Herald-focused this game, it seems, for a change, but EDG are the ones, as you said before, in the 5v5 are going to be so comfortable. And with a 4-0 Lysandra, Lyric, that space is going to be uninhabitable if Scout is still alive in the play.
At this point, too, I mean, this is even a choice by TS. They need to go for this, right? They cannot contest towards the bot side anymore at all. So committing all their members up towards top, they do have the Herald here as well if they did need to drop it, but looks like they should be able to get this turret scot-free without using it. But look at the opposite side of the map. Viper and Mako also pushing a tier 2 for free.
That's absolutely free, and Viper should be able to get this. No one from Top Esports is backing away. And everyone was just spotted on the map as Viper doesn't care. The next wave coming through. Lyric, Top Esports are still looking for a pick off the back of the play.
They will at least be able to find this Herald play on mid. They already have the wave. They have multiple members here, so this will be able to guarantee it. So it was 2 turrets for 2 turrets at the end of the day. They're even going to be able to get an extra charge onto this mid lane turret. So nice play coming out from TS to not overreact to the push coming out in bot. And heck, they get it! So actually coming up positive. Now EDG still not in a position to take a fight because Viper coming out from base. But Viper at least able to pick up his Phantom Dancer is getting to a very strong point on the Sivir.
Already 16 minutes, 2-item Sivir. That's dangerous. And I want to come back to, you know, Top Esports actually being able to get a beneficial trade is great considering that I don't think many teams would commit like that and then and get so much as a response. But at least for TES, some of the gold they lost is back in their pockets. However, Lyric, as we move into this mid game, and Jeje's now roaming around with Yumi, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how Top Esports can stem the bleeding here. Or maybe more so you can tell me how EDG can push this game into a very favorable mid-game one.
I think EDG are already starting to do exactly what they need to do, right? Getting in the enemy jungle, getting some of these deep wards placed. You have Sivir who clears waves so incredibly fast, just catching mid waves and making sure nothing can happen. And then you can have JJ and Mako roaming together towards enemy jungle, playing on sides, and then trying to collapse on people with the pressure from whichever side laner you're playing towards, right? Right now, Flandrake has already picked up all the turrets down in bot side, but had it been Scout up here, it works the same, considering you already have the setup on lock. So for EDG, I think it's going to be a lot about looking for these picks when neutrals aren't up, trying to force your way into the enemy jungle as, you know, like 3-4-man squad, and just not allowing Top Esports to be able to pick up their jungle camps and slowly bleed out. Because you already know when neutral objectives come up that EDG should be feeling comfortable when we get to those 5v5s.
As we get a bit of a pause there as well. Yeah, you're talking a lot about the 5v5s, and look, again, with Scout being in that position, it just feels so easy to mention that EDG are in more than a favorable position at this point as Wayward looking around. He's like, what's going on? Why are we in a pause? Is my name tag still there? Yes, it is. It's okay, Wayward. We know that this is your dynasty. It's not going to be taken away from you. But hey, for Top Esports, I mean, this is a bit of a brutal start to watch, Lyric. A couple of mistakes so far. TES, our first seed, are being challenged quite ruthlessly in that bottom lane. And Jackie Love and Mark getting focused has just been a recipe for success so far opening this series.
And it's crazy, too, because I feel like in the regular season, there were times where we'd see EDG's bot lane duo fall prey in the 2v2 when it feels like they necessarily shouldn't. Like, I remember WE's bot lane 2v2 killing him this split, but in playoffs, and right, even for most of the split, like, those moments had happened, but they were more of a rarity, so maybe I'm putting too much credence into that. But coming out and just being able to manhandle them from level one. Level one is really what's put us in this position to where then once both junglers path down and are able to get involved, you already have such a massive health lead on Viper and Mako that we saw. Like, Jackie Love just has to back off. You just have to accept, give over those waves, and now you're put in a position where EDG can just keep rinsing and repeating for the play to come through. And now with where top esports are at, it's going to be really hard to find an opening. I feel like it's going to be one of those situations where it's going to be dropping waves, whether it's like top or bot, and then trying to overload one lane to be able to find that pick that you need to be able to contest and push into enemy territory, get your own vision down, or take an objective.
As we saw, Herald made that easier, right? You were able to overload the mid lane and set yourselves up with a turret push, but overloading now without that neutral up and available, with EDG having decent items at this point in the game, with the 2-item Sivir, with almost a 2-item Kennen up there too. Feels like right now holding the cards, and top esports, the emphasis being on them. And look, I do feel like for TES, being in this position, it's not new. But for TES as well, like, not winning out, what, 2, 3, or 3 lane, all 3 lanes at least, kind of feels a little bit off, as EDG have been given all 3 of them in a super comfortable position. It's not just bot lane.
Right, Flandre held up in top just fine. He got no attention, and eventually Top Esports did dedicate putting resources there, and Scout just kept perma-pushing waves. Wasn't even too concerned about anything in the 1v1, right? You can tell from the unsealed spellbooks coming out on both sides, it's more about, what you can do in a team fight, having the option to swap to a Ghost or to an Exhaust or whatever you may need for the situation. So now we're at a point where that can start coming true, especially as Jackie Love has been able to match with second item. So Rapid Fire Cannon coming out. And Jackie Love is the member we're going to be looking at right now, because Jackie Love is going to be the big member right now in terms of burst damage to be able to come through for them to set them up. But actually, Wayward going to look for Flandre.
What was that word you said, Lyric? Overload a lane. Look at top esports on the minimap. They're trying to get Flandre, but mid is open, so how quickly can they get the kill as Flandre tries to buy time? He's got flash, the charm not connecting. Everfrost does, though, and Knight to pick up the kill, but it's going to be a turret trade, and the map remains wide open for EDG.
Going for that overload of top side when EDG are right there ready for the taking of that mid lane turret. Top esports might be able to get some solid damage down on this top side as Viper. Forced to get out of there is, good moves by Jackie Love, but look at the top side. We don't look at the top side.
No, JJ goes in pretty aggressive. It's 30 seconds before Dragon. You're right, top esports are trying to get topside turret, but EDG are going to commit 3. 4 members counting the little cat around this inner turret. Good Everfrost usage by Knight, as Glacial Path won't be taken by Scout, but just putting the pressure down before the Dragon, while top esports at least getting a gold trade amidst the chaos of opening up one side of the map.
For EDG, I think not feeling comfortable to go back and protect that turret, at least walking through their own jungle, realizing, hey, we don't spot all members of top esports here. They obviously see Wayward on wave, and they can see the other 3, but knowing TN probably up in that top side, controlling that vision. But EDG will be able to get the trade for Drake, so you're right. Losing turret, giving over a bit of gold. But at the end of the day, thinking about it, right, it's pretty much a 1-for-1 in turrets. Mid lane tier 1 for top lane tier 2, and then EDG being the team to come up with the second Drake.
But Lyric, my concern is with how you've described the compositions. We always talked about top esports being able to get these early dragons, being able to dragon stack, and being in this comfortable position where teams are forced to fight them with the lane leads that they pull out. In this game, we don't have those individual leads really to talk about here. We don't have the dragon stacking, and when EDG want those 5v5s, it seems like perfect conditions when you have 2 dragons at 20 minutes in the game, and you know that the earliest soul can come up will be at like the 29, 30-minute mark.
Especially when you consider the fact that TS's whole portfolio is indexed more into like burst than it is into DPS, right? You have Lucian, you have Ari as well, as already not the highest damage mid lane.
Scout? Oh my god!
Oh, Scout!
I mean, the TPS didn't even come through. Scout just runs on in out of the side. That is a quick delivery from the man in the mid lane, as Scout is just flexing his 6-pack in this game 1.
Scout has been huge. Like, it might have been Viper and Mako getting it started early on from level 1, but it's been Scout capitalizing on every opportunity. They're going to go potentially for a Baron play now. They're waiting around. Scout's already swapped over to the Smite.
Top Esports fighting this. As big slicing Maelstrom comes through. There's no exhaust for him, so Flandre helps Mako get that kill. EDG are pulled off the Baron. Top Esports, even without their jungler, have managed to do enough damage, but Lyric, it's more gold in the pocket of EDG.
EDG just making the correct move, just slowly finding these picks, making them come in. I feel like the biggest thing they've gotten over these past few minutes is even just those summoners. Jackie and Mark, no flashes. If repeat plays come out, if EDG, look to bait a Baron or look to make a play on sides, Scout now.
He's using Glacial Path, he's Everfrost, but the rest of Top Esports aren't behind this now as Viper is here for his own delivery. I didn't know Dominoes were this quick as Viper decides to just walk it away. And Wayward will survive it onto Scout, so Top Esports still trying to brutalize their enemy, still trying to find that counter punch, but it's still a 2k gold lead. It's in front of the Baron. This is not happening. Just getting some vision for now, Larry.
I mean, for TS, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they ever did like pull a trigger in a moment like this. Especially when you can tell they are definitely feeling the pressure of being down. They've gotten some of their own vision set up, and now just trying to clear out some jungle camps and get in a place to where they feel confident taking a fight. Now that we have Viper sitting on that last Whisper as well, though, going to start being able to deal damage to these tankier, more frontline-oriented members like the Gnar and the Xin Chapel. We'll get to see a replay of how this all happens. Mark waiting in the wings. They spot out Scout, but Scout, is able to absorb that ability with the Spell Shield and then going in once again, finding the CC with the W, forcing Flash, Cleanse, Flash, Heal out from the bot laners of Top Esports.
It's just such a clean game on this Lissandra. Like, Scout has been someone we talked about in the regular season being a solid member for EDG, but hell, even playoffs, Lyric, we've talked about Scout quite a lot as well, as I might not get a chance to sing his praise. Wayward is on a ward. Knight is now on a ward. Top Esports are on the damn wards. And as EDG walk towards them, Flandre just helps solo kill Mark. It's a bit of a season from EDG as Viper steps up to the plate, wants a piece of that one as well. And he's feeling good too. It's 7 for 1, and EDG now just outsmarting 2.
And I'm just surprised EDG not feeling comfortable of starting up these Barons. The enemy jungle is up. Enemy mid laner also has Instilled Spellbook, so there is also like that threat of even more of a flip, right? 2 members on each side having smites, but not wanting to try to find the fights. Ult's not up, so they will just back off at the end of the day. And we'll get to see a replay. You curse the wards, Hysterics, because yeah, Top Esports not spotting those ones out. And Flandre, with the help of that Rocket Belt, is just able to delete Mark with the Slicing Maelstrom.
Well, EDG keep giving, getting given. Let's try English again. Keep getting given opportunities like this. And
maybe if you said it in a more Australian way, it could come out easier.
EDG are being given so much bloody tucker, and so many shoeys are being done. This is like what Americans think Australians sound like. Really like, how's it going? Oh yeah, we eat out of the dunny. That's literally what Americans think we sound like. However, no, we do sometimes sound like that. I had to change my whole accent for League of Legends broadcast so people didn't think I wore thongs and drank BB every
so
day.
People didn't think you were Crocodile Dundee.
That's true. Many knives owned. Lyric, walk us through this dragon.
Yeah, we can already see the position coming out for EDG. Flandre, I wonder if he's going to try and come around the side, but Scout already finding a pick.
Again, what do you expect? Wayward aren't able to go to Mega Gnar as Viper picks this one up, a root from afar by EDG. And Top Esports now a man down. The team fight engage not there. And Lyric, this is third dragon.
Yeah, EDG are going to get this one for free. It looks like Top Esports maybe trying to bluff them heading up towards that top side, but they're not able to do anything, and EDG realize that, so they don't feel too burdened by the lack of knowledge of Top Esports making their way up. TS now going to try and find the picks that we were setting up for, but EDG,
them out.
They do a great job of their due diligence.
Now onto Tien, look at Scout zoning him away. EDG still favored here as this 3-item Zipper needs Top Esports to be in a close space. And it feels like this game 1 could be even more over. Lyric, only a 3k gold lead, but 3 dragons at 26 minutes. Top Esports look competitive in the sense they want to take a fight, but EDG have been taking it all the way.
They're doing it.
Can they get away with this, Lyric?
So they're banking on the fact that EDG would go for a reset. EDG, though, they do have an idea that this is going on. They wait to stay, and they're waiting for Wayward.
They want him, but as they spot out the rest of EDG, Top Esports now wants to move 3 members in front for the picking. JJ going on in, no Cyclone available, but Tien's damage is just taken as Flandre with Flash and Slicing Maelstrom available. EDG looking for an angle as Tien is just out of the fight, but Mark left behind, flashes over. JJ still on the chase as Jackulov now too, exhausted out, and Flandre will meet you over the wall. Jackulov and Mark get shared a grave as EDG take their 10th kill in game number 1. And Top Esports Lyric still trying to fight here, but EDG have numbers advantage yet again.
EDG have numbers, but Wayward is incredibly close to getting that Mega. Would have ult available, so they need to be careful about going into choke point. But Scout coming in,
not
very
spotted out,
sneakily on the
not
backside.
spotted out, and guess where he's coming from? The Flash W, Knight rooted up, he goes golden, trying to buy his own space, but with the Spirit Rush, no, the max range auto from Viper, and Edward Gaming. What is it in playoffs that makes them such big chads?
What is going on? EDG wanting to once again pick up another summer title, wanting to go back to Worlds and defend is now Scout.
Trying at the very least, but the whole cavalry's here from EDG. Tien flashes over, but Viper is on the onslaught. Running alongside his jungler, Jej's return to the stage in the past 2 series has been well met. Tien's trying his heart out, but Viper now with his 4th kill. EDG on their side of the map. The Baron stays standing, Lyric, but they just keep getting free deliveries from Top Esports.
It is definitely a win and a loss, right? You stop the Baron, which is huge for them, but also have given over a bunch of kills over this past 2-minute sequence. So a lot more golden pocket for the members of TES. You can see here them kind of figuring out if they want to take this fight. You pointed out JJ not having the Cyclone, which is why he doesn't full on commit. Once Flandre gets closer, gets involved, they break off into 2, and I love he commits the flash over the wall. The Slicing Maelstrom already going. You commit to taking down these 2 members, and we hit on it. For TS, Jackulov really is the main damage dealer and the consistent damage dealer on that side. Without him, they don't really have a chance of being able to take fights against EDG, who have multiple threats.
But Lyric, I wouldn't even use that word consistent this game. Top Esports have barely gotten a kill on tonight, of course, but everyone else remains without that goal. And for Top Esports in this first game, they are being clapped. EDG now moving towards Baron, and as you said, it was a win and a loss last time around. But every time we get in these 5v5s, I'm seeing more what you mean about the composition when EDG, our 2021 World Champions, are back in 5v5 form and Top Esports have to take it.
And EDG now trying to bait out a fight. Keep an eye on Viper, though. He doesn't have his flash available, so if by chance he does overstep, get caught out, the spell shield not there, then he would just be able to go down.
Scout, okay, Glacial Prison is not going to be used, but onto Tien, he's running away. He's already burned his own ulti. Flandre just ults and chases them down, but doesn't get too much done. So 1 ulti burn there, plus Viper and Mako using theirs too, makes 3. EDG trying to force them out, and Top Esports, I'm surprised none of them died again.
Yeah, for TS, they survived the onslaught. They will be able to make it to the next fight, but for EDG, luckily for them, those ults will be able to come up by the time Dragon's back, but Jeje now not going to have the flash to try to close even more distance for the engage to come through. I guess the silver lining, though, is you have a Yuumi, so even just Final Chapter on top of Wukong Wing forward is quite an extensive range to be able to cover, to be able to try to lock down the key target on the side of TES.
And look, he's got the Pope's Church Bell as well, so it gives that a ring, and getting rid of the Charmers, flash over the wall. Knight actually rooted up in response, though. Trying for a play is good for Top Esports, but so far behind still. And EDG adding another one into the mix in front of this Dragon Soul in 15 seconds. Knight will be dead for 40 of them.
And, okay, Wayward
Not
playing
yet.
up really aggressive. But look at all the waves on the map. Top wave pushing into TS. EDG just pushed in mid wave. They have full control of the map. Top Esports just knowing that they don't want to give up the soul. But at the end of the day, with Knight down, with the situation of the waves on the map, even just taking a turret, they know they need to leave.
You got to respect that first seed Lyric. Never saying die. Knight with a flash play back there. But it's not enough. And EDG now with a soul 31 minutes into this game. Cloud Soul with Sivir as well. Let's get ready to call it ridiculous, because this composition with ultis are going to move pretty zoomies. As we'll look at this again, Lyric. This is our mid lane ARAM.
I mean, both teams are staring each other down. They pop Viper's ulti in hope for a chance to be able to get involved. But without JJ right on the front lines, they weren't able to do it. Finally was able to close the gap onto Knight and Jackulov. But look at where the other members of EDG were. They were kind of chasing down that kerfuffle of top esports members in mid, so not having the range to be able to follow up on trying to take down Jackulov and Mark.
We're going to see the play. We're going to see the flash play. You ready, Lyric? They're going to
Ready.
fast forward a little bit, but hey, Jackulov almost dies in real time. And now, the 80 carry's just out of it. We didn't get to see what happened, but it's probably something to do with EDG being absolutely shredded and still in control of this game. Onto the Baron again. Let's see if it gets turned around by Top Esports this time.
Yeah, they're going to start the Baron, and let's also refresh that they have Cloud Soul, and they have Sivir, they have Wukong, they have Kennen. They have these champions who absolutely love this Drake, and they're going to try and force this fight because all ultis are up once again.
And Flandre has the flash. Hasn't been spotted out. There's no Meganar in comparison as Tien needs a steal, but rooted up with the Glacial Prison and just dead. EDG turned back around to this Baron, and Flandre doesn't even have to lift his fingers. EDG with the first Baron of this game. It took a while, but still taken as Jedge actually caught out Everfrost and the Pope. The damage still good from TES as Wayward's about to go to Meganar, chasing down Scout the priority, but he's still got everything available. And Top Esports with no trade off the back of losing the neutral Lyric, still looking damn good despite TES's valiant attempt to come back into this game.
And we're at a point where, I mean, it would require mistakes, like a decent amount of mistakes to come out from EDG for TS to be able to bring this back.
Yep.
We've kind of already hit on how the comps function against one another, right? Like TS kind of requiring those picks, requiring that burst to be able to come out on like an isolated member, and EDG not, and EDG having the soul, EDG having Baron. They're just going to be able to funnel down these lanes and start opening up this space. You can see them going for a 2-lane setup, 3 in mid, 2, trying to prep the top wave as well. They already have mid-tier 2 down. After they break down top tier 2, it's just going to be taking on and taking down these inhibitors.
As you said, you know, the wave setup before really good. You can even see now with the Baron, this push is going to be devastating with JJ holding mid, bot side ready as well for a bit of a charge. But EDG right now focusing on the inner and top. Gold is starting to fly in for this championship team. And Lyric, you talked about items before. Just while we have a bit of a quick 20-second lull. That's almost full item Sivir. Viper is almost full items. Well, Jackulov is 3 and a bit. Like, doesn't that just tell you the state of the game and how this game has been from minute 2?
And now Viper, for the longest time, didn't have that flash up. Now does. We actually have summoners up across the board to the side of EDG. Azania's in mid, a stopwatch for jungle.
Oh my
They have so many tools to be able to just force this mid lane turret.
That's a Zeri W. Glad not to see it this game, but Siv's going to be doing the same thing as Wayward with a flank. But for EDG, they're walking forward, pushing Top Esports back, and Wayward's Meganar is now down.
Oh,
Viper just running at them in the base with no cares whatsoever. This delivery driver is looking for tips. A triple kill, an extra 20 bucks on the side, and Viper makes sure it's there within 15 minutes of the cooking time. As Lyric, all I can say about EDG is it might not have been an exciting back and forth, but it was dominant, it was pure, and it was bloody easy for them, opening up our double elimination.
EDG have just been absolutely dominant so far in playoffs. Another game 1 where they just make it look so easy, taking a nice first step to crushing TS's hopes of just locking in Worlds right off of this series and trying to position themselves a step closer to getting towards finals for themselves and picking up another championship.
Wasn't even close. Like, that
No.
game 1 wasn't even, you know, the competitive moments for a team that only has 1 kill. You know, it feels wrong to give Top Esports that much praise, but I think the little bit they deserve is even being so far behind Lyric. They knew that their comp was going to get outscaled, that rather the 5v5s were not looking preferable. And with the way the bottom lane went, it was like, okay, we have to keep fighting. We kind of have to double down, triple down, quadruple down. But it never worked out because Scout was always there and an absolute nuisance to anyone for Top Esports caught out to.
I feel like the way it worked, it was like this like kind of 3-step plan of like, okay, Viper and Mako dominating the spot lane matchup, like we have not seen this happen so far.
Yeah.
In terms of like level 2, level 3, the Lucian Navi is on like 10% HP. Then Phase 2, JJ, back and forth, mid to bot, mid to bot, mid to bot, allowing for the aggression to come out, allowing for Scout to just be able to freely keep roaming down, and then Scout being the executor. Oh, like, he's able to find these plays because it's like, sure, like, you have your jungle and bot lane kind of setting some of them up, but then he's the one who has to go in, get it done. He's finding, like, the best angles you can hope for.
Yeah.
With that Ring of Frost, like, every time, it was 3 to 4 members of top esports just CC down and, like, prime for the taking.
Remember in draft, you're like, hey, EDG don't really need more CC, but, you know, they're committing to the all-in. It's like, dude, there's so much. And Scout just happened to be the one that pulled off the most out of anyone.
I mean, think about it, right? Mid, jungle, top, and support all have lockdown, and a lot of those, actually all of them have AoE lockdown. Then you have a Sivir who can help speed up the squad, and then, you know, putting in the shred with that W. Just, oh my god, it's able to work so well. They found the lead from early on. They escalated it so quickly. And, I mean, EDG right now are just terrifying. It's crazy to think that coming into this match, right? Top Esports are the first seed. Top Esports are the winners of the regular season. And EDG, they made it look like child's play.
They didn't do anything. I mean, Top Esports didn't get to play the game. Knight burnt that flash mid, but that was one of the few proactive plays we saw from TES. Outside of Wayward, you know, trying to get Mega Gnar or try and find a pick on the side, like...
I will give them a decent trade when, like, they just accepted Viper and Mako pushing tier 2, and they were able to answer back with top and then mid-tier 1
There are
and
a couple of
tier
those,
2
actually.
Herald. So, yeah, like, you could see the moments where it's like, okay, you know, TS have, like, this cool idea here or this cool idea there. Sadly, again, just from that early game, from those first few levels, it gave EDG such a massive head start, and I feel like for either of these teams, if they find a lead, they can just run home with it.
It's crazy to me. Like, it's crazy that it's so one-sided, right? Because you and I were talking about the matchup versus RNG. EDG opening up, and we're like, wow, BO5s for Edward Gaming, just a new beast. Is it going to be like that yet again? Or a Top Esports going to show us something back in Game 2? Hopefully, maybe it is the latter as we go to a break.
Who you ask? Every player has one shared desire: to lift trophies. And playoffs is your chance to make that dream into a reality.
I think Top Esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. I don't think teams are going to be ready for Top Esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of Top Esports.
If the meta hits that style, they can win like MSI, right? If the meta's a little bit off from that style, they can still make that style work.
I actually feel like JDG are the team out of these three that are the most versatile in terms of who can carry. Is V5 doomed? Like, this should have been a team that we 100% saw at Worlds. And now, I mean, I see a lot of people not even putting them in their top 4.
The LPL are kings again.
Try and get a range of that play, but in with the gravity of Burnham, in fact, on the Moonlight Vigil. Yukal on Tagala, wants a solo kill for himself, but Garland turns it around, and Yukal has to flee. And now RNG, once again at a disadvantage, once again find the play.
P5, they have just domineered.
And they get a
God.
calling knife.
Oh my god!
But your fate has been sealed, Shing, and you have nowhere to go. Flandre's just too damn big.
Playoffs is where your year culminates. You may have dominated the regular season. You may have us thinking you're the best in the region. But if you don't show up in playoffs, will anyone really remember? So whether you're looking to reclaim former glory or prove yourself on the biggest stage, show up and be remembered.
They already forced a flash out. They've already got first blood. Weibo.
Man, I'm so mind blown by Yukal this split. Like,
I was gonna say.
He's not even just being like a good role player or like good for him. He is actually carrying game.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See you later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off.
Jackie Love with an insane performance on the Sipper. This is why we highlighted this guy coming into the day.
I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. It's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same. That's my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Maybe I just love the comfort of bed. Maybe I didn't really hear what you said. I couldn't tell you what the time is, no way. I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know about the hunt. I've gotta go. Can't be late. Name on the schedule. I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say I'm ready. 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 Maybe I'm difficult to staying away. Maybe I'm too lucky and need more at stake. I wouldn't put it past me showing up late. Yeah, I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know I know about the hunt. I've gotta go.
下一场比赛是打 TES 嘛，打 TES 的时候，特别要注意我们下路的2个选手的发挥跟就是说白下路的主动权嘛。然后我们要加强，还是要团队上面的东西加强。然后我们变强的话，还是有机会我们能拿下吧。我们打淘宝的 AD Jackie Love 的话，就是他也是一个就是不跑就是对抗的一个选手，就是我们要打他们的话，其实2打2也很重要，但是跟打野沟通也是挺重要的，就下路这个线情况啊什么的。
I feel like that's what was done in Game 1, Lyric. It was an easy 2v2. It was a setup from Viper and Mako at level 1 on the Sivayumi that led to the dominoes that overturned the game. EDG with a successful Game 1 win in very convincing fashion. And I've got Lyric, as I said, here by my side. And so we saw Scout, who picked up MVP, by the way, also lead charge on that Lissandra. Like, what a convincing game from this man who's already picked up now 2 MVPs in playoffs.
I mean, his ability to find his way on the back line, lock down multiple members, set up the team fights for EDG was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
We've already said it, but Scout in this playoffs run has just been like such a phenomenal player. It's those Scout always goes through this, right? He has quieter times in the regular season at points, and then steps up at different times. Like, my God, this guy is such a force to be reckoned with. And it was moments like this, him getting involved, him constantly moving on the map. It was a difference maker for EDG because, I mean, had Scout not found these angles, right? This bot pressure, the setup coming from JJ, it could have gone a lot differently, but Scout was there to capitalize every time.
I just love the angles we're getting shown here as well. Oh my God, breaking the camera. That's what he did. Broke the camera, broke the ankles of Jackie Love and Mark. Honestly, Scout might go to prison after this because that assault was brutal to watch at every step of the game with multiple 3-mans, Lyric, as you were saying in Game 1.
Look, you know, I used to make music. I used to be in a metal band, and at metal shows, you go into, you know, you go to the mosh pit, you go to the hardcore dance pit, and there's always this big guy who walks in. He's like 8'1" or like 250 centimeters tall.
Jesus.
I don't know. And he's just absolutely jacked and dominating everyone in the pit. That was Scout this game. This was Scout's pit. If there's a wall of death next game, Scout's going to be in front. He's going to be destroying people again.
It's like that, you know, he works out for that pit, right? That's his whole year goal in order to be able to push and bully people around in that mosh pit. I mean,
dude, those people in the pit, they're scary. So,
dude, Scout's been working towards this all year. I mean, you know, we talked about spring with EDG not being able to make MSI. We talked about last summer being the last time where EDG were able to get their domestic championship. Right now, things are looking good where they've already made it from round 2 up now to the double elim and taking a first game off Top Esports like they were nothing, Lyric. I mean, this is a great way to start a series, and now it comes down to what Top Esports can do as they shift to blue side with their choice. I truly wonder if Top Esports are going to have a good response.
Well, I mean, let's remember, Top Esports actually started on blue. Like, they came in higher seed, they got to pick blue. Now they lose, they get to pick blue once again. We'll see if it works out. We did hit on one of the things. I mean, both these teams have very big champion pools, right? So it's like, okay, it doesn't feel as bad as some of the other teams that have more niche picks or like certain picks of the Leon, right? The RNGs, the OMGs of the world.
Yeah.
So I still believe EDG probably feeling fine being on red side once again, probably like multiple things planned. Now I wonder if TS will change their bans, which you'd assume they'd have some flexibility, right? Because they banned out 2 supports and 1 AD carry in last game. But definitely also kind of looking at a change in first pick. So Lucianami not able to work out. So whether it's the Sivayumi themselves, whether it's things like the Draven or Nephelios, I definitely expect us to get a different look out from Jackie Love and Mark.
And we kind of saw, you know, them hovering around with things like the Wukong, but were willing to give it away to JJ. And JJ, even on this pick, a big part of helping out Scouts. So I feel like there's some things to be changed here for Top Esports on the blue side. You and I were chatting a bit at the start of broadcast, a lot about the bottom lane. I'm kind of interested to see what EDG get given this time because the Sivayumi, such an easy lane for them to pull off. Maybe something that Top Esports need to ban away, but they've also been banning bottom laners, considering that we had like the Zeri Kalista ban against Viper. So how much can you actually take away without giving away one of those priority picks in the meta?
I mean, there's always going to be an option of like a response to be able to go to, right? I think this also has to make us think about level 1s because
yeah.
you know, now TES or if EDG want to keep like going down the path of just dominating the bot lane, like we just heard Vipers seem like, hey, bot lane is the focus of the series. If we get a strong level 1, you can like look for a cross map and then make it really hard for TS to play bot lane or EDG to play bot lane, or even cheeky things like level 2 ganks, right? Like champions like Trundle, like having the ability to go for things like that. So we'll see how much these teams are willing to go down into the trenches to make sure that their bot lanes are able to come out with a lead.
Our summer MVP as well on that jungle note. Triple ban last time around by EDG on red side. So it was Trundle, it was Poppy, it was Vi, all targeted against Tien. And, you know, Tien left with the remnants here with the Xin Zhao. So it's just kind of showing the respect as to why this man got MVP for the split. Why for top esports, Tien was a big part of that. And Lyric, you're pulling out things like the Viego, maybe something that can actually carry and snowball a little bit more. I'm curious to see his direction too as we're waiting to get into that next pick and pan.
Yeah, we have not really seen Viego work out. He's 1-3 so far in playoffs. His win rate was not good even coming into playoffs from the games that were shown. I feel like we have a lot of things that could either like out skirmish him early, have better impact in lanes, have better impact in team fights, and also just a lot less, I'd say, setup coming through in a lot of our drafts, just enable those resets to come through. But, you know, Tien always could lean on it. It's still his most played champion this split. And maybe Top Esports could be the difference makers in making this pick work out as we still wait to get into picks and bans.
Doesn't normally take this long, Lyric.
I was going to say, people are stuck with us, with you, with me.
I'm in a hot booth, so you know what? The jacket might have to come off for the time being because I only have about 5 minutes of hot time. And then I start sweating immensely, but you know.
It is not much better here. Is, you know what? You know, we're not pick banned. We can see what the weather is at this time of night. At, you know, the beautiful time of 3 a.m. It is it's 24 degrees, 3 a.m.
Right.
Not too bad actually. It's been a lot worse.
You cast at like 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. all the way until 6 a.m. in the morning for you. Best of luck with your sleep schedule for LPL. America and LPL, I feel like time zones don't really match up.
When we got the stakes of Top Esports could potentially win, could be the first team qualified for Worlds, when we got EDG just replicating their success of last summer.
Somehow.
Our broadcast can go until like 5 p.m. my time tomorrow. It doesn't matter. The stakes are there.
True, they are. I feel like for EDG as well, you know, we haven't talked much about their championship points. While we are just lolling about, you know, sitting here and waiting, let's just pull out the fact that EDG are not in the best championship points, like, angle, but still, because teams like V5 and RNG are out, you get second, 110. If a team like Top Esports are pushed to the back, you're in a very good place to get second in the split, right? If Top Esports are maybe in the championship. I explain myself so horribly, Lyric. I'll explain better later. It doesn't matter. We're finally into pick ban. All it took was me going off my rocker and Top Esports returning to the blue side. Same ban so far, and we saw it last time around. Scouts is here. And this time there's a Vi actually from Top Esports, so they are changing the order.
Yeah, I mean, they're changing everything, right? Because last time around, EDG were the team that banned out the Vi, and Top Esports didn't ban Azir until second rotation, so it makes me wonder of what angle they're going to go for, like for a first pick or even first rotation, right? Not necessarily first pick, but if they want to try and get their hands onto something like a Silas, or if they're trying to push EDG into that direction. But now with all these things banned out, if EDG don't ban out the Wukong here, I think it would just set up pretty nicely for a first pick of the Wukong. But Zeri left open as well.
Oh, God. Zeri has just been so annoying, but they're willing to give it over. Remember that Viper has been so good on the Zeri so far this split. He is with a 5 out of 6 win rate, but this would be even bigger, Lyric.
Yes, like, hey, Viper, yes!
Pulling it into Jackie Love as well. That is gusto. That is saying that you're better and saying, we dare you to pick the Zeri.
Let's remember that EDG were not a team who was playing much Draven until, again, I can't remember the exact date. It was either spring or it was last summer, where Top Esports, where Jackie Love dominated the 2v2 on the Draven. And then after that, Viper went into solo queue and spent like 100 games of Draven. And then has just been pulling it out consistently ever since. So opting into the aggression, we see what we just talked about, right? Azir ban means you can more freely go for a Silas blind pick. So they did follow that route, and TS going to go with Zeri Braum. So lot of defense coming in that bot side, so you're trying to enable that you can neutralize bot lane, get to a point to where the Zeri scaling really comes into relevance, while also already having an engaged point in the jungle.
Also, Mark's most played as well there on the Brom support. Little tidbit moved me over to JJ, who was hovering over jungle, but instead we are going to get the Rakan paired up for Mako here, Lyric. So we have our 2v2s, but I'm kind of curious as to what we're going to ban from EDG, because no top lane, no mid lane here for Knight or Wayward.
Yeah, so looking towards mid lanes, right, we still have things like the Ahri that are left open that they could look to just get off the board. You know, very flexible champion, we said, that has a lot of utility. And now for the side of TS, what they would like to take away, you're probably looking at junglers, right? Things like the Xin Zhao, highest priority thing, I think, still on the board. The Viego, the Lee Sin, and just seeing where they go. But Xin Zhao, in my mind, is kind of one of the ones you gravitate to as, again, just the stock and standard of what you'd expect to see.
Especially with Silas. We're going to get a ban from the Viego, though, to kick things off. So right down that alley, while Knight's Ahri banned away, the Silas was already taken. Lyric, mid lane ban again on top side for Wayward, considering that man loves Gnar.
I think this one is the one where EDG can be a little bit more flexible, Ahri really being the only standout. Talia, another decent ban, but if they wanted to once again try and get Wayward off of something that could be more self-sufficient, because like we said, even though Tien can play and has played around every lane, it does tend to go a little bit more down towards that bottom lane, especially in this series. It just seems like that will be the focal point the whole time.
I mean, again, look, Mako and Viper still, the fact that it's neutralized a little bit with the problem you were saying, still looking forward to seeing that Draven in action. With the 2 mid lane bans, we get a copy of 2 jungle bans, with the Lee Sin actually taken away from EDG. Lyric, you were saying the Zin's out before, so jungle here with counter picked up for Flandres at the angle?
I think that would be the best situation to go towards. Other things you still have is things like the Sejuani. Jarvan's also played in other leagues, but there's like a lot of mobility on TS's side. So yeah, feels like if they go for this, does at least set them up to now have a flex pick, right? Sejuani could be a blind pick top laner, could flex in the jungler if you wanted to go like a similar route that LNG been playing, where you go Sejuani with the double melee soul lanes. But speaking of double melee soul lanes, that's exactly where top esports have gone.
Oh my god, Knight Akali as well. That's going to be a fun matchup in the mid lane. We can talk about that in a second, Lyric, but we still need to find out if it's going to be Sedge jungle or top. Further to your point, they have the option for Flandre to be in a heated matchup versus this Renekton.
And it looks like that might be what they're going towards. I mean, it works out so well, right? You already have a Silas in the mid lane, locking in this Jax up in top side, giving some more dimension to their composition as well. We've seen Jax isn't only one of these champions that dominates in the side lane, also can be decent in fights. You come in, find a counter-strike onto multiple members, and provide even more lockdown. And now TS kind of having this insurance policy in topside with the Jax, while having this Draven lane that you just want to hammer in on and enable once more. But for top esports this time, I think having a better 5v5, like you have the peel coming out from the Braum and the zone control, you have this huge damage threat in the Zeri, and both Knight and Wayward, heck, even Tien, like this whole top side is such a huge dive threat that puts an immense amount of pressure onto an AD carry like Draven that doesn't have, you know, a dash or a blink to be able to get away.
But I'm looking at the other side, and while I see top esports being very melee, very close range as well, dive as you said, for EDG, we're talking Silas, Sejuani, Jax, Lyric. There is so much dive ability coming out from them as well.
It is definitely there, and you expect members like Scout to be the ones looking to get on top of JackeyLove, see if you can just burst him out of a fight right away. But also some members have to be concerned about JackeyLove, right? JJ being that front line for the team, trying to absorb all this damage, and a lot of it is going to come down to if they're able to manage to protect him from the threats coming out from Knight, Tien, and Wayward.
But as you said, you know, bottom lane is going to be heated here as we run into game number 2. If you're tuning in now, you just missed EDG slaughtering top esports like it was round 1 of playoffs, and EDG are facing off against like an OMG at FPX, a team that we knew weren't going to make it too far in, Lyric. Let's be real. I'm dissing them a bit. I shouldn't. It's like a TT. It's like a WE. There we go. Everyone knows the feels there. EDG made them look like they could roll over them, right? Bit of disrespect, but that's what it felt like EDG were doing. Because coming into game number 2, top esports have to get back on the ship. Because otherwise, that opportunity of locking in world's first will be denied from them here today. And EDG will be our first to lock in the semi-finals. We return to game number 2, where our 2021 world champions are on a steamboat themselves. And Lyric, I didn't get to ask you too much about EDG. I don't think we're going to get the invade here for now, so I think it's a good time to question how this comp gets rolling themselves and what their angle is.
I mean, I feel like TS in the early game have a little bit more leeway. You pick the Braum in bot lane to try to neutralize, so you aren't necessarily playing much for the 2v2. Akali needs some levels under her belt. But once Knight gets a few levels under his belt, I think it's a lot about playing towards this top half of the map. You might be running into JJ frequently as we set up, him having the double melee soul laners, which could just get the Sejuani passive going so much quicker. But yeah, we're going to be looking, I think, at top halves of the map. Knight getting towards that level 6. What kind of aggression Wayward can put up early?
Looking for those level 6s. EDG on the other side, Lyric. What about in comparison?
The thing I'm most interested about EDG is what they do with the pressure they're going to be able to generate in bot lane, right? Because they'll be able to go aggressive. You know they should be able to contest, go for this push. But against Braum, it could be really hard to find those heavy trades to be able to look for the kills. So it could potentially open up Mako to have some roam threat on the map. And if he's, moving to mid, influencing mid lane matchup, it now turns into a situation where, okay, Scout's winning even earlier. He can now start roaming and enabling his side lanes. It could be this push and pull.
And if JJ's involved, there's 4 members on the map of EDG that can enable permafrost too. So I love the CC follow-up that is possible from this composition, as we're just looking at top side to kick things off with Flandre getting good trades, but of course Wayward hits 2 first, and Flandre has to pay the respect. Jax versus Renekton. We got some pretty exciting matchups, Lyric. Not even just through bottom lane, but through solo lanes with Flandre deciding to counter this, or at least pick this into Wayward's Renekton.
And with the state of the Braum bot lane, right, you can see both junglers realizing, hey, it's going to be up the top side, especially with EG, with the Sejuani.
Yep.
So both pathing up towards there right now. With Flandre already going for all these heavy trades, could set up for JJ to look for a bit of an early gank. Wayward also being on that side of the map, so Tien wanting to get there first.
Just like game 1, they are matching each other just like the first game. JJ spotting him out as Tien is just forced to pay the respect. Wayward getting a good trade and not taking turret aggro. That's a start here from Top Esports top laner, as Wayward with the health advantage, and now Tien is just going to bully out JJ a little bit as he plays the defensive around the turret.
And for TS, even if they can't find anything like a dive here, this at least opens up things like top lane scuttle for Tien, and right now Ping's coming out on his Raptors, so it seems like he is banking on JJ to just clear out those Krugs and going to go look to take something elsewhere.
Wayward pushing the wave in for the time being. As we look towards that top side scuttle, God, I can never take a break. It's like game 1, isn't it? You and I trying to talk a little bit about the intricacies of composition, and both these teams with these small trades, there's always the potential to build up. And I feel like in any top esports game, we say that because top esports are kind of crazy. And I feel like EDG are very skilled, but can also be very crazy in the laning phase too.
I mean, crazy is our game is the motto of the LPL.
That's true. I forgot
At least it is very fitting, and we can see, right, with the way some of these lane matchups have come out, not too much aggression early on, but JJ, really nice path going over the Rift Herald wall, and I mean, it looks like it's set up.
And he's just used his slice and dice. I mean, Wayward has one more at least dodging away. With the Wraith already down, but JJ flashing in. Permafrost is 2 more autos away. Flandre just needs to help out, but it resets. Now, is Scout going to come on up, or is Tien going to get the flip around onto Flandre? His Counter-Strike is available when he starts turning it around, and Scout finally joins in, and yet again, Scout is the difference with first blood over to EDG. Flandre getting out, and Scout is carrying games. Knight is a level 4 Akali, Lyric, as Chain Lash helps him flash over the wall. And right now, I know which mid laner I'm looking at.
I mean, JJ with the great timing, going over Dragon Wall to set up the whole gang. And then the difference, Sejuani, 2 melee soul laners, Scout having prio so he can move first. And now, with that blue buff, can just spam and look for that aggression in mid. We're going to see here of what JJ does manage to go over. There's that little spot in Scuttle Crab where you are able to make it through and go unseen. They try to get away. He does a respectable job of trying to get away. Buys enough time for Tien to come in. But you can see the procs of the passive already building up on the mini-map. Scout has prio. He's able to move first. And bam, so quickly to where you're able to get Wayward stunned. And the kill managing to come through. And sadly for Tien, it was already built up on him as well. So he gets stuck. And Knight being left in an awkward position where he was forced to burn his flash too.
0-1 on both jungle and top for Top Esports. Not a good early game yet again, and a 1k gold lead from EDG. I'm getting flashbacks to game 1, except this time it starts with the top side of the map, Lyric, and you told me Top Esports needed to wait for that 6 mark. The first item's also very important. Top Esports didn't have that whatsoever, and with EDG getting the punish now, it feels like this is going to be, you know, a bit of a rinse and repeat. I'm going to pause. I'll ask you something in a second as Knight has to shuriken flip, but nothing more is used, Lyric. He's going to be walking back in. JJ just with a cheeky Berber cross, just making sure that he takes damage on the way out. So, Lyric, my question to you is right now, how do EDG progress this further? Because it's a very good start to this second game.
I mean, right, we don't need, like, constant action. Like, EDG don't need to be doing something every second of the game. I like staying up towards this top half of the map. There is bot side scuttle, but it looks like the wave in a good position to potentially where EDG can make a play off of it. So knowing they're going to keep all-inning around this top side, Jidge is already here.
Wayward needs half this wave to get to level 6. The Renekton will then have Dominus available, but will he get it in time? Flandre's now hit 6, and Jeje's not going to go for it. A little bit risky with the Renekton up in the top side. I guess EDG pay their respect.
Also, we talked about what Mako would be able to do considering they are into a Braum lane and he might have more freedom. He actually did make a pressure play on mid just a second ago to help Scout get a timing for a reset. So I like that EDG are kind of using all the tools they have available to try and transfer this pressure around the map. It does set up for Top Esports to go for this cross map and at least try and steal away an enemy blue buff. But with Mark here, with Knight not too far away, it seems like they should be able to get this one.
So at least some kind of trade. We're toggling vision off because, well, I'm not sure why. I thought Wayward was going to get ganked, but Jeje actually looking towards the middle of the lane because there's no flash on Knight. He's got his ulti available, but Scout jumps on in first, looking for the abscond duck, and he gets it. Permafrost angled so nicely from Jeje, and Scout with an execution, but will not be diving turrets today.
I think it's the right call. I mean, they don't have information on where TN is. They know he's towards that bottom half of the map, but right, he could be right over that Raptor wall, waiting and rearing to go if Scout does use that first hit of the ultimate. So they find another just lane advantage. You're forcing Knight out of lane. You're extending a CS lead and making it really hard for TS to do anything. Like, Knight's not unlocked in lane. He can't look to roam or influence side lanes or trying to get involved in these fights. And it's small wins like this that are slowly building into a lead for EDG.
I mean, we talked quite a lot about the fact that for EDG here, Lyric, you know, we've got strength in side lane, we've got, we didn't say skirmishing power, but it feels like a lot of skirmishing power needs to be set.
100%.
It's obvious when you see Silas, Sejuani, right? Viper's Draven has been having a good time in lane. Adoration has been building up, and Viper simply needs a kill for EDG to blow this game even further open. And I mean, this is meant to be our top 4. And EDG, yet again, are showing a huge discrepancy in skill over Top Esports, who are meant to be our first seed. I just don't understand it.
Both teams, though, going to want to contest this Herald, and Wayward having the Dominus available. Renekton incredibly strong now.
Let's hope I pull back that Comet Cyclone comes through. Viper hitting on the backline, though, but Top Esports are so low. Viper looking for his adoration as it's Jeje to die first. Flash away for the Draven, but Knight's on in. Denied his cash in. And you know what? An instant cast the curse I'll be okay with as Top Esports get their first 2 kills in this game.
Top Esports just having a good position, already being on the objective. Their bot lane wasn't too far behind on the rotation. And then the difference maker being things like a Dominus, or even the fact of TN bringing this multi-man CC in the Cyclone into a fight this early on in the game. If EDG could have maybe found a pick with the fact that Viper and Mako had gotten there sooner, like Mako going, you need to delete one member, it's like, okay, that could turn into your winning situation, but we'll see here. That's not how it happened. Wayward already here. Bot lane pretty much matching pound for pound, and then with TN going in onto numerous members, we see the Dominus pop. They're able to absorb so much damage, get AoE damage down. Jackie Love there as well, just able to put the free hit the whole time. And Flandre wasn't involved, right? Flandre pushed that wave in to the tier 1 turret, which allowed for Top Esports to be able to take that fight. So this time around, gonna get a competitive game.
I'm glad, honestly, because it looked pretty dicey so far, but for Top Esports evening out the gold, and more importantly, getting Jackie Love a kill. Lyric, they also denied Viper some of those stacks of adoration, so it feels like for the Draven, now going to be within reach of that first item, thanks to the fact that Jackie Love is able to even out their gold pound for pound with the kill he picked up.
Especially as the game progresses, that we'll be looking at like different carries, like forward sides, right? For Top Esports, how big this area gets late game. But for EDG, in my mind, it's going to be a lot more about the soul laners. The longer the game goes, EDG now can actually look to punish the soul laners coming out from TES.
JJ has ulti now, Lyric, so I feel like looking a little bit more aggressively than he was before with that CC chain. And guess where we're coming back to? The Herald that was never taken. We're fighting over it again. That's more like it as Tien ulti's up for a double, but now with the Whirling Death, he's getting low. It's a double Cyclone as EDG have been CC'd forever. And Wayward coming in to help his brother in the mid lane. Knight getting low, but surviving, kiting it out. They want Knight so badly, but they're willing to potentially lose the game for it. Top Esports, welcome to the series.
And I mean, EDG just hard forcing these fights to come through. This time thinking because Flandre can join in first, that'd be a difference maker. But like you said, chasing around Knight, they wanted him gone, buying so much time, and now EDG, Top Esports getting to lanes first. You can see them getting top and both mid pushed in. They're denying, experience and gold coming in from the opposite side, picking up the Herald. EDG do manage to get here first and finding their way onto members of TES, but they buy so much time. Tien luckily able to get away with the W, and then EDG just overcommitting so much. And look at the lockdown, like you said. Rom ulti coming out, just buying so much time. The Cyclone already there, and then them trying to get Knight. They're just chasing and focusing on him, but look at Jackie Love, allowed to get his damage off as well. And just really nice kind of play on small margins for TS. Tien looked like he should have gone down, able to jump away from the second half of the Whirling Death with the W. Knight buying so much time between the Shroud, between the Shuriken flip, between his ultimate. And it was really, it's what spelled doom for EDG.
And feels like it's spelling doom in the game because we've got an AD carry that's not as relevant as you'd expect with the CS he built up, the lead over Jackie Love, and the ability to get close to cashing in. 0-2 to start off this game, Lyric. And when game one was so much about this god in the bottom lane, this time around, Jackie Love is able to turn up with, albeit a very, very fancy pick. He's beaten down Viper now, who hasn't been given his lunch money by his mum. He has to haggle for it at this point, and I just don't know who's going to give it to him.
Ooh, and yeah, looks like actually their lunch money might get taken away as Mark and Tien.
You stuck with it. I appreciate you joining in as JJ's jumping in with the Arctic Assault, but is there any turnaround here? Wayward has just moved on down. Again, helping out his brother as Whirling Death to help on the wave. But Top Esports, Lyric, look at the access they have to bot.
I mean, they're doing a great job, right? They are doing to EDG what EDG did to them last time around. EDG are respecting, so they're not giving the kills over, but at least the 9 golden experience coming out for Viper and taking a ton of these plates with Herald dropped. Might even just be able to raise his turret outright because Jackie Love's still trying to get this damage on the board.
I mean, they're getting it down nicely. The Winter's Blow come through, the passive easy. There's the Ultra Shock, and Jackie Love speeds it up. Tien, though, under turret. Stays too long. It stays standing as there's no cash in still, but Mako with the quickness chasing after Azeri. Cleanse comes out, knock up there, but Concussive Blows needs one more, and Mako will die. It's a good trade here from EDG.
I mean, now you can see that Top Esports, they're like, okay, we got the Herald down. We accept that we can't take this fight. They commit Knight up towards top side, get Flandre out of there, and get some more plate gold before it did just time out. So overall, TS making good moves. EDG at least able to respond. The Glacial Prison able to find that pick onto Tien.
Yep. It's funny when Ice versus Ice and Jeje pulling out that ulti. Finally, we get to see EDG with a solid response of Top Esports overstaying. All for the Herald, Lyric. They stood here for quite a while.
And you can see Top Esports wanting to stay, wanting to posture to try and make sure that they can't just get this one down outright. And they actually forced JJ to flash here. So JJ's about to flash out from the play and then throws out the Glacial Prison, where sadly, looks like he even had aggro already, just managing to be able to burn him down. And now with the TP coming out from Scout, it opened up for the 2-man play on top for TES.
And there was a lot of plate gold taken there. For Top Esports, still 2,000 gold ahead. And Lyric, we're 15 minutes in. And even though we've seen these plays through lane, it's all been lane focused or on the Herald, as I have to pause the train of thought because Tien is going deep in enemy territory. He's got Mark by his side and EDG, even in a 2 versus 3, just knowing Jackie Love's nearby, they are getting outed.
Being forced out again, TS just keep all-inning on this bottom side. You'll be able to steal away a blue buff. Drake's up as well, so it just makes sense for TES to be exerting all their pressure here. And looks like EDG maybe accepting they can't contest because Jeje is just doing his Raptors right now. I want to take a second to look at itemization because Knight actually going to go with Riftmaker. Okay, that was close.
Yeah.
But Knight going to go with Riftmaker over the Night Harvester that we typically see. It's because both teams melee, very brawly, very bruiser heavy, and being able to get kind of that more damage in an extended fight, get that heal coming through is what will do more for Knight with the way that fights are going to play out, right? Because both comps, very similar in the sense of like melee, bruiser, all-in oriented, top sides and supports.
True. It's a slugfest. It's skirmish heavy. I love it. And Lyric, that's what I'm hoping for in this game. We're going to get a bit of a bloodbath, and some of those carries we talked about are going to be showcasing as well. Like, this hasn't been a Viper game, but we can see how this could be a Scout game. Could end up being a Flandre game. For EDG, comeback mechanics there. On the other side, we have seen Knight already set up for success. You're talking about his itemization. Even had enough gold to pick up the Oblivion Orb, which is going to have a lot of use too. But, it is also a JackeyLove game. We've got 2 items close on the Zeri here with Azil in inventory. And Zeri, once she reaches 3, we all know we start looking at her W over terrain and saying, wow, that's a big one.
I think that's going to be a huge factor, if this game does progress that far, because, EDG do have a lot of dive and can, try and get on that back line, but them having to deal with the frontliners of TS means JackeyLove going to be able to play from that range pretty much untouched. So he'll be able to just get out a huge amount of damage out to where Viper going to have to be a little more aggressive with his positioning, I think, to be able to get this damage off.
True.
And, it's, I think, going to make a huge difference for TES.
So what are we gearing up for? Herald's coming up in about 10 seconds. That first dragon was super late, as both teams are more interested in fighting first. Ultra Shock Lasers, not at the moment, folks, but you'll be able to spam in chat in a couple of items' time. As Knight's running forward, Shuriken Flip going to be taken. There's a Winter's Bite again. He's thinking about it. And Ultra Shock's getting dodged left, right, and center as Wayward joins in. We are building up to another 5v5, but Top Esports have all their members together right now, with Wayward ready to slice and dice through the Vineyard Wave. And Lyric, I'm just waiting for this one as Flandre starts it off. There's a good stun, forcing the flash out of Wayward. He dominances with the Permafrost, still stacked up. All Flandre had to do was swing in and say, stay there.
Still, one ulti for one ulti, but Top Esports!
A mistake! Ultra Shock Laser over the wall, and Wayward doesn't care now as they jump on in. Top Esports grouped up, but his return from EDG going to come through. Flandre and Scout at the forefront, but Flandre about to die. Knight jumps on in for that one as the Shuriken Pip connects, but EDG move under turret. They'll be safe, but still not forgotten as Top Esports turn a play that started out so sketchy.
Both teams, though, right? I mean, kind of tense. Both teams blow one ult for one ult, but then Top Esports grouping up and just all-inning over that wall to find that kill. Now leads to a Rift Herald. JackeyLove should be able to do just fine, just clearing out these waves. Not a lot of threat from Mako in terms of a dive coming through. No quickness online, already half HP, so it looks like for TS not really going to be contested. EDG, though, wanting to try and deny something, send Scout down to bot to push it away, but we'll see the replay here. This is after the one ult piece had already been taken off the board. Tien and Wayward just jumping straight in. The W from Zeri connects onto both targets. And, I mean, for Viper, it's so hard here when it's Mark playing bodyguard and the other members of EDG getting separated, allowing the whole squad to run down Flandre.
It's so crazy. We talked about, transition of carries. The fact that JackeyLove is so untouched here, Lyric. We talked a little bit about the Brom in this composition. Mark has just done such a good job, but it feels so nice when the Draven, or anyone else for that matter of EDG, can't seem to really touch him when he has his summoners available, to say the least.
And I really like that Top Esports have been one of the teams willing to bring out the Braum. It's actually tied for Mark's most played champion this split, tied with Leona at 6 games. And Braum just does so much at neutralizing a lot of these aggressive bot lane duos. Phenomenal into engaged supports as we've seen over the years, typically picked into things like Nautilus and the Leona. They had faith they'd be fine no matter what EDG answered into it, because they did show the Draven early on and knew, hey, if we can, get through laning phase, unlike last game, we have a lot more confidence going into mid-game as Viper.
Speaking of Viper, he's caught out. Tien under turret, one more step, but saving Private Viper. JJ, you absolute hero. Tien drops down. Ultra Shock Laser, no. No, Zeri, please. We can't take it anymore.
You know what? For EDG, the fact that they still managed to get one from that, I feel like feels pretty good, because it didn't look like initially that should have been able to get anything. It looked like Viper's just going to go down, but JJ able to play bodyguard to at least make him survive long enough for them to pick up another kill. Sadly, though, it wasn't a kill that was picked up by Viper. 20 minutes in, the Draven still has not cashed in.
God, I remember, Lyric, you know, I was 15 years old. I worked at a rifle range. I was getting $40 a week. I was trying to save up money, but it didn't matter how hard I tried. I was always just eating ends meat as we watch Viper doing the exact same again.
And we see there JJ with the ulti, able to lock TN down once again, taking turret aggro. Flash did have to come out from Viper, but bam! Zeri W. It just follows you anywhere you go.
It does. 426 magic damage as JJ now caught out as well. The stun up, the Brom passive doing work as Wayward onto the next target. They don't even want to think about JJ anymore. Top Esports are on the train now, and Lyric, they are running away with this game with a 4K gold lead at 21 minutes. Who cares about neutrals? Who cares about dragons? Top Esports are searching for death.
4TS, knowing their composition, wanting to take these fights, grouping up together and kind of roaming around the map as the 5-man death squad. They will be able to get mid-turret, as well as Wayward's taking Dragon solo. So going to get a second charge. Top Esports taking a little bit of everything for a scout, pushing up a top side. They already have top tier 1 turret. Not going to translate into any objective.
Lyric, the goal just smashed out at 5K. I literally was just talking about it. An extra 1,000 added into the mix. 2 dragons now as well. I'm glad you pulled this up. I have to ask you how EDG can pilot this game from now. Like, are you relying on Flandre in a side lane? Are you relying on EDG for picks and to just double down at this point? What do you do?
For EDG, I think you should be looking towards the strength of your Sejuani plus Soul laner, right? Whether it's playing towards Flandre or Scout, trying to find those picks. The rough thing is, you don't have a lot of safety coming out for Viper or Mako, even just holding waves in mid, because top esports have very mobile champions that have very easy time traversing like a long range to be able to get on top of the Draven, who as of right now doesn't have flash. So he does need a little bit of babysitting, which kind of makes it awkward for JJ to go look for a pick anywhere else.
I mean, yeah, you're right. The babysitting, we've seen the majority of the game. It's a good pull-out because for JJ, he's been reactive and babysitting a lot of members of EDG. The counter-punch, the counter-play we saw in bottom lane 2 is a great example. As for Edward Gaming, not having much on the board, and this time having the AD carry that doesn't really do much, Lyric. We saw the Lucian in game 1 from Jackulov, and when we're talking about gods of the bottom lane, how fitting is it that in our double elim, our top 4 of the LPL for summer playoffs, we get one of each here to open the series.
It's great, and it just shows when these top teams are playing against each other, anyone who finds a small advantage is able to snowball it into a win, as we're going to see if JJ completes his back.
Flandre's going to be turned on, and it's in the nick of time, isn't it? The stun needs to come out, and Flandre's going to ulti out, but how much chance does he have? He has flash available, as Wayward's just keeping out of range. Slice and dice, though, he has the minion wave to go through. Top Esports are chasing this to the ends of the earth. Wayward has flash, slice, dice, and flash burnt. Wayward stands his ground, says what up, and Flandre has the whole team going for him at this point.
4TS wanting to make sure they at least get that flash for the amount of resources they committed into making that play on bot. You can see for now, it looks like Jackulov gonna push in that wave, but then I think 4TS being able to find that control, get some more vision down and look for these picks is the play. And for TS, finding this, even this one game win, I think is gonna feel really good, because we need to remember last year's summer playoffs, Top Esports, they played one match and they got eliminated right away. Round 2, didn't make it to double elim. This time, at least, if they do somehow fall prey to EDG, they have that second chance. Before TS, definitely not wanting to replay the memories of last year's summer playoffs in your head, wanting to find this win.
And I think for top esports fans, like, they have experienced disappointment amongst top teams, probably the most out of any in recent years, right? Lyric, 2019, I know you weren't on the team yet, but I know you're watching LPL, and remember the fact that TES was so close to getting towards Worlds. Might have to pause on that story time as EDG are defending their own jungle, but that's because Mako and the TP comes in. Top Esports are going to get flanked, but you look at the damage already coming out and the fact that TES haven't been aggressed on. Flandre looking for a pick himself as Wayward. Does so much damage to Mako. Jackulov gets over the wall. His ulti comes out, and they don't have enough at this point. Flandre going to be next on the menu, boys, as Jackulov flashes for good measure. A double kill for the Zeri, while Wayward now plays with the rest. Scout is looking for the X2 on Knight, but he's over the wall. Draven, he cashes in, but at this point, the economy is screwed, Lyric. What are you going to buy with the money?
We're going to find out. At least for EDG, they find one. But Top Esports trading up once again. 2 for 1 won't be able to translate this into any sort of Baron, but just furthering their gold lead even more. Scout able to get away as well. You know, I'm happy Viper, does get the kill for himself, but I like the storyline of Scout going so deep, the personal vendetta, wanting to take the enemy mid laner down himself. And we're going to see here, right, Mako trying to come around the corner, unluckily runs straight into Wayward.
Yeah.
So gives the opportunity for TS to run him down. Jackie Love able to pick up that one, and Flandre left in a really rough place. Sure, the flash has to come out from the Zeri, but I feel like TS feeling happy with that one. But here's what I'm saying. Scout taking it personally. He wants to prove tonight he is better, and Viper taking away that opportunity.
Only just the edge of the hitbox as well. Viper finally getting a cash in, and you're right, like, looking positively at it. Viper hasn't had a chance to cash in all game. At least he was able to get some items.
But look at those 80 carry items. Look at where Jackie Love is sitting in comparison to Viper.
You know what? Zeri cashed in a long time ago. Doesn't have the passive, but I think all Zeri players have been cashing in now for the last couple of patches.
That's true.
4 items, Lyric. You said it best. Versus 2.5. Jackie Love is now to those oomph level of Ultra Shock lasers. Level 14 on the AD with the GA for safety. And as they clear out the Baron Vision, trying to lure in EDG, this seems to be getting to the point where top esports are looking at ace EDG and take us to an even point in this top 4 series.
I will say, though, going into the next fight, Viper was able to pick up the Infinity Edge, so now going to be, hitting a lot harder. Doesn't have the flash, so that will make it a little bit rough. But hey, Jackie Love doesn't have flash or cleanse, so there is some, safety issues there for both AD carries. Jackie Love at least having the GA, but 4TS now going to be able to pick up this Dragon. They cleared out the vision for Baron first to make sure that EDG couldn't opt into any sort of, cheeky trade, even though I don't think EDG have the damage to be able to do Baron fast enough for, like, top esports to not get there and be able to contest. But still, I like the TS are doing their due diligence.
I mean, a clean game with Dragons, 3 in a row, and when we talk about top esports, the win in lane. Transmitting to the Dragons heroes, we're going to pause on yet another story because guess what? Teleports just come through from Scout, and top esports are moving to the top side of the map. Viper, not with the rest of the crew, as they clear out yet another piece of the warding, but top esports are just going to keep poking them out, or at least trying to, and hoping that EDG misstep. Lyric is Observer looking at a nice ward to TP flank. Lyric, is it possible? Do you believe in Flandre?
I was going to say the problem is the fact that now top esports have a TP advantage. So top esports can send their soul laners to sides and, play out and try and play up towards that top side. Luckily for EDG, they're just going to put Flandre on the opposite side of Baron. His TP did just come back up. But still, if you can put a bit more pressure, look for another play on top, you force that TP out from Flandre, then top esports can have so many options in terms of playing the map, playing split push, that EDG won't be able to answer if they don't have those TPs available.
And look at where he is. I mean, as Baron starts, Flandre right now on the bottom side of the map, so that force won't be too hard as Mako spots it out with the control ward. EDG needs something big here as Ultra Shock Laser hits again and Mako down to half HP. They pull off the Baron. Flandre still hasn't TP'd. Top esports are looking for the turn, and Lyric maybe getting objective bounty here if EDG can push and pull.
Top esports were hoping that EDG maybe would come in a little bit sooner. They could force that one out. And since Wayward was pushing in mid, MNTN was alone tanking that Baron. Mark had to play bodyguard, and they had to go off. But I like top esports. They see Flandre hitting that turret, and they need to go once again.
And the damage, as you said, is going down pretty quick. Jackie Love poking them out on the other side as Flandre is going to be able to get objective bounty. As that goes down, we're waiting for the TP, but he's backing instead. Top esports are not slowing down, though. As Knight, you're pointing out, we're going to see this massive flank coming through. They're committing to the 50-50 Baron. Jeje in the back of the pit. Baron goes down to top esports, and the kills will pursue. Everyone in the blink of an eye is crashing in heat as Flandre is getting poked with a stick again. A double for this Zeri, and top esports with that huge energy decided to take that 50-50 flip.
Top esports knowing game one, wasn't how it should have been. Come out differently in game two, have a different draft, change their bans, and able to show they are also able to take a dominant game against EDG. This one should be pretty much done and dusted. Having Baron being on soul point, should be able to truck through to the base.
And it's crazy, after the Herald fight, it feels like the top esports, they've been in charge the whole time. Kind of like how EDG were. Maybe a little scrappier, maybe a little bit more bruisery as you'd expect from TES, but nevertheless, a game showing us that the series could go the absolute distance as Jackie Love's out in the nick of time. Mako can't get another cancelled reset on the next member too. Everyone getting spotted out piece after piece, but EDG's base is broken, Lyric, and we look at the replay here.
Look at Knight.
What seemed to be the flip?
Knight's positioning was so great. He was waiting in this for so long. Eventually, Viper showed on wave, and he waited for the opportunity to come in, finds the Shuriken flip, manages to get on top of him. And sure, the rest of TS had to deal with the big mumbo-jumbo that's going on in the pit, but even finding that one pick so you can then take the fight afterwards, had, you know, a Baron flip not gone your way was huge. But I love that you went back to the point of, like, game 1, stomp from EDG, game 2 looking like a stomp from TS. These are series that you know can go the distance. These are series you know where both teams are so good at being able to take these leads and just extend them as far as they can go.
And Top Esports want to return to Worlds. Only one time in the organization's history to make it in 2020, but it has been a long time coming. It's been a long wait again for TES fans. It might only be game number 2, but this could be how it begins as they're going to make the hard push, Lyric. EDG were going towards the Dragon, but Top Esports are taking the outside track towards the base. The third inhibitor down, they've got the Baron minions. EDG can't stop this. It's a teleport towards the Nexus turrets. The first one is going to drop as TES are looking for the fight to end it. Now EDG are here to play, but our first seed is burning them down. GA comes through, but EDG used everything to kill Jackie Love. Jet running away from the rest of the fight, but TES have gap closed today as Wayward runs in with a flash, and Viper has been gapped in this game. He's the last one standing for good reason. The Top Esports, Lyric, are finally here to show up as our first seed in double elim.
Huge scrappy performances coming out from them. They go with this Renekton and this Akali. They're looking for these fights early on, and it felt like those back-to-back fights around Herald that EDG opted into are really what made the difference for TES. And yeah, just shot EDG in the foot. Now EDG know. I mean, same with what we saw in game 1, right? You can't give Top Esports that lead because they know how to push it forward very aggressively. They just kept roaming around as 5 and picking off EDG. It's like, hey, we see Viper in the mid lane, go for the engage, get into the enemy jungle, zone them away from bot lane turret, push into enemy top side, and not really give them a chance to come alive, and even still have those like creative flank angles like we saw from Knight waiting in that Raptor pit for Viper to eventually walk by and find the kills.
And this was such a scrappy game at the start, right? Like, we saw first Dragon go down at 15 minutes, and it's hilarious watching these two go head-to-head because we talked a lot about Dragon percentage being high. We talked a lot about the neutrals being good setups for the 5v5s. Lyric, with a team like Top Esports especially, who don't look at that first Herald, that don't really care as much as they do on the bottom side of the map, this game has been focused around these Herald fights and the first Herald quite primarily.
Yeah, I mean, a lot around the Heralds, right? Especially in that game where you can understand both teams' thought process, right? On one side, on EDG side, you have like the Sejuani, you have the 2 melee, you've already been looking up there, you did pretty well in the earlier exchange where you found a pick, and then it's like, okay, TS as well. You now have your Renekton with Dominus, so you're feeling incredibly confident going into that fight in topside when you have these, I'd say, very effective, like, early game ultimates. Even the Wukong Cyclone, like, sure, the Glacial Presence is going to lock down one member, but Cyclone able to go in, you're knocking up numerous people and able to set up for all the damage to follow through from the rest of the members of TES. So I can kind of understand the thought process of both, but I think especially in those earlier fights, that's where for Top Esports, hitting those little 6 marks is able to come out huge to be able to take the full-on 5v5.
I just love that the game started in a negative fashion, right? Knight wasn't level 6. Wayward as well, not doing much. The pick out from EDG, it started in their favor. But as you were saying, once we did get to 6, then it was that huge impact we saw. And for Top Esports, once they get a lead, Lyric, I mean, they've run over games. Nothing really new there. Even if it doesn't start inherently just in the laning phase, when they build a bridge, I mean, they put so many pylons on it, that thing ain't collapsing anytime soon.
I also just want to like give a shout out to Mark, because again,
Please.
Mark has been one of the players who's willing to pull out this Braum, and Top Esports can play with it. And it's like, after they saw how game 1 went, it was just a very smart adaptation of like, hey, we know what kind of aggression you're looking for now. You're even showing it this draft with the Draven, And we are able to bring this down. We are able to stabilize and then play out these team fights well because he had numerous ults that were knocking up, multiple people and just making sure that Top Esports had advantages in fights.
I feel like this game we've got a really important question, which is what's bigger? Is it Mark's carry performance on the Brom or Brom's pectoral muscles? I think we can leave that one to the audience there, Lyric, because it's an important message to send out that Mark is also part of this huge unit known as TES. We've got a 1-for-1, folks. We do have a series, and in our double elim opener, EDG vs Top Esports is sure to be a doozy as we go to Game 3 next.
Level 3 for Caps. Yanko's already level 3. Larsen's in trouble. Larsen locks in the stun card, charmed up. Maring's on the chase though. Trippy's here as well. Larsen levels up in the middle of the fight, and Yanko's just able to survive.
我觉得 Caps 吧，有狐狸选上吗？
最先阵亡的人，先把那种残血的排除掉。我猜应该只能是皇子先死掉，狐狸还有闪现的。就狐狸闪现 A， 皇子不就死掉了？
哦，应该是。 皇子，
啊，不是皇子已经死了吗？
皇子
吧。Caps 没操作失误的话，肯定是巨魔先死。难道是派克先死？就肯定是这两个其中一个。我猜皇子吧。
皇子吧。
这应该是皇子吧？
应该是皇子吧。
皇子先死。
哎，皇子，哎，查着吧。
感觉应该是皇子吧。
哦，皇子。
你这应该是皇子死了。
我感觉是德玛西亚皇子先死。我觉得皇子先死。
这感觉应该是皇子先死。
派克吧。
派克。
应该是派克。Caps。那我选阿里啊。
既然这样问了，肯定是狐狸了。
也是巨魔吧。
皇子这个有点太容易死了，感觉狐狸闪现 A 他一下就死了，这么轻易就死的话，那应该不是他，不然就不会出这个题了，应该是巨魔。
那就巨魔，不可能，我记得不是皇子。
Level 1, no way for him to go. Ignite taking over deception. Oh, he Q smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it.
这都给巨魔，好像不走啊，好快啊。
皇子不对，你已经说了，我就猜阿里吧，阿里也不对，那就派克。
不对吗？这为什么能抢到来呢？这个怎么猜啊？
可惜。
惩戒回血。
我就知道。
哇！太扯了吧！
啊，巨魔在哪里我都没看到。
那是谁呢？啊！你让我看一眼。哎，巨魔不是死了吗？已经。那是巨魔吗？哎呦！哎，要不就是巨魔用派克，他那卡狂拍给谁就以谁死。
皇子。
巨魔。
皇子回去逞了一口，我是没想到的。这种问题，最接近答案的就不是答案。
永恩吧？
永恩吗？是吗？是永恩吧？
这个应该是永恩吧。
永恩吧，
应该是永恩吧。
永恩，对我都不需要等你念完，这个一看就是永恩。他们这个阵容，亚索脚叶，然后这个上路这个装备，就看起来都是永恩。
那肯定是永恩吧，应该那个 G2 上路是不会玩别人的。
应该是永恩。
我感觉吧，我感觉是永恩。
这个英雄是永恩。
永恩。这上路应该是永恩吧。
永恩，这个是永恩，因为我看了这场。
这个技能太简单，装备已经出卖他的永恩。
刀妹，
永恩吧，应该是刀妹，还有利亚。 是吗？啊，不对，韦恩也有可能，不过我感觉他应该会选韦恩，应该是韦恩吧？
是韦恩吗？
凯尔。
是吗？哦，
简单啊，破坏盾弓。
一批日历还是拿捏的啊。Nice。
永恩吗？真的假的？
是永安，你会开始就突然给我选，没事没事 ，OK。
不是啊，我可以再猜吗？
不行，太难了吧？不行，太难了。对，太难，这个太难了。
可以吗？
三角形，方块也是差不多的，这样吗？
Always thought that you were safest left behind your walls. Spend your hours running circles in your empty halls. Be the friend of who can reach you don't hear their calls. Open up the gates, you'll see it all. Leave the fortress that keeps you from breaking new ground. Raise your head up to the sky and breathe in and out. Lose yourself right in the moment and let go of your doubts. That you never wonder what the world is all about. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Fighting lonely battles so the void would disappear. Yet the pressure on your soul got harder year by year. Burst your iron chains and overcome your deepest fear. Now your vision's clear to finally you're seeing clear. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Leave the fortress that keeps you from breaking new ground. Raise your head up to the sky and breathe in and out. Lose yourself right in the moment and let go of your doubts. That you never wonder what the world is all about. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Ooh, keep on turning it up. Yeah, you're throwing me looks from across the room. Gotta have it, have it.
我觉得拿到复活甲 是好处也是坏处，就是如果一个队伍实力强的话，他是可以从下面打上来的，就不用担心太多，就可以以战养战，这样可以对版本的理解更深刻一点，然后也能知道自己比较擅长什么。然后就是如果我们有副甲，那我们肯定是就多看看，就是多看别的队怎么选英雄，怎么打架，就是这样。
I was looking, I was like, Guardian Angel Lyric. I'm like, but GA is a good item. Why would GA not be a good item? Of course, double elimination there as a translation. Always fun, like guessing, Mandarin translations, because sometimes words in Mandarin don't always move over nicely to English, right?
It's not one for one at all.
Yeah, it's hard language. Hey, I'm very garbage at it. But anyway, let's move on. Look, because Top Esports have come back in the series. In a series that started off so EDG dominated, we get the other version where Top Esports slammed them home. We get Jackie Love as MVP as well, Lyric. And hey, when we're talking about gods at the bottom lane today versus Viper, Jackie Love on this Zeri took over the map.
Yeah, great performance coming out from him. Once again, we gave a shout out to Mark after last game. We'll do it again because I think Mark Sprom just phenomenal, and him able to pull that out, have such a great performance, and set up Jackie Love. They were able to get through the laning phase unscathed, and then in the team fights and the impactful moments, he was able to push W, he was able to dash in and out, and do the things that we always see Zeri do from very early on, right? Joining in this fight, finding the damage, and just working so well with the team. It's true, one of these compositions that we talked about, right? Kind of both having these all-in, dive-oriented top sides. Jackie Love having a top side he can rely on, and having the support that can set him up for success.
And these last two fights that we're seeing on our screen now, these are the ones that set up Top Esports for success in the second game. Lyric, it was so scrappy, so early on. And the fact that Top Esports pulled it off when you were talking so much about the ult mark made such a big difference when EDG walked into them.
And then they just kept going, right? They kept the aggression up. You were the one who pointed out in game of like, my God, they just don't stop. 5 members everywhere walking together, finding these picks.
Okay.
And they did a great job of it. As, I love getting these cool cinematics that we now have. Oh, poor Viper.
It's sad, isn't it? You're right.
And that was when he got his first cash in, right? That was when he got the ult that found it, I think.
No, that was later on. Lyric, we had 25 minutes till they came in. Yeah. It was so long, and I'm glad you brought that up because Viper didn't get to play the game. Further to the point, Jackie Love was the more impactful AD carry in this one. Game number 1, we saw in the lane the Sivir Yumi at level 1 decided to dictate the pace. And Viper and Maker from there on were in control. So far, we've really gotten some of our games dictated or at least started off by our AD and their duos in the bot lane.
Yeah, now, going into game 3, we finally do have, switching of sides. EDG going to move over to blue, and Top Esports now on red. So, EDG going to get a chance to kind of flex their prowess, right? With all the things that were banned in the last game, Wukong kind of being that most coveted pick. Even the Zeri getting through on blue side, the fact that TES were able to get both just feels like so strong. And the plan that EDG had prepared with the Draven wasn't able to come through. So at least we'll get to see a glimpse into another adaptation because now we've had 2 completely different pick and bans.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, glad to be seeing the changing of sides because I feel like for Top Esports, we can start with the Zeri pick. Lyric, a lot of the time EDG will first pick it. We've seen Viper on it as well. He's taken over games too. I think it's just something that in a lot of our series we are going to be saying must be banned away, especially when our support responses that we've seen have been left open or an easy pairing to run into the enemy 2v2.
I can get why TS didn't first pick it in that game because we had things like the jungle pool was so heavily pitched, it's like, okay, Wukong is pretty much the only thing that's available. Let's take that right away. But the fact that EDG didn't then go for the Zeri and kind of banked, I think, on TS being more willing to pick something aggressive down in that bot lane and try and contest in the 2v2 is what caught them off guard and didn't set them up for success for the rest of the game.
But we can look further as well into the champion pools, right? Like Knight and Scout are an interesting discussion because even though topside was pretty nice from Wayward, I think so far we've had our backup staff or at least our backup carries in Knight and Scout be consistent. The Akali in the second game, Lyric, was just creme de la creme. No pun intended somehow. But Scout as well in the first game, it was the Lysandra, the playmaking ability early on. I think we've also seen 2 sides of their matchup too.
Oh, yeah. I feel like it's kind of been back and forth, even in all lanes, right? We think game one, I think Flandre had a really good performance in that game. Like, the Slicey Maelstrom's able to come online later on. This game on the Jax, not really there, kind of, back and forth in that top lane and jungle as well. These teams just going tit for tat in terms of who can come out ahead. And when we were coming into today, right, and looking at the segment, looking at the stats, it's like, okay, these teams with EDG's playoff form and top esports in the regular season, very evenly matched, kind of putting emphasis on the same areas, having 3 lanes of strength with junglers who are willing to get their hands dirty early on.
As we said, supportive stuff in Jeje, in recent form as well. Tien has been someone who we've just talked about. Yeah, that first blood percentage, Lyric, what was it? 90% or something?
It was like 92 point something. It was
insane.
First in the league, incredibly high.
He was 100% for like half the split as well. Like he was holding 100% up until like week 6 or something.
And, even kind of diving further into that, right? We have Tien, MVP coming onto the Rift, but then you move down to mid lane to where, Knight got second on All Pro Team. Scout didn't even make it into the top 3, which again, it was a regular season award, so I do understand like how that didn't happen. But now, Scout coming into playoffs, just making everyone look like clowns.
Yeah, look, Scout with his champion pool as well. You could say the same about Knight, but remember that Scout has been here longer and has quickly become the lifeblood of EDG alongside the franchise player in Mako. We look at this new EDG, Scout being 2016, Mako 2017. Lyric, as I was saying, I'm wrong again. I'm all over the place today because I've just experienced 2 back and forth choppy games. And I know I was right the first time, but we are getting dictator banned towards Scout. I'm there with you now as we get the Renekton.
So this time around, there are 2, high-tier junglers left open. Both Vi and Wukong. EDG actually keeping their bans the same, and it leaves the Vi over to Flandre. I mean, if TES did want to go towards Wukong Zeri, like, that is open. They could honestly just end up with 2 of the strongest power picks in the meta once again. But we'll see where the flavors take them.
I think Shaco and Rammus. Shaco support, Rammus jungle. That would be top-tier pick. We've seen the Rammus, by the way, flex so many times in our pick bans in this series. Kind of hilarious. I need to know the backstory behind that.
I was going to say, there is, someone out there who's actually like in the Chinese community is going to message and be like, hey, they're flexing Rammus because, in 2015, December 1st, this Rammus game happened here. And it's like, oh, that's cool. Because now EDG going to be able to get their hands on the Lucian. Nami, we saw Top Esports do a lot to deny this in game 1. Actually first picking the Lucian to make sure EDG don't get their hands on it. But this time around, having the same burst coming out from the bot side and also having the Vi to set up the engages, EDG going to try their best to lock down Jackie Love.
And in playoffs so far, Viper is 2-0 on it, but I think we've seen some of the best Lucian Nami lanes come out of these guys as well. And Viper is a demon on this Lucian. The crazy stuff we saw up against FPX where he was Gale Force culling into 3 people. It was scary, Lyric, and we can talk about that in a second. But of course, on top esports side, we have our 2v2 as well with the Lulu locked in. So let's move forward. And you know how we move forward in the LPL? We talk about our solo laners because they always get hard banned out.
And I love that the Silas ban coming through against Scout, especially when you have like things like Cyclone and Wild Growth already shown on that side. That could just be such an impactful ultis to be able to take away. Another thing I'm keeping my eyes on, more specifically for the side of EDG, would be things like the Ahri. Ahri Vi has just been a combo we've seen can like traverse so much distance and pick people off out of nowhere. Ult from Vi, Spirit Rush comes out from Ahri, you have the ult into the charm. It's just so absolutely disgusting. And for EDG, you can see right now, especially with the pry on the Vi, a lot of the pick priorities coming out to things that can guarantee you are able to lock down this area.
Another one might be the Talia, as that gets banned away as well, Lyric. And I was going to say that last game, they banned that against Scout 2. Or at least it was against one of the mid laners. But a common theme so far, as the Ahri you pointed out is still left and available, maybe Knight just cheats and takes that away before Scout can get his hands on it.
Yeah, Ahri's still available. Lissandra, another one that is still up and rearing to go. And what Scout was able to do in game 1 would be quite monstrous. Now the Fiora taken off the board. I think it's a good call. And EDG kind of stick to their stuff of, putting a bit more focus on top side than the opposition. There is Lissandra that we talked about. And You know, even though earlier we're like, hey, you know, the squad doesn't engage, or can never be too much. This time around, you do have Lulu there in the bot lane, so wanting to bring more to the playing field. And something that's pretty good up against these lower range AD carries like Lucian Nami, where you can try and find these very easy setups to find the lockdown.
And we're getting huge nodders from Wayward as well. Like, yeah, the Lissandra here is going to feel good, and the fact that Wayward gets counterpicked, it's against an Ornn. Flandre has picked up Ornn here, Lyric. While it's all about Scout and how we can supplement talking about the Vi, bit of CC in the mid lane here. The Swain's not something we see a lot anymore, but a return here when Scout was only picking this up once in the regular split.
Yeah, wanting to index really heavy into these like short range, close-knit 5v5s once again. Even having the Ornn up in topside just to make sure that they have that very fluid, you know, tank to be able to set things up. We know the ornaments are going to come through later on. And for TS, I don't think they don't. There's no way, right? You go up towards stock considered pick, and they do. They lock in the Lissandra. So supplementing their team fight even more rather than, you know, trying to set up for either plays in bot or plays in mid. You know, Knight goes in with a Claw and you're bringing in a Shen. We don't get to see it today, but I like the drafts coming through. I feel like, once again, we're going to be putting a lot more focus on bot lane this game than we saw come through in the last with no Braum. We've been seeing Lulu lanes be able to do really well up against Lucian Nami, shield that upfront burst, and try to out-trade them on their retreat path, and then making them wait to be able to find that power spike.
I just feel like, though, you know, for top esports again, Lyric, Wayward on Gwen is something that we've complimented quite a lot in this split. It's his most played, now with his 10th game overall summer, including playoffs. 10 games on Gwen, and Wayward's most played champion up against the Ornn lane. Lyric, I feel like for top esports, you know, we get some pretty daring lanes, but going a little bit deeper here, this time around, as you said, without the Braum, makes me curious about that bottom lane yet again. When Viper and Mako, I said before, had the strongest 2v2 with the Lucian Army that I've seen so far in playoffs. Viper and Mako, who in playoffs with this 2v2 lane, exposed FPX and decimated the team fights. Viper's been our best AD carry now for a year, or at least in that top 3 discussion, but Jaculov has a world championship before him. I was going to say, Lyric, you know, he's got a world championship too, as Viper picked up one recently, but Jaculov picked up the first one for the LPL. 2018 IG, he was part of that roster, and Jaculov was called insane too. A bit of a demon going back further than Viper, who joined our league this year. And as Worlds 80 carries go head-to-head, as we get into game number 3, we're trying to find out who goes forward into our semi-finals. With top esports locking in Worlds to do that. If EDG get there, then they'll be ever so close as well. And Lyric, now that that's all out of the way, now that I put my book down, I can tell you're looking forward to getting into this one. Oh, that's cute.
That is Mark coming out. No idea what skin that is, because I'm not someone who keeps track of skins, but I do thoroughly enjoy it. And, you know, you said, with no Braum, going to be looking back at bot, but even, like, looking at our other lanes, right? Like, Lissandra Swain, not something with, like, a lot of kill pressure in terms of the 1v1, both playing more for their teams. Once again, going towards the unsealed spellbooks, which even signal that. You have an Ornn up in the top side, so that's not really a lane you expect either team to heavily play around. So all signs do really lead down to that bottom lane.
I think bottom lane being the focus again. Like, we got so many story points. We'll continue throwing it at you. Wayward going to go for a cheeky fade. Well, at level 1, we are getting the poke out yet again. Now, Lyric, you said top esports, they did run this lane in game number 1, but it was up against the Sivir Yuumi. So very different perspective in the 2v2.
Definitely coming in and, you know, I think having a better idea of what they want to do. For TES, though, I feel like that was more of them misplaying rather than anything else. And TS should even feel comfortable coming in with this lane, right? We've seen a lot of times where Lulu Zeri does manage to get through just fine, but like you said ooh, just like that.
You know, like an ice cream truck pulled up, and you got so many options available. Tien now, what flavor? He's already pressed W to get over the wall to get here.
He's sherbet. He's orange sherbet.
Oh, orange sherbet, like Austin Powers would like. Tien coming into the walls, looking for that smite to come on down, and Jeje doesn't have it. So Tien, thank you so much, he says, as he just walks away with a boatload of cash.
Yep, got his free ice cream and gets out of there now. He's going to be able to traverse through mid, make his way down towards the spot side jungle, try and make sure no shenanigans go down there, because you look at the bot lane, Viper and Mako having push means that they would have that avenue available, so Tien trying to get to his camps before any type of invade or cheeky plays are able to come through.
Spotted on a ward, though, as we angle back to the ward's bottom side. Jackie Love and Mark getting pushed out as Viper and Mako half the way to level 3, with Wave pushing as well. And we'll continue keeping eyes on this. As we said, the 2v2 strong, and especially Lyric with JJ down in this bottom side. Not sure if he's spotted out on any of the wards moving down either.
Both junglers, right? Both being down here, and I don't think JJ... Actually, I don't know if either jungler spotted out just yet, and heck, might even run into each other's Tien to try and guarantee the scuttle done. Gets it before JJ can even show up.
And isn't it funny, like, junglers have been matching each other for 3 games in a row now. We saw it bot game 1, top game 2. They're on the same flight path every single time. Like, the read is always there, whether there's a small piece of vision that tracks Tien or whether JJ is just at the right place at the right time.
And jungler's going to be both instrumental in terms of this game. And think about this game and like kind of what we're waiting for, right? For EDG, I feel like in regards to seeing Scout and Flandre be involved in fights, it is a lot about waiting for them to have their ultis up. And, you know, Scout getting in the middle of everyone, opens the ulti, the AoE damage, the AoE heal, Flandre with the Call to Forge got to set things up. TES, I think, is more fluid. Like, Knight has been able to keep up prio, and they can try and look for an opportunity. They can, you know, get some control of vision on bot side. We'll start looking for plays earlier on. You already have that CC able to come through from your W to fight kills, but Flandre, like on a nice edge.
We didn't get a chance to talk about this one, Lyric, but Wayward got the last pick of the draft. And the Gwen into the Ornn. Ain't no Shen matchup coming through here, but still, Wayward set up for success, and look at where Tien is.
But JJ reads this like perfectly. He knows. He's like, okay, Flandre very low on health. Wayward has a wave coming in. I can't contest this. So TS change. They go from wanting to attack top to being like, okay, we'll attack jungle instead, steal away some of these camps, and not give JJ an opportunity. So I believe we saw Tien able to get the wolf last time, and now going to be able to steal the Stromp away.
Yeah, so at least one for the other. The wolves going down this time, though, at least finding their real friend of the forest is Tien, with another Scuttle Crab here at the 5-minute mark too. And so far, Tien's jungle has just been across the map, so a really good start here, Lyric. And Wayward just moves back up to the top side, asserts dominance yet again. And we are seeing a CS lead up there. We're seeing a CS lead in the jungle. And everywhere else seems to be pretty close to even here at the 5-minute mark too.
For TS, just utilizing the pressure that they have top, right? Again, Flandre picking the Ornn, knowing he's probably going to be in a weak side lane. Gwen doing very well in those like extended duels to be able to beat out the Ornn and make sure that he just has to back off. And just doing a great job of like, okay, Tien playing around the pressure they're generating top to where Knight shadowing down towards bot side. In this case, he got a ward, but even just hovering into Fog of War, presenting that threat there can go a long way in denying what Viper and Mako can do.
So then let me ask you a little bit of a question, because I know you talked about it a bit in draft. We talked about the layering of CC from EDG. We talked about setting up bot lane here with Lucian Nami as well. At what point do we kind of see EDG escalate if bot lane isn't set up by then? Like, because we are getting to the 6 point now, especially from people like Scout, Flandre, and with a little root here, Knight having to pull away, but he's okay for now. But further to my question, Lyric, we do have neutrals that might just line up with each other again with Herald in a minute 45.
And that's what I expect to happen, right? I think the teams will be looking towards Herald before we really see a breakout of any sort of aggression. Okay. Once JJ gets his ult online, you can even look at something like trying to target Wayward first, finding a kill there or blowing an ulti, and then making your way down towards River, where you can then look for that Herald fight, and then you still have things like Call to Forge God. You have the ult able to come out from Swain, and you feel very comfortable taking that fight. So where for TS, I feel like it's a lot more about, again, constantly leaning down towards bot, because it's been Viper and Mako the ones having the push in that bot side. So TS are going to be the ones who are able to try and punish that.
I feel like as well, as we look at top esports setting up for this play, it's going to be them coming in first. It's easy to say now, especially with Knight hovering around, but spotted out by a ward, and they get the flash from Mako too. Glacier Path to get out of there. And TES getting a bit of pressure of their own, Lyric, is, I mean, Jackie Love and Mark are in a pretty good position here. Not too far down in CS, and the fact that EDG haven't been able to do much with jungle, because let's be real, JJ is massively behind here on the Vi, as back's not going to be stopped, just because of Tien going for early steals, and JJ just not having his camps up and available.
And that's why when we're looking at JJ to, hit that ult point to really be able to just, target a member down if you wanted to find an avenue onto Jackie Love. Going to take him longer to get there than Tien on the opposing side and what he's able to do. And now you can see for TS, just rinse and repeat. Make your way down towards spot, scuttle crabs up. You can pick that one, potentially go back down into that tri-ward and just try and clear out some of this vision and just keep making EDG guess when you're going to look to make that point of attack.
And JJ does have ulti now, though, but with pretty much every scuttle so far that we've seen Tien picking up, he'll still maintain that lead. Cyclone of his own as well. Dragon and Rift Herald now coincide with the Herald spawning, and Flandre just drops a ward on that top side. Back's picked up here from Top Esports as well, and after we lose the little robot in the banner, we can see it's the start of a Rift Maker. We've got a Sheen, Lost Chapter, strong components here from TES, while for EDG on the other side, Lyric, you look and you see some components as well, but maybe not quite as much strength as TES have shown so far.
Only difference is that bot lane. We still haven't seen Jackie Love able to get off another reset yet, so we have Pickaxe and the Dirk coming out for Viper. So Viper right now could hit like a truck and just start bursting out these members from the side of TES. For EDG, I'm curious to see if they do opt into bringing their bot lane top now that Herald is up, or if you just index on getting these plates down, because TS are the team that have pressure up in that top lane, which could more easily set up for them to be able to get on that Herald first.
At least Jackie Love moving down to the bottom lane. There's not going to be many plates taken here from Viper, but as I say that, let's just go for two. Tien doing this by himself will be spotted out. But yeah, JJ is now committing full to the bottom side. Not to drag him, Lyric, but to the bottom side as Cullen comes through from Viper. Jackie Love and Mark try to move back into lane, but EDG are just zoning them out.
EDG, they realize, hey, because of that pressure in top, we don't want to go towards top and commit Herald. They've already backed in bot. Let's just zone them out, try and take away their camps, and look for a fight where we feel strong.
Oh, Smite comes in. Ultra Shock Laser for once not able to take a steal. This is going to be the third plate, but this time given over to JJ's. Glacial Path going to be taken, but Knight doesn't go any further. Flashes over.
Knight
Gets Mako. His flash was burned earlier. And he's getting revenge for Scout finding classy Lissandra plays in game number 1.
Great pick coming out from Knight, so they managed to pick up 1 kill, plus the Herald on top of it. EDG, though, 3 plates. That's definitely nothing to scoff at in terms of the advantage they are now starting to stack up for their AD carry.
I mean, Knight picking up first blood. We've got Top Esports finding a window at the very least. But you're right, the plating picked up, close to getting that first item here on the Lucian. As look at the replay, Lyric, and Knight just wanted to go all in.
Goes for it. We didn't think he was going to follow it up, but being able to travel the distance, get the ult down. I feel like even had Mako not stopped to throw out the ulti, probably would have still been in striking range for the CC to be able to come out over the side of Top Esports, especially with Mark able to give that speed up to be able to close that gap. So overall, nice play. Now TS going to look to transfer that pressure to mid.
With a ganking AD carry as well. He's moving on in. Glacial Path taken, and Scout is just CC'd for days. Jackie Love gets an early kill on Zeri yet again in Lyric. Man, Lissandra's been looking good in this series.
Lissandra just able to keep up that prio in so many matchups and constantly hover over for that movement, right? That's what we've seen come through both times it was played, when it was, from Scout earlier on or even Knight here. Just that doing so much for the team. Scout really waiting for, these skirmishes to come out either around Drake or Herald or River to really be able to find that impact with the Demonic Ascension, just whittling everyone down. Hasn't been able to do that or get out of lane just yet. And even a difference we see coming through, right, is the fact of having the Nami in the bot side, him not going to that mandate, going back towards that Leandries, which gives you, you yourself are much stronger and able to put out more damage, less about, enabling your teammates, which he really doesn't have to do here anyway. So we'll see if that pays off in the end, because TS now have been able to match the plates taken in bot and mid.
Yep, there's a huge boon, right? As I want to come back, Tien as well with the last play, kind of showing us the jungle difference in this game too. He's had such a good performance, and it's kind of what you'd expect out of the summer MVP of the LPL for 2022. Is Dragon's going to be started up in Lyric yet again. We've just had so many late Dragons here in this series. I just wonder whether EDG are willing to contest, because no jungler nearby. If they walk in, they'll probably die.
They have no vision around either. Knight just once again pushed in the mid wave, so feels like a hard ask for EDG to contest. TS will be able to pick up the dragon and get out scot-free. And now for EDG, there's just so much vision in the river. It's going to be really hard for them to make a play like they're trying to angle for now.
Knight was one glacial path away from getting in, but doesn't pull the trigger. The rest of Top Esports moving on up with Jackie and Mark playing the roaming duo yet again. Heading back down to the bottom lane. They've got a minute and a half left of plating Lyric, and I guess they're just controlling this side of the map while letting EDG play the guessing game with no vision of their own.
And you know, looking at items, you can see that small jungle difference you were talking about earlier come into play, because now coming out of base, JJ finally completed his Kempung Chainsword. Tortian's already had the Divine Sunder. Divine Sunder, I believe, 500 gold more expensive, 3,300.
Yep.
And that's mostly the selling point of Kempung Chainsword. Is like, hey, it's gold efficient, you can get a little bit earlier, have that little bit of a power spike in terms of stats earlier on, and Tian has been able to match him. Speaking of matching,
Gale
EDG
Force
might be walking into a trap.
I mean, Viper does have item and serrated Dirk, so if he's able to get out of this one, Top Esports could be in trouble for the turn, but look who's coming down. Knight from behind. Ultra Shock Laser doesn't connect as Tidal Wave might turn it around in an instant. Tien almost there, but the Wild Growth saving his life. They have to commit the flash. Viper running forward on the rest. Is Seri not in the position to carry? And there you go. Big bad Viper. His damage means a lot more.
You hit the nail on the head. The item difference coming in clutch. Gale Force on top of the serrated Dirk. No mythic completed yet for Jackie Love. Beautiful follow through from JJ as well to guarantee the kill goes through. And even Scout covering up in the top side to try to limit what Wayward's able to take.
When everything looks to be going wrong for EDG, there's a lot of carries to rely on. I feel like one of them is Viper's. We might be going further with this one. Wayward using the Ghost, the Needlework already down. And Scout still having everything available. Wayward can't tempt fate. So, Lyric, let's be real. This game was looking pretty Top Esports favored a moment ago. But now Gold's back to even. We're 14 minutes in. Viper's almost 2 items strong here as we look at the replay.
We're going to see it, Top Esports thinking they have positioning because they have both mid and support coming through. They would have numbers, but immediately he goes in and just look at the amount of damage that Viper's putting down with that calling. Finishes off Tien after the flash, and then JJ following through, goes for the Q into the flash to make sure they can get that CC off right away, and the kill goes through.
And props to Flandre committing the TP as well, right? EDG in an instant pull the trigger, and Flandre's pet goat flies across the screen. So now with 2 kills of their own, going to Viper as well. I already mentioned the items. Jackie Love still doesn't have his first, and he picked up a kill earlier on. And Lyric, EDG actually getting something back with a 4-man mid push that Knight is struggling to defend.
It doesn't look like he'll be able to. He actually might go down.
Engage, knockback, can't ulti. That CC layering from EDG was clean.
But look at Flandre on the opposite side, just forced the flash, but I think he gets away. So nice allocation of members by EDG. Put your tank down in bot side. He's not as vulnerable to those dives. Look for that play on mid, and Wayward not even having time to threaten turret on top side.
Oh man, EDG coming back into this one as Wayward is just crossing over, goes immune, but culling at melee range. Viper running into him. There's the Nami ult again. Mako and Viper, the gods of the bottom lane return.
Even knowing they could chase down, the bubble would have even hit had the W not come out. Skill shots on point from the duo of EDG.
It's going back and forth, but EDG now with a 1k gold lead. Viper with 3 kills. And Lyric, this is what I said at the start of this segment, the start of Game 3. The Lucian Nami lane in the hands of EDG's bot is just something else.
That's why they're so comfortable to pick it up, and I think why they were willing to go for that gamble in Game 1 of like, hey, pick whatever you want, whether you get like the Wukong or you take the Yuumi. Like, we're fine taking the Lucian Nami lane, but they're also fine going against it. And it even goes back to Worlds, right? Because this was a bot lane that wasn't really meta throughout last year, kind of came into the meta when we got into Worlds, and guess what team was at Worlds and maybe happened to pick up the title? It was these guys!
Yeah. And now trying to gear up so you get another skin. That would be nice, wouldn't it? As Top Esports, of course, I'm jumping the gun a little bit, Lyric, because they have First Dragon. There's been a couple of mistakes, but we still have an objective advantage as TES move into River first. Walk me through this if you have time.
I gotta say, all ultis up for Top Esports.
Knight! That ulti sets it up. There's a call, the Forge God from Flandre. A triple knockup too as Top Esports still haven't killed anyone, relying on Jackie Love. JJ kiting it out as they zoned it out. The Ultra Shock Laser not connecting. Wayward now steps up to the plate, but EDG are all still alive. The Glacial Path not taken. Top Esports low now too. How is nobody dead?
I can't believe no one from EDG went down. Top Esports had everything. Tien wasn't really able to get involved in the fight and utilize that Cyclone, though. That could have been a bit of a difference maker. Now TS, it looked like Knight had everything for them, but EDG gonna be the team to pick up the Dragon.
Somehow, some way, I mean, that was just crazy. Such a good angle from Knight. I was getting deja vu lyric from Scouts Game 1 yet again. I know I've said it before, but Lissandra just has a different feel. However, with Dragon going down, the odds are evened out, and Lyric, come back to the comp here before we get to something like a replay, because EDG is starting to scrap and Viper's so far ahead. I'm kind of worried for how this mid game's going to look and how Top Esports can defend.
And for, well, actually, you don't get to think about that because we get to find out how exactly this fight went down. You can see TS having a favorable position. All ultis already being up. He sets them up, but Viper actually gets a huge amount of damage onto Tien, so Tien's never able to get involved with the Cyclone. And JJ, oh my god, he sidestepped that one, and that actually was the difference maker for him. TS not able to finish off the kills. And again, in my mind, a big difference maker was Viper getting that damage onto Tien because Tien was never able to get in the fight and use Cyclone.
The fact that it was so close, again, crazy. Dragon goes down, but we come back to live, and there's going to be another outer turret taken by EDG. Mid, top, now down. Gold lead now close to 2,000. And this Herald Lyric looking for a second charge as Knight tries to defend.
And other members of TS are making their way up. We can see both bot and jungle already here to prevent the push from going any further. So Top Esports going to be just fine. And I mean, this game's already had a few different feels. You kind of hit on it. TS felt like they were in control early. EDG now being the ones in the driver's seat, but still incredibly close game. A nice contrast to game 1 and 2, where both teams stomped one game apiece.
It's nice that it's so close, you're right, especially when Top Esports are going to climb back some of the gold that I was just talking about with mid going down as well. Lyric, this is your moment. You got to tell me more about that composition because I asked before, you got interrupted by a replay. Oh,
I mean, right, both teams wanting to look for these 5v5s, but, you know, we might actually have to wait for the pick to come
he's
through.
TPing!
It does!
He was just TPing. Knight with the unluckiest timing. He's going to self-ult, but he's in the middle of everyone. That is a bummer.
I mean, depends on what perspective you're looking at, right? Because for EDG, that is just beautiful to be able to come through right in the nick of time. Just get more vision control on this top side of the map. We already know top tier 2 turret is incredibly low, so if Scout would be able to push us in and hit freely, that one would just go down. And they have been able to keep control of mid because of the strength coming from Viper and Mako.
Just heading forward whenever he wants, culling onto the end, he flashes away, but it's in a straight line. Viper! Again, the snake strikes.
Just the amount of distance you can travel, right? Gale Force plus calling. Lucian might be a short-range champion, but there are a lot of things around him that enable him to find that burst from afar. Rapid-fire cannon in pocket as well. And he looks like he's already on his way to his 3rd item.
How different does Lucian Nami look in the hands of EDG versus Top Esports?
There it is.
Oh, Lyric. 3 items, that's huge.
Yeah, Collector now picked up. We're going to get a replay of... Oh, we're actually just getting a replay of exactly what we just saw. Tien trying to walk in, expecting the play to be being made on top side, feeling safe because his Wukong has the W, has the flash available, but not accounting for, again, the Gale Force, the dash, the calling able to come through. It doesn't matter how far he gets, he still goes down at the end of the day. Now, 3 items on Viper compared to 1.5 on Jackie Love. And heck, we gotta remember, like, Horde items, they're gonna start coming out soon.
Oh, true. So are we not talking about scaling then, Lyric? Like, does it matter in this context here of Top Esports? They have Gwen, they have Zeri, and surely we would have thought that Top Esports, if they could slow the game down, the later this goes, it would be beneficial.
I feel like it's just going to depend on how we see teamfights set up. Because once again, I feel like EDG kind of more indexed into burst with things like the Lucian. You have, you know, decent amount of damage to the mid lane coming out from the Swain that is sustained.
Yeah, Flash does come through and he's getting the true damage. We've got one more here as that hurts so much. Flandre about to get solo killed. He's already burnt everything and Wayward flashes the emote in our top 4 series and that's just how it's done.
Great job coming out from Wayward. We highlighted coming into the day that he's one of the points that we've seen attacked a little bit on TS, who's actually subbed out in their last series of the regular season. Xing Tian had come in, and now to come in to solo kill Flandre, who, I mean, Flandre's been dominating in the past 2 series up against Breathe and Summit. So I think nice statement coming out from Wayward.
And we look at the replay. Which one? Yeah, the solo kill of Gwen pressing the R button, Lyric. looks pretty easy here against the Orc.
I was gonna say, I always find it funny when we get like replays of situations like this. Like literally the second after we saw it, our observer was panned on them like the whole time.
We need to see
it's
it
a great
again.
job of, like you said, running them down. Flandre pushed a little too far forward. The Flash not able to really carry any distance. And then Gwen, I was just gonna be able to keep getting those E procs up to be able to chase him down because look at the lane. No tier 1 turret up for safety.
So you were talking a lot about teamfight setup, where it wasn't just like blatantly scaling. Let's come back quickly before anything else happens, but not sure if I'm going to have that opportunity because Dragon is up, especially around this third neutral, Lyric. What do you think? For Top Esports, confident to contest this, or are you just going to let this one go?
I mean, EDG have complete vision control. I think it would be incredibly hard. You can see TN on the top side of the map right now, so it's not going to be the play coming out from TES to try and contend with this. But looking at things like setup later on, right, I feel like TES are going to lean heavily in potentially having to enter or like contest objectives through sides with the pressure that Wayward is putting up. So we can see from EDG, it has constantly been overloading in the mid lane, definitely having that comp that wants to stay tight-knit, close together, open up with Call the Forge God, get Scout and JJ in there, and stay right in the thick of things, but kind of relying on some of that burst to be able to come through, because both Gwen and Zeri definitely monsters in these extended fights.
And the crazy thing is we haven't really seen any of those fights into fruition, right? We haven't seen in the close corridors, as you're talking about as Wayward, there's going to be a dash used over the wall. JJ can't force anything else. I was going to say, we haven't seen anything outside of Viper and Mako start off the pick, and there's like 3 members of EDG in a close-knit. We haven't seen Scout in combination with JJ or with Flandre's ulti all in one space, so I'm glad you alerted me to the dangers, especially when Viper's almost 4 items strong here on this Lucian. And Lucian, when he has free space as well, is just going to be so much more deadly. Getting this inner turret as well, Lyric. More gold to EDG, by the way, at a 3k gold margin for now.
And we can even start to see some of these differences, right? Because EDG, again, just constantly is 5. TS playing more with their side lanes. And even things to think about are flanks, right? Especially for Knight. We saw he was able to come off on an angle last time and lock multiple people down. Had TN not been chunked so low beforehand, that could have been the difference maker. And it looks like they're going to set up for it once again.
Might be caught out. Culling going to hit him up. That's an easy pick. While Top Esports are picking the left side to make their flank you were talking about, Lyric. Mark is on the right.
Oh, wait, they're going to walk into them?
Well, maybe not, but Scout's going to go golden in the nick of time. Now the problem is with the Glacier Path Knight still going in. He's ulti, but he's in the middle of 5 people, relying on Jackulove when he's an item and a half down. Top Esports going out the bloody way, but can need to work, turn it back over. Glacier Path not taken as Jackulove gets pulled in. That tight corridor given over, and our 2021 world champions are looking red hot in Game 3.
They're going to turn straight towards the Baron to try to leverage this lead.
Oh, TP again. Wayward lucky to get out. Man, that would have been the second time TP hurt Top Esports.
And now we see Knight TPing up towards the top side. I wonder if he's going to come and try and be a nuisance because they know members of EDG are low after that fight. But my God, they are doing this so fast. It looks like they should be able to guarantee it. They do have Smite on JJ. And now with Bax able to come out, I don't think Wayward should be able to take another turret.
Definitely not. But look at the replay, Lyric, because this was after Mark got caught out and Top Esports are like, yeah, let's do it anyway.
I know they were waiting in the brush. I thought they'd walk into multiple members, and then Knight dodging out on the Vi buys time. And TN now getting in there. They're waiting for Wayward to be able to get involved before anything really comes out. But Scout with a beautiful E to be able to pull Jackulove in. He's kind of in the middle of things, absorbing the whole time. And then right there by Jackulove, getting taken down by EDG.
Viper just running around the fight as well. Infinity Edge, by the way, after it, Lyric. So 4 items now picked up. No defensive item. Viper is going full throttle. While Jackulove in that last fight just picked up the PD, but now has a BF sword, but he's still massively behind in comparison. Right now, better bottom lane, better looking here on the side of EDG as their gold lead, Lyric, pretty massive after the last one too, with 6,000 in their back pocket and the map under control with Baron now available.
And now we're at a point where Jackulove, Knight, these guys not having their flashes up and available. Gale Force there for Viper, though.
God, the Forge God. Knight flashes away. That's a 3-man knockup. Nice from Flandre. But EDG came for the turret, and they're not leaving until it's dead. Now onto the base, Lyric, and Top Esports have Wayward on a flank, but how do you get in? Culling. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Onto Tien. Oh, no. Wild growth used. Viper is running forward like a maniac.
And now, having Scout able to come in with the Rylai's picked up, they're in the farm. They didn't feel too pressured.
They
But
didn't.
my God, TS now. TS are definitely feeling the pressure.
Are they going to be able to put up a fight at this point? I feel like someone's just going to die as Top Esports try and mount a defense. Viper not letting anyone come in as the ward goes down on their way out, and Inhibitor turret is broken open, and the base is in tatters. They're looking for Knight on the wing as Flandre and the rest of EDG move as a unit. And Lyric, this is just showing that EDG are continuing their playoffs run. This is showing us that EDG, this team fighting, continues to be their strength.
And I feel like we've gotten to the point. Oh my
Knight
God,
goes
Knight!
in. Viper flashes out. That's double summoners out at least here as double Sonya's comes through. Wayward off on a flank. A chance out for Top Esports as Jackie Love has his ulti and is
Viper's
escalating. Viper is dead, you're right. TN helps get that shut down as Jackie Love jumps on in. Zeri unleashing the fight, but JJ wants to stop him with Call the Forge God as well. Flandre and JJ saving heads. Top Esports with 3 down, and even with Viper dead, Lyric, it ain't enough.
No, and now EDG, they're sending JJ to be able to take the dragon. They're pushing through mid. Probably even just going to turn to bot inhibit here and not look for too much more. Mark and Knight not really having anything available to dissuade or stop this push coming out from EDG.
Double inhibitor then. That's what's going to be taken. Top Esports clearing out the mid wave and not looking a second thought at EDG. As you said, that dragon will lead to number 3. Top Esports now, not only the base, but that 10k gold lead just about. And EDG showing that this game is in the palm of their hands. Feeling pretty good here as EDG look to continue their run, Lyric. And time after time again, man, these fights are looking so good.
And especially now, right? You even picked off Viper in that fight and you still weren't able to win out. Knight seeing Viper dash forward, wanting to follow in. Already got chunked so low just from that damage from him. But still, you gotta flash, you gotta cleanse out. This is where they see their time to go in and find the impactful kills. Tries to walk up in TN. Perfect moment. Cyclone comes out.
Yep.
But still, that's not the only damage on the side of EDG. Scout has the ult pop, is draining down everyone. And with some of those CC tools still on lock, like the CC assist coming out from JJ, they're able to just hone in on them one by one. And I gotta be real, Hysterics. This feels like EDG are Gordon Ramsay. TES are like one of those teams on Hell's Kitchen, and they messed up a plate of scallops.
Oh,
and if
man.
you've watched Hell's Kitchen, you know you do not mess up scallops in front of Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
You don't.
Raw! I know, I completely know, right?
Exactly.
Getting eaten out at this point. Hang up your jacket, Top Esports. If we get like this in game number 4, we'll definitely be handing it in because Top Esports are the team that secures worlds with the series win, and EDG right now are looking to deny it. Might only be game number 3, but they're going to take it to match point as Tien walks up and Viper does the same. This Lucian is taking names as the flank from Knight. Could be everything, no tidal wave. Viper running into him in the 1v1. Viper is going to take his name instead. Knight made the flank, and Viper makes him pay. In the back line, he cullings out for his double, as Wayward now needs to carry the network. Almost kills him, though, with Zeri as well, and Gwen off the rim. This is going to be a scaling battle. Flash forward from Jackulov, going after Viper, onto Jeje. The Renan's big, but Flandre stepping on up. Aqua Prison, Jackulov about to die, but that's denied too. Viper's dead, and Zeri is doing Zeri things again. Jackulov running with the rest of his team, but Mako's next, and Lyric, Top Esports will not be forgotten yet.
Top Esports put the pieces together. The flank from Knight. It's buying time. It's distracting Viper. The damage is going down. But still the Zeri online. Sure, EDG have minions in the base. But now Top Esports going to be able to clear these out. And sure, the gold lead's still there. But we're at a point where it looks like Top Esports composition with the Zeri, with the Gwen is coming out in full force.
I can't believe it. Again, Top Esports never say die, Lyric. And this flank wasn't even what set it up in the end.
No, we see Knight, like he goes in on Viper, distracts him, like he's gonna go down, but look, that's 2 members of EDG now zoned out. Sure, these frontliners are absorbing a ton of damage, but look at Jackie Love on the backside of the fight, able to get up these autos for free. Like he's at a point now where he's incredibly strong, and we hit on earlier in the game that both Jackie Love and Wayward are gonna deal more consistent damage than anyone on the opposing side. Good try by EDG at the end of the day to try to CC him down and like find the kill to be able to make it work. But at the end, they weren't able to do it.
He's got 3.5 items, Luke. I'm getting concerned. It feels like old school Felios days. it becomes a win condition, and for Jackie Love to freestand within a fight, it's going to be a big deal if he can do something like that again. Let's not forget Wayward as well, Lyric. His ultimate is getting near half HP territory for someone like Viper as Knight's been caught out. Knight has been caught out. We were just highlighting top esports. There's Glacier Path to be taken, but caught before it got hits max range, and Viper.
He's gone!
2 shots him. Top esports have lost their mid laner, and their top laner's caught out too. I don't think a Needlework can save that as he misses the last. Cullen gets him down. TES,
Oh, they're
what
gonna go
just
for the end!
happened, Lyric?
They're getting caught out, now they're getting pinched!
Okay, now they're pinched. They're trying to turn it around onto the fight. Jackie Love is the only one left standing, but they all turn heads. Top esports throw any semblance of a return in this game away, and EDG is back to square one with Viper telling us to remember his name one last time. In this game number 3, Lyric, they'll move to match point, and Edward Gaming are one step away from returning to the semi-final and returning closer towards their Worlds 2022.
30 seconds earlier, Top Esports had given us hope. They'd given us the hope that they could start taking these fights. And then out of nowhere, after a replay, Knight getting caught out in side lanes, and you could tell all of TS were like, we need to go save him. We can't get this pick over. They can end the game. But sadly, kind of leads into them funneling in one by one, and EDG capitalized. And you pointed out, now match point for EDG, wanting to make it to that upper bracket final before, hopefully getting to go all the way to the grand final, return to Worlds as first seed, try and defend their title once again.
Yeah.
To where for TES and TS fans, this was huge. Even ignoring just winning LPL outright, like being able to guarantee a top 2 seed to Worlds, if they win this series, that's massive. That's straight into the main event. You're not the team in play-ins, like you are just chilling. But now it's looking dicey. They were able to stomp a game, so we won't count them out, but great showing by EDG. Even when things got rough, the fact that they were able to bring it back in the very end, impressive.
I think impressive is the right word, but dude, we know that game was about one man in the bottom lane. There were great moments from people like Scout, Jeja on the Vi. Flandre had a really good support matchup, or rather, should I say, a supportive role in the team fights. But Viper Mako, that was sick. That's why Lucianami looks so different in the hands of that bottom lane versus really any other.
It really does, right? I feel like they have been just one of the bot lanes that, Enchanters just worked for. They gelled so easily. They got the 2v2 figured out again. They kind of got a head start with the fact of going to Worlds last year and then making that run in a meta that already had things like Lucianami against Aphelios Lulu quite often.
Yeah.
And then coming into this year, just firing on all cylinders, at least in playoffs. And we can see it was very competitive early on. If you tuned into this game late, Top Esports actually had control in the early game. Things were looking pretty good.
Sure.
We saw some movement out from Knight, like Wayward was controlling the lane and top side. But then it was just one team fight comes through. We start to see EDG pull ahead. Viper and Mako getting strong because they had that earlier item advantage. I remember it was the fight in bot side where he already had Gale Force plus serrated Dirk, which you pointed out. Jackie Love was only sitting on components to his Mythic. And that's when EDG's just started slamming their foot on the gas pedal and getting ahead.
In 3 different games now, we've seen those skirmishes really branch out and make the game. This game was Viper Mako on the bottom lane with the rest of EDG skirmish. Game 2 was around the Herald, where Jackie Love, even on the Zeri, got to do something similar. So it does feel like we're on the right margin here in this series, Lyric. 80 carries matter so much, along with their support parts. Viper with 41% of the damage. I mean, this just goes along the story. We said today would be about the gods bottom lane. So far, it feels like Viper is the bigger god. And, 32% of his damage. That's what he averaged with playoffs. And, in playoffs, he's averaged 37% of his team's damage. So he's just gone above and beyond yet again.
Yeah, again, the takeaway from this game is you don't burn scallops in front of Gordon Ramsay.
You don't.
Sadly, that's what Top Esports did.
Silly.
And now, we're going to get to a universe where we're going to see what Top Esports can do to make a comeback.
Well, Lyric, it's going to go to a 5-game series if they can do that. But for EDG to lock in semifinals, that game 4 is going to be everything right after the break. Previously on Speakin' LPL, we've already learned 2 words. 我们是冠军。
我们是冠军。
杀 Pentakill。
能五杀吗
？Let's learn some new words. 一波 translated into English is like go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go.
In the LPL, players will yell 一波, 一波 as they push to finish the Nexus.
波可能要被一波啊！
可以一波，可以一波，
可以一波，可以一波，去一波，可以去一波，可以去一波。
一波 is usually accompanied by words like 美山, no flash, right? Go, go, go. They don't have flash. Or 打龙, Baron, right? Go Baron.
中单没下，中单没下，中单没下，中单没下，中单没下，中单没下，中单。
好的，三个可以到了。
一波，一波，一波，一波，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪。到，闪 AD 没闪 ，AD 没闪 ，AD 没闪。一波开上，一波。
It is used in very critical stages of the game where tempo is a massive deal. This week, our LPL Fun Fact has two words for you. 东部 and 西部. In the LPL, only 10 teams can go to the playoffs. These 10 teams will usually be displayed on the left. That is 西部, the upper standings. The team that missed the playoffs will be shown on the right-hand side. And that is 东部. With this, LPL fans can easily remember who made playoffs and who missed out. That's all for today's episode in Speak in LPL, and we'll see you for the next one in the coming weeks.
Every second counts when your head's been all messed up. Every second chance is a blessing when you've given up hoping. You're sick of the fighting and you're sick of the sight of yourself. Oh, why you falling asleep at the wheel, split at the seams and you just can't deal. Honey, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Feels putting on that brave face, babe. You're strong, but it hurts like hell to feel wrong so long. But I swear it gets better. Every night you sleep, you're still dreaming. Ghost like me follows you around, just screaming. Somebody help, somebody please. I'm running away with myself. I'm running away with myself. Oh, why you falling asleep at the wheel, split at the seams and you just can't deal. Well, honey, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Feels putting on that brave face, babe. You're strong, but it hurts like hell to feel wrong so long. But I swear it gets better. Oh, it hurts like hell, but I swear it gets better. It may not feel like you're gonna make it through. I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you down, feel some blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and only speak your truth. Nobody should say different. someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. It may not feel like you're gonna make it through. I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you done, feel so blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and always speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. I can, I will. It's a new day. I love how I feel. Yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can.
They said we never get anywhere, anywhere. Standing together now, we'll make it there, make it there. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. We're gonna make it through, so just believe, just believe. Our hearts are beating true. I want the world to see. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Never gonna give up, never gonna fall, never gonna give up, never gonna give up. Never gonna fall, never gonna give up. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we're standing tall. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Never gonna give up, gonna give up, never gonna fall, never gonna give up, never gonna give up, never gonna give up, gonna give up, never gonna fall,
经历了一段时间的轮换之后，感觉自己状态是有所回暖的吧，然后也是赢下了一场比赛之后更加有信心。 相比于常规赛打滔博，我觉得季后赛的话，首先不要跟小田拼成了嘛，就这是一个比较大的教训。其次的话，就兄弟们发挥好就好。赢下滔博比较关键的点在滔博的中野联动吧，他们中野的做事能力很强，要格外注意吧。
And EDG with a good read on that, right? It feels like so far they have had the better read overall. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric here as we get closer in towards this one. Lyric, the series has been very back and forth, but it does feel like EDG so far have managed to pull out the 5v5s a lot better and also slayed Top Esports with a better bot lane matchup last time as well.
And we just see, right, whenever a team comes out with like a decent lead that they're able to drive it home. It got close. They almost weren't able to do it, but there was one man making things happen. Of course, the MVP of this game is going to go to Viper because he just kept finding those small windows where he could find the all-ins, burst the target out, and really give the openings over to the rest of EDG to just close out.
Man, don't give them Lucian Nami. 5 MVPs in playoffs alone. You can tell that Viper is in control, and that playoffs buff for EDG continues to swindle Top Esports. 41% of his team's damage as well. That's insane. And Lyric, this highlight package is going to be a blast.
And you know what's great? Like, think about it. This guy has run through LWX, who him and Hung have, like, at times just looked so deadly in that 2v2. He ran through Gala and Ming. I mean, we talked about earlier that at times Gala being the best AD carry, kind of like a duel between, like, him, Viper, times Jackie Love. Now running through Jackie Love himself, and the other AD carries kind of left in the bracket.
True.
Being people like, I guess, Hope and Light able to come through. Both good, and, you know, great AD carries. I think both have had good moments, but man, like, the quality of AD carry that Viper's already ran through is already just so telling.
And the fact that Jackie Love, you know, as we talked about, had a pretty big opening game. Viper turned it in multiple occasions, and this Lucian was insane until the very end. 2-shot Ignite. We were at that point of full build pretty early on.
And right, we don't even know how he got here, because I believe we just replayed the team fight that TES had won.
Yeah.
And then, like, instantly it's like, oh, EDG are collapsing on Knight in the side lane. What's going on? Oh, Wayward's TPing in, and the rest of TES are nowhere near. Just numerous kills going over, and that slim chance, that light at the end of the tunnel will completely dim for TES. And now, the good thing for TES, right, since they lost, they get to choose side, they are going to move back over to blue. But, I mean, heck, right, we look at the score so far, EDG have already won on both sides. EDG won game 1 on red. They've now won game 2 on blue. They haven't been one of these teams that really only rely on that first pick to come through, because we're seeing the bans be very fluid in terms of it's not just like Zeri, Wukong, Poppy like you normally see. It's a lot more targeted bans. OPs being open on both sides kind of make things, you know, more interesting.
A response to the 2v2, that's exciting stuff, right? And, you know, I know in that game, you know, you're talking a lot about EDG being Gordon Ramsay. The other side, Top Esports burning the scallops, right? I feel like we need to have an intuitive response to this, Lyric, because game number 4, drafting seems to matter. And I feel like Top Esports so far have been this team that have constantly pulled aggression. They've been this team that have come out of the blue when they're like 4K gold behind, and as we saw in last game, win a fight. But EDG, when it goes into the 5v5, Lyric, I mean, that's what hurts the most. So what are you telling us that game number 4 is going to bring? What are you hoping?
So what you need to do is, I once saw this video of Gordon Ramsay having to make a soup dumpling in a Chinese restaurant, and the Chinese chef only rated his soup dumpling a 5. So that's what Top Esports need to do. You make some soup dumplings, and that's how you come out ahead. Or, I guess, in terms of what they can actually change in terms of going into the game, I mean, I actually don't feel like their draft was really a problem that game, right? We saw the instances of where they could have come back, and even when they fell behind, like, the initial play where EDG found their lead was that play where Top Esports are waiting in bot Tribrush and trying to, like, come around and find the cheeky engage, but EDG had members waiting and ready to go. So, I feel like it was a lot more on, like, execution and, like, decisions made within the game itself, rather than, like, moving into this game, do we need to just throw everything we just had out the window? It's like, no, you had Wukong, you had Zeri, Lulu, Gwen. I mean, these picks are towards the top of their roles for a reason, right?
That's right, and it should have been more successful. As we talked about, they've got to pick the item timings better. For Jackie Love especially, I can't deal with the fact that we saw that bottom lane fight, Lyric, and Viper with a huge advantage. Jackie Love decided then to fight. I'm not sure for Top Esports how they get themselves out of this one, because now it has to be a game number 5. EDG on match point. And Lyric, I think at this point, we need to also say that Top Esports are the first seed, that they were expected to come into this and be a favorite almost. Even though EDG are world champions, Top Esports had such a good split. I don't really understand, like, what's next, right?
And it kind of scares me because we always say during the regular split that playoffs are a different beast. Like, you can never truly gauge how teams will stack up until we get to the best of fives. But even looking towards tomorrow for JDG, I'm kind of scared because we've seen LG, we've seen EDG, they've done well. We haven't seen Top Esports till today. We have not seen JDG yet. And it just feels like all of these teams that were able to put themselves in such a great position in the regular split are just falling by flies one by one.
One by one. Nice ban to start us off, though, Lyric, as Top Esports on the blue side for game number 4. And the Lucian ban comes with so much respect, considering last game it took over.
And now I'm curious to see what ban do they change from game 2, because they banned Azir via Yuumi in that game. It looks like both off the table now. And now it's going to be left in such an interesting place in terms of what first picks we still have available. Like, obviously, Zeri still on the board. It's one of those things that you would expect to be able to come out. But beyond that, I wonder if we're getting into the pool of, like, things like Silas and these other champions really coming higher priority and just being able to pick those ones up outright. Sivir, another interesting pick that is still on the board.
We're going a very different direction, though, right? Like, Trundle Poppy, yes, but the Renata ban and Yuumi left open.
Oh.
Top Esports first, Lyric. First pick Yuumi.
So now it pushes, do EDG just go with the Zeri here, and then you'll probably end up with like a Zeri and a Lulu against, you know, maybe a Sivir and a Yuumi on the opposing side. EDG can look to pick jungle here as well with the Zeri and just save the Lulu for later on in the draft since TES already committed to their support pick. I just wonder where EDG go here because, I mean, these are the 4 junglers that we kind of consider in that S tier, right? That we see pretty much every single day of the LPL. We highlighted the other ones earlier.
Yep.
Things like the Xin Zhao, things like the Viego. You also do always have like Sejuani open if you do want to opt into going like that double melee setup like we've seen LNG do a lot. But EDG say no. They're going to wait to save their jungle pick later on and just go straight for the Zeri Lulu that we talked about.
But that does mean TN gets priority in junglers. You already mentioned the Xin Zhao. I know, Lyric, you keep coming back to it. So it seems like this comes out as number 5. But at the very least, Top Esports going to flourish with their bottom lane first. We've got the Yuumi. We know the Sim is coming around the bend. And for game number 4 to stay in this series, to try and continue locking in their world spot today, they're going to rely on a Jaculov Sivir here with Marco New.
And when we look towards TN, like we said, his most played champion this split has been the Viego. His next 4 are the 4 that are currently banned. And then it's the Lee Sin. Then it's the Graves. He actually hasn't pulled out the Xin Zhao, being one of the junglers who haven't really gravitated towards that pick. Sejuani was the other thing that we highlighted. And the nice thing about bringing out a Sejuani as well is that it functions as a flex. Like, you bring it this early on, you can see what the enemy goes on their 3 and then their 4, and then you can decide, do we opt to put Sejuani jungle and then go with the soul lane options, or do we put it top lane and find a more interesting pick in the jungle role?
Already been done before on the red side. You know, I was wondering, I'm like, man, what did they substitute for that Lucian ban? The Azir gone again, and nope, Scout's going to get it this time around. So EDG getting a priority pick that they have missed out on, Lyric, the whole series.
Yeah, it was banned in second rotation game 1. It's been banned in first rotation every game since by TS. Scout's performances on the Azir are just so crazy. Just pick now, giving them some nice zone control, some nice range to be able to play from, which when we talk about like contesting waves in mid or, you know, posturing over control of vision for Dragon and Baron, range and picks like the Azir goes such a long way.
God, I'm just excited to see it because Scout's Azir is like no other. Getting rid of some of the bans, the targets here that can stop him in lane, Lyric.
There's a good one.
And a very good one, LeBlanc.
The LeBlanc was the one I was looking at in terms of if you want to be able to contest that, right? You have the aggressive all-in set up, you look to pair it with a jungler, and then just constantly find that pressure. Now, I wonder what he'll look towards, because you always could go towards maybe a scaling option, right? Like, match it with something like a Victor. We've seen teams pick Galio into it and do this thing of just being like, okay, we're not really playing for lane. We accept losing the mid lane and playing more for sides. Knight, not really ever forced in a position where he had to look towards either option so far in the split, but now it's EDG coming into 4th pick and still waiting to see what Top Esports fully commit for their jungle, and looks like gonna just bring out another frontliner in the Renekton and also just give them that strong pressure that can, you know, give them some potency in the early game.
But Lyric, I just want to note one thing. Even though for the matchup in the mid lane might not be as good, Knight has Silas open. Knight Silas is like no other and has been in a Game 4, Game 5 position before. What do you think?
Well, it doesn't look like it matters what I think because you called it. We saw a lot of people picking Silas into the Zir earlier on, like when Silas started coming back up into the meta. But it got punished so many times in this lane that teams started opting out of it. But if he does decide to pick it up, having that Emperor's Divide would do a lot. We highlighted some of the other picks he can go and kind of the avenues he has available to him. The Talia would be something that also gives him that same move potential. But it's Knight. It's you, Knight. You know what you want to lock in.
You gotta be the hero. Knight, no. Yes. Yes, Knight. Mark, stop playing with the heart. Knight's being like, I want to play Silas. Coach, it's like, no, Talia would be better. And Knight says, no, I can take us to a Game 5. That's what we want. So, Lyric, the EDG have a say in order to stop this?
I mean, for EDG, the Xin Zhao is just something we've been highlighting so much as that next tier of champion that is able to come out. So I fully expect it to be locked in. I'm happy that we got the Knight Silas. When your match is on the line, why go towards something where you're like, maybe this works better here, when you can be like, no, this has been my best champion. You know, like, put me in, coach. Let me try and have this chance to be able to carry the game. So that's what we're going to get for TS once again, having a lot of ability to try and dive onto the back line of EDG, trying to get on top of these here, trying to get on top of this area. Luckily for EDG, both of those champions are mobile. They have, the ability to dash away. There's the ultimate coming in from Xin Zhao and Lulu. Both are able to kind of keep them safe and make sure they're able to do their job. And then Flandre going to be the semblance of early pressure that they have. Though Scout will have Prio in mid as well.
Okay, well, good to note because the laning phase so far from top esports, we've seen a lot of priority shifted into it. But the bottom lane, Lyric, I think has been something that Viper and Mako have been pretty good in their laning phases too, or at least 3 times out of 3. Jackie Love and Mark, the M's get me. This bottom lane, Lyric, has suffered in Game 1. Game 2, it evened out a little bit. Game 3, even though we saw Jackie Love with the early kill, Viper still ended out better. I'm going to get your take as we get into game, but for now, the audience needs to know what's up. EDG are 1 game away from locking in semifinals. They will not lock in a world spot, but they will deny top esports from doing so. And furthermore, if EDG can get to semifinals, then everyone's just going to be saying that EDG's back. They are going to be saying that EDG in best of 5s is a completely different beast, which I think that impression right now holds true for me, no matter the result of this Game 4 or heck, even the series. EDG in a 5-man stack on the Rift are just insanity. And this 2021 World Champion has shown up massively against our first seed, considering they started in round 2, went through FPX, went through RNG. If they go through top esports without losing a best of 5, I'm going to put it right here that I feel like EDG are going to keep it going all the way to the finals. It's all down to this as we return to the Rift for game number 4 and top esports try and take us to the 5th and final game. With an invade, maybe they can do it. There's an ignite down as well. Exhaust, is over the wall. Double flash, everyone committing. Jed gonna die here, but to who? Auto attack and Mark gets it in the end.
Yuumi taking it away. I was kind of scared for top esports there. Knight not landing the Abscond of Duck, but luckily Tien able to find the knock-up. They run him down and get that first kill. A lot of summoners were blown to make it happen. Both Knight and Jackie Love now not having flash. Could have to be a little bit more careful in terms of these early laning phases, and JJ potentially looking for ganks, and no exhaust for Mark. But still, nice little bit of gold going over the side of TS, and look, 1 kill for Mark, 4 assists across the board.
And Lyric, he's got a Dark Seal. You know, that's the start, dude. Carry Yuumi. Let's go full AP and see what happens. But look, to take it seriously, Mark has used one ability as we get the 2v2 on the bottom side of the brush. And Viper and Mako trying to establish themselves as well. But, Mark's got a Dark Seal. Don't underestimate this Yuumi at this point. And especially, as you said, everyone picking up an assist. And first blood going over to JJ, who had to burn both of his, the flash in the jungle as well.
Also kind of surprised to see both junglers pathing down towards this bottom half of the map. Especially top esports, having things like the Sejuani, and having Gnar versus the Renekton matchup. Gnar typically doing better in the isolated 1v1. Renekton typically wanting to pair it with ganks and getting jungler involved. JJ, though, going for the single target clear is going to just end up on the bottom half of the map first, towards the end, going for much more of a full clear and kind of accepting like, hey, going to be a bit of a slower start coming out from me, and even looking towards some of his lanes, right? We said, hey, Silas going to get pushed in early on, Jack 11 Mark looking at the same.
At least he's going to be spotted out, Tien in his clear lyric, because there was a ward on the bottom side. I believe it's still there as we've got a lens. Yep, the lens ward popped out by Tien, so Top Esports know they're spotted here. The Scout and JJ are going to play the aggressive path for Tien on this Sejuani lyric and try and get something back.
This is why I thought Tien would path towards the top side where he would have Cryo. Now going to be forced out of his jungler. Both Scout and Jeja doing a phenomenal job of making it so it's not safe. And it looks like Viper and Mako, I'm sorry, probably heavily trading down on that bot side, now doing the right thing, hovering over to that tri-brush just in case they tried to sneak through and get away. But we'll just end up being an advantage to the side of EDG.
Nice little takeaway when, you know, Jeja was first blooded. So for EDG, definitely not hurting them too much so far. As Lyric, I know you did the same thing as me. Mark, Mako, the M&M bottom lane, right? It's hard, you get confused.
It is, especially when like we have this match where all the players are so good, it's just kind of, ooh, wait.
We're okay, just
yeah, all these players so good that like when you're talking about one of them being good, like their name gets mixed with someone else because like, oh my god, both these guys are so good. Oh, I'm swooning.
I mean, I feel like Mark and Mako, you know, this split, well, Mark more assuredly is got to pause again. We're getting a bit of an invade, but Tien getting forced off of Raptors. Jeja just takes him, has a topside camp to go to as well, while Tien is just going to be picking up this Scuttle Crab. So Jeja not falling too far behind. In fact, it is actually Tien trying to claw back with the Scuttle. And Lyric, you were saying earlier on, Top Esports, strong side of the map, up in top side with Wayward on the Gnar, you know, Knight on this Silas as well, with the skirmishing power. And it feels like Tien is now taking your advice a little bit by threatening Jeja up here.
Tien definitely wanting to play around Knight, just building up the passive. And on top of, you know, Silas is a champion when you're going up against control mages. I mean, wanting to opt more into these all-ins, wanting to go for these short scraps. Not really doable so much in the isolated 1v1, but if your jungler gets involved in looking towards these 2v2s or just invading the enemy, definitely would be nice for them. Still making their way up to the levels required right now, only sitting on level 4 right now. And Scout is completely fine if nothing is happening on the map. We know Azir, a pick that likes to get as many items under his belt as he can before a fight breaks out.
So talk me through early game a little bit more then. While we have the time, because I know you and I have been interrupted quite a lot this series. It's been hard really to find the downtime. I want to ask you a little bit about how we progress in this game, especially for Top Esports. We have the Civic Yumi bottom lane, and we have a lot of setup for them as well, with the engage, the all-in, the layering of CC that can come through.
So for EDG, it seems like the plan is just targeting more down towards your bot side where you have Cryo, and not really focusing on like, hey, maybe we can try and kill the Gnar when he's in mini, because we do have both CC and Burst on top side. You can already see they're keeping up vision. Scap just got a ward on the Raptor camp, and since both mid and bot have been able to keep a push, you can probably just look to continuously invade the Sejuani and set him behind.
I feel like setting behind Tien is something that we've seen, you know, happen primarily in the game number 1. Tien not being able to do too much.
It was rough.
It was actually really rough to watch as well. Other side, Lyric, you know, Top Esports, talk about the success. Because I just want to know a little bit more about, you know, Knight being unleashed. He's on the Silas in a game 4 with his back against the wall. Like, surely it has to be about him, at least in the first 25 minutes, right?
Yeah, now that Knight's at level 6, and especially once Tien gets there, I mean, so many plays available for Tien. Make that play on mid, throw out the Glacial Prison. Knight definitely has the burst to be able to fall through if he stole away Emperor's Divine. Luckily, that does not connect from JJ. But definitely going to be a pairing that we need to keep in mind. Knight plus Tien, Glacial Prison, followed through by Knight's Burst, especially pending on if he steals away that Emperor's Divine, which you'd expect in the laning 1v1.
Ooh, Absconded Duck actually. Yep, both ultis used out, but Scout travels furthest and against the wall, unfortunately. Wasn't able to do too much. Scout gets out, but burning his flash, Lyric, and there's the interaction. We see it quite clearly.
It takes a lot, right? You factor in, if Tien is level 6 at that point, then you have Glacial Prison coming through. He isn't able to flash out right away. The damage follows up. He is now dead. So they're able to guarantee that summoner for now. He'll come back to lane, and once Tien does hit that level 6 point, you'll now have CC, and he'll have no flash to be able to escape a play. So Top Esports doing a nice job of contesting the control that EDG have been garnering in the bottom side.
1K gold lead, by the way, from Top Esports. So in this first game, in this first part of the game, I should say, with the first blood going over to Mark. No stacks on the Dark Seal yet. That's the only disappointing factor. But hey, Mark's got time. He's just scaling, boys, so don't worry about it. But at the very least, you know, look at the mid lane. Knight has a 10 CS lead there against the Azir on Scout. You've got Wayward with the CS lead up in the top side too. As bot crashes this in, Jackie Love and Mark are able to keep up for the time being. Getting close to hitting down that first plate as well as they step on up the Viper to get themselves a nice trade. But Lyric, hey, JJ's top side and Wayward just ultied. Will he go in?
Nope, JJ not going to be able to find an avenue. Flandre using his dominance right away. Looks like they wanted to find an avenue to gank top first, since Herald is coming up in 5 seconds. If they could have gotten a kill on Wayward, right, that opens up for such an easy Herald for EDG that potentially can't be contested, but still going to want to look to find the action. Knight now having blue buff, at least we don't have to worry about that lack of mana too much.
Just note it is a chain lash max as well here. 3 points I saw before. Placed down by Knight in the matchup. So kind of curious to watch and see how we change on that one, Lyric. But at the very least, you pulled out the Herald spawning in the top side. Dragon's still not taken, as both teams really haven't cared about it this series. It's about that top side. It's now for the 2v2 on top of Jer. Knight and Tien are just threatening, while Scout stands by and pokes from afar, with Knight stealing away the Crescent Guard.
So we'll have that ulti available for fight breaks up. You're right. Neither team wanting to look up towards that Herald just yet. Again, I think EDG would have had they been able to get something done, but just heading down to pick up their bot camps. Both sides have their full bot side jungle left open, but TES will look for a chance to invade JJ.
There's deep wards there as well. They've been able to track him quite nicely here on the bottom side jungle. You can see on the minimap, walking in pretty aggressively. Tien just wants to steal. He's got smite. JJ doesn't. Yoink. And he takes it away quite easily. So JJ left empty-handed, while Tien now has his way to path up to the top side. So Lyric, a slower start to the early game, but again, just those small micro advantages as Wayward getting a trade onto Flandre.
You know, I want to say it makes sense, though. I feel like typically, not always, definitely wasn't true yesterday, but typically as the series progresses, like, the stakes get higher, right? Because it's like, okay, we're on match point now. We don't want to make a mistake. And typically you take a bit of a step back in terms of plays that, you know, plays that could work out, but maybe it's like a 60-40 or something along those lines. You're like, okay, we don't want to risk our series on this play going wrong.
I think top esports are the team, though. You know, out of any team, they'd be like, well, if there's a 55% chance, if there's that extra 5 on top of it, we will take it. And in front of Herald, maybe this is the play, Lyric.
They're going to go right now. The ultimate actually just timed out. It's not going to be available.
And look, JJ's in as well. That's a flash from Flandre on top of Knight, though. He's stunned up. Double stun with Jackie Love off on the wing. That Yumi ult massive here. The Scout's getting targeted down, and Wayward picks up the first kill. Low health bars as Viper can play around with that. And JJ comes in for the steal. Not much top esports can do. It's Scout dying for the Herald, but the Herald is denied from EDG.
TES able to find the kill. Feels like all that matters at the end of the day. We're just going to get back to lanes and probably back to just trading up and farm. And now, with no Herald, Dragon up on the map, you expect teams to kind of start switching that vision down towards that bottom side. We'll go straight into the replay to see how it all pans out. Sadly for Knight, now no ult available. So EDG see their time to fight. They try and send everyone in. Flandre jumping in on the back line. But you pointed out the ult able to come out from Mar. Doesn't even connect and pushing Jackie Love back. So they focus down the Azir with Wayward jumping over the wall and easily find that kill.
Scuttlecrab, the only victim of the Weaver's Wall. Sorry, the Emperor's Divide from Scout there as well. So nice little touch up at the end of the fight. As you said, the only thing that matters is the fact that top esports got the play, got the kill, considering that Rift Herald was denied in the end as well. 200 local gold, let's not forget, at 12:15, as you know, we are giving more for the objective bounties, or rather the objectives themselves. Jackie Love might be walking into certain danger. 2v2 begins here, but not much more. And Lyric, you know, with that early gold as well, it went to Wayward, who was already doing pretty well in this Gnar matchup in the top side.
We highlighted that Gnar they're connected, right? In the other side 1v1, you're kind of fine. You try and tether on your range. It's JJ!
It's a double flash with the Crescent Guard as well. Teleport's coming in, and that's going to be Knight joining the party. Tien needs an Arctic Assault with ulti, but ulti's not available, and that might just give top esports a window to finally pick up this first dragon.
Top esports having multiple members down towards this bottom side. If EDG walk through there on jungle and try to commit, they're going to have to be careful for Tien's ultimate. EDG did trade jungle flash for AD carry, so now, you know, you could look to make return plays to try and take down Jackie Love. But for now, Jackie Love's going to be just fine.
He's getting close to getting that first plate in the bottom side as well. On top of the Dragon, it would be a nice piece of gold here from Top Esports. Tien left by himself on the Dragon, though. Mako and Viper Lyric are roaming. So, he might need a bit of help. We might need a little bit of help. Mako's just running into him. He's got level 6. Poke onto Tien, and I guess Knight is going to be providing the backup if need be.
I was going to say, you look at the minimap, you see where JJ is. There's really no chance of them collapsing on this. It would be very easy for Jack 11 Mark to match that roam over from bot side anytime. Speaking of bot side, Knight making his way down now, so Viper and Mako are going to have to be careful to back off.
Really nice dismount from Mark. Blocks away the Ultra Shock Laser. And that extra bit of damage coming through from Viper. Again, Carry Yumi is in progress. 1 stack on the Dark Seal Lyric. It begins. It begins now, brother. Those Prowling projectiles are going to hurt like hell. And, you know, Top Esports in the early game, this is what we talked about at the start of the day. If you missed out on our opening segment, for TES, it really is about the lanes. You know, more so than EDG. We talk about the CSD. We're getting that in the top side. We were getting a bit of that in the mid lane here from Knight on this Silas. And even in the jungle now, Tien has started to take over Lyric. So we're kind of back to square one.
Especially for Knight, right? I mean, pick this matchup. We saw it was rough in those first few levels, but comes online and is able to take advantage of the fact when they find the kill to force the wave in and stay up in CS the whole time. Does have a wave to catch right now to try and even that out, but Scout now putting in a ton of pressure in this mid lane. TS are the team that have complete vision control, especially down towards the bottom half of the river. But you look at their control wards on both sides, you're going to have to see EDG, Mako linking up with JJ and starting to take some control. But oh, Scout, you're in trouble, buddy.
Yeah, he is. The turns there. It's a 3 versus 2. There's a good shuffle back, but guess what Knight just took up? He has the flash available, and Tien, if he can close the gap, but will not. There's the shifting sands out of Scout. Just burned his TP to get here, Lyric, as you're talking about, so now just has to back off yet again.
And that was the play we were setting up when we hit level 6, right? Of Sejuani, you just wait in the wings, jump in, throw the Glacial Prison, and then have the Silas able to follow up. Like back in the day when we'd always have Camille Sejuani in top lane and the lane gank would come through and it'd be hard to escape. Luckily for Scout, though, he did have Mako waiting in the wings to give him just enough durability with the Wild Growth for him to be able to get out of this scot-free, because there it is. Initial ult comes down. They're able to follow up with the ultimate from Yumi, but Scout still gets the Emperor's Divide up. Wild Growth comes out and manages to survive.
And Scout going back, not missing too much, it seems, in the mid wave, as he just had to walk this one out. But I'm kind of wondering what's next, Lyric, because those items are starting to come through. We've had a late Dragon yet again, as per the story of this series, it feels like. Top Esports still in with the lead, still with the first Dragon. And we were talking a lot about these 6 points, but also first item now for Knight. He's level 11. Everfrost is available. Wayward getting close to his first item as well as an attempt to gank Top's top side. But we will have a lot of power coming through on Summoner's Rift. It feels like almost for both teams.
And we have Rift Herald coming up in about 50 seconds, so both teams going to be angling for that. But looks like Tien going to look for a player on bot first. But sadly, Super times out. They do have a red ward available, but now going to be spotted.
So as he walks away, the dismount comes through, and Mark just goes back to his 80 carry. I'm glad you pointed out at the timer of the Herald on the top side, but still, we're seeing everyone group up bot. Things are going down as we're actually going to get a 1v1 on the top side, but Flandre can't really take any further as Wayward just chases it down, autos him through. A bit of frustration for Flandre as he has to sit there and watch. I was more concerned about the minimap, Lyric, because Top Esports are really trying to amp up the pace of this 4th game. With all the pings going down, keep trying to revolve around Tien.
They're trying to find that pick onto Viper and Mako. They have not been able to set them down whatsoever so far. They've been playing respectfully. JJ constantly hovering his Wayward. Is he going to go for it?
Just auto him to death, it seems. Out of turret range, wait for the next wave. Flandre's going to back, and Wayward still has flash available. No Mega Gnar as it's just timed out. The Flandre will get out of his safety. He's got TP as well, guys, so won't be too hard for him to get back in. And Lyric, it's a 2-kill game. It's only 16, 17 minutes in. It's a slower one. But you and I were talking about 80 carries here. We were talking about some of the speed ups. And again, I just don't have time, do I? Tien's just back again, ready to slam his face with an ulti. He misses Mako, but Mako might have to burn a flash to get out alive. Wild Growth comes first, but Knight now spotted on the horizon. Is it too late for this Lulu? Knight might be saying yes with him. Skonda ducked in, down, will drop. And Knight picks up the kill. 3-0 for Top Esports. This time it's going to be 30 seconds in front of the Dragon as they find that pick in this game.
And both teams just prioritizing this bot side so heavily that this Herald's now been up for quite a while. And oh my god, JJ.
It's just walking the
right
wrong
into
way. Everfrost, very ulti. Sparks ready, Knight. And Spark for Knight, a 2-0 on the Silas lyric. I am so glad he picked this.
And we are finally starting to see a bit of action come into the game as both teams kind of just leaning around that bottom side. Wayward has been fine up in that top 1v1. We saw last time around him, you know, able to chunk out Flandre enough to then start putting some damage onto that turret. Now with the kills coming bot, another turret picked up for TS, and it looks like it will be a dragon as well. So it's taken some time, but Top Esports finally getting a nice bit of a gold injection.
Time's okay when Civ is on your side. Let's look again, Lyric, because Tien started this with a miss.
And you could tell, like, Top Esports wanted this so bad. Both teams committing to play around the bot side. And then Final Chapter going to come out from Mark. Tien even following through with the flash. And they're like, no, we need action now. As on the bottom left hand of our screens, EDG be able to pick up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they are. That's happening in live. JJ walked over a ward, by the way. Took the long way around and thought he was safe. So that's just a bummer here from the jungler of EDG. 2 kills over tonight. I mean, this is a big Silas. Almost with his second item picked up, Lyric. He's got a Dark Seal of his own. And the race is on for who can stack it the quickest here. As Top Esports are showing us a pretty solid early game. As we said, it's been slow. But let's be real. Sifa, Sejuani, Lyric. Jacula might be quiet, but he is giving time to succeed in this game too.
That's the thing, right? You kind of look at both sides. We have Zeri, Azir on one side. You have a Silas, a Sejuani, a sit like these champions that, as the game progresses, do incredibly well. So looking fine to take it at this more tempered pace and look for opportunities. And now Top Esports finally starting to push that momentum forward a little bit, aggressing into the enemy topside jungle. And oh, they're even committing TPs.
It's a double one, though. It's going to be defensive from EDG as Wayward has no Mega Narbar. Scouts running on in, wants a shuffle, but they're out of harm's reach as EDG still try to poke them down, but it's nothing really up on the top side. 30 seconds till powered, Lyric, simply to try and push this game forward, as you were saying.
For Top Esports, I think, hoping to find that pick on the Flandre, maybe coming enough members quick enough to reburst him out and just get the hell out of Dodge. But not able to do so that time with EDG already waiting. You're right, round 2!
Double down, Top Esports will not retreat. Wayward this time has the Mega Gnar, that could be the difference. The Scout's ulti is also available too, so Top Esports again will back off. But Lyric, I reckon give it 30 seconds and let's see if they come back.
These teams are just matching each other pound for pound wherever pressure is. JJ was on bot, Tien was on bot. Those plays come through. Same story up here in top lane. And it's fine when it's leaving JackeyLove in a place where he's able to get damage down onto this turret, but still nice gold traded back. And with no dragon up for, you know, quite a while, Baron the only thing on the table. TS already a vision up towards that side, so they don't really need to care much. It feels like EDG now going to want to try and reclaim some of this territory, try and make sure no shenanigans.
And starts with the Herald, doesn't it? Because the Herald has been taken, the second one for EDG, but needs to be used. We're 20 minutes into the game and JJ just looking for a place to use it, Lyrica. Because right now EDG don't have any turrets. Breaking open the map feels like a nice step here in the game that's coming up.
Especially mid, you can already see pings coming down, but they're going up against the Sivir. They know it's quite hard to deal with the wave clear that she brings. So without a Herald, I'm going to have to wait for potentially you winning a fight to be able to get this one. So I like that they drop it just to get it low enough to where even if one member ever gets picked off right, EDG can commit man advantage to mid, get the damage down on this turret, and start piling this lead home. Which, speaking of leads, JackeyLove now, Phantom Dancer in pocket.
Oh, yeah.
So being at least a little bit ahead of Viper, who, you know, he might have a second item on back as well.
He's close too, right? And you were saying before, like, EDG also have late game threats, and he does have the Phantom Dancer to answer your question. But you were mentioning that for EDG, like Azir, Zeri, even though there's Renekton on the team, like, there is a solid front line and a lot of tools for a Zeri/Azir pop-off fight.
And we're kind of in the same realm that we were last game in terms of formations, right? EDG definitely wanting their enemies right in front of them, happily fighting either in a lane or like right square in the middle of river, to where Scout and Viper put out damage from a safe distance, the rest of the members playing bodyguard, to where for TS, you're looking at what angles Wayward or Knight can come in on. If they can secure deep wards, choke EDG out of vision, and bring Knight in on those flanks, they'll be happy.
A bit of an engaged tried mid though. JackeyLove with a great spell shield timing, and you won't have to burn anything else after the fact. I like that you talked about that, because that means we've swapped around conditions as we get a pause. They say JackeyLove can't spell shield that quickly. What's going on? We'll find out what's happening here, folks. Don't worry. It's a game 4. Go get a cup of tea, Lyric. I've taken off the chef's jacket and...
I just love how the game is slow, and we come out to see Wayward pretty much sleeping.
He's like, dude, I'm playing Nara again. You know? It's not a Jax, it's not a Fiora, it's a Nara. So we're on recline. Tissues to block out the eyes so that the blinding lights don't come through. And ref's like, put your chair up. Put your chair up. We're about to go back in. That could be.
We also got to remember these are the guys feeling the pressure, right? These are the guys that are potentially one dramatic team fight loss into a Baron play.
True.
That like they're feeling the fire. Now EDG are pushing forward, and guess what? TS aren't out of playoffs, but they drop down to that lower bracket situation where then potentially, you know, you're staring in the eyes of a possible elimination. So definitely them feeling pressure to where EDG are the team with that wiggle room.
It's crazy because if Top Esports were to lose the series, they still have themselves 130 points. They still look good to qualify for Worlds, but the fact it's not guaranteed, that's what matters here. They get to semifinals, they lock in top 3, Lyric, and they lock in their chance to go to Worlds yet again. But against EDG, right now, our 2021 World Champions want to make a strong return. We were saying if EDG were able to win this, it's confirmed that this team is back with the run that they've had now. We return to Summoner's Rift. Sorry for the pause, folks, but don't worry. We're getting some aggression to make up for it as here we go, engage over the wall! Even the Observer didn't see that coming. Tian just comes out of nowhere. It's a good shuffle, though, from Scout to buy the space. And Lyric, this is what you're talking about. Viper and Scout given breathing room to auto, but Top Esports don't walk into harm's way after getting the trade onto JJ.
Yeah, we saw the formation, right? EDG love that. You right in front of them, it's fine. But now Top Esports threatening another dive.
We've come back out of the pause and players like, man, we're awake now. Chair off the recline and Wayward is ready to body Flandre. You can see over the wall the threat is there as Lyric in a turret goes down 2. One massive push off the back of the pause, and Top Esports are almost 5,000 gold ahead.
5,000 gold ahead. They're staring into the eyes of being on Soul Point as it looked like they were taking Dragon at the same time. And you hit it. Observer not expecting this. I was not expecting this. JJ for sure did not see it coming as ult comes through. But after the Emperor's Divide disengage happens, you can see Viper able to throw out that damage and kind of keep them at bay. Or Top Esports regroup. Get the solid push down that mid. Get 2 turrets. And there it is, Soul Point. So maybe now we're staring into the eyes of a Game 5? Am I cursing it?
I don't know. Well, look, maybe. But Mako is walking in blind
Oh,
here,
we're not cursing
what
it.
tells you Wild Growth's going to be used by Knight, at least taken away. He solo kills amidst the whole team. TP in from EDG as Knight has to deal with the rest of them, trying to take out Viper on the way. He gets the Immortal Shield Bow off as the big shutdown for Viper. So worth so far, Lyric, if EDG can get out.
I'm surprised Top Esports even have the confidence to try to run some of these members down. They are going to be able to escape as we Oh no, maybe not.
Well, JJ is lucky enough. He crescent guards as well and manages to find his way out. Lyric, as you were saying, for EDG, I mean, look, Viper got the shutdown. The Zeri got the shutdown. Not too bad.
No, now, you know, getting closer to those items coming online. Both AD carries trying to make it to that 3rd item mark. Be able to start breaking open this game. You can see Jackulov already incredibly close to that Infinity Edge coming online. And Top Esports have done a solid job at keeping up vision around this top side, with Baron being the only thing on the cards. EDG do have vision down of their own to spot out where they are, but with Top Esports having the Sivir that can just constantly clear waves, you know it just sets up for TS to easily turn to this river and start clearing out some of the information that EDG have.
That Infinity Edge so close with the components you see in Jackulov's inventory. Top Esports trying to take us to a Game 5. We didn't queue up Marksy. Yet again, I ask every time we approach a Game 5 in LPL. But obviously, he's not available. It's very late in NA, as you told us, Lyric. And for Top Esports to take us there, it's got to be a clean round out. Knight getting caught out before giving over a lot of gold, that's not the way. But maybe it'll be easier as he heads up towards the Banshee's Veil to enable him to be even more aggressive, as we've already seen. Now, Lyric, look at this setup from TES and walk me through the steps here for them to pull the trigger. Hang on.
QR, there we go.
Lyric, nicely done. You should maybe be the jungler coming up next as well. Tien just launches.
You know, I feel like you don't have to see that happen to be like, okay, they're waiting around a wall, they have a Sejuani Q into the R, try and find that pick, not able to do so.
Okay, well, Jackulov steps in pretty deep. Flandre trying to defend top side. Wave a bit far away You look at mid as EDG have to use Viper to defend. So right now, Lyric, it looks like Top Esports are trying to pull EDG all across the map thin.
Trying to spread them apart because they do have that Gnar, who, like, even more so now, right, able to do well in that side. Heck, both Sylas and Gnar, champions that are fine, that are comfortable, that enjoy the side lane.
Yep.
Whereas Zir, I mean, you can clear and you have safety because, right, you have that mobility, you can clear from a range, but still, you yourself cannot really aggressively push out waves. Kind of same story with the Renekton. You can maybe get away just fine, but you know you're not going to be able to compete in that 1v1. So TES have been doing a nice job of using the side lane pressure they have to pull apart that composition from EDG, because that's what opens up the angles we were talking about for Knight to be able to find his way in on a backline, or for Wayward to do the same.
Collapse on in, crunch time for Top Esports as well in those fights. And Lyric, a minute 45 until we get to the sole point that EDG have to fight anyway. In the open space, well, will Top Esports give it to them? Because in a closed space, Top Esports can take a fight, and even here, running at EDG, they have to back away. Lyric, it's an infinity edge now for Jackie Love, by the way. Viper went LDR, so these ricochets, the cameraman spotting out that they are going to be the focus.
And Jackie Love, like, having the ability to go towards that, to where for Viper, you look on the opposing side, right? Wayward, TN, both these guys going to be incredibly tanky. Knight also having the Zanyas, so I think good call from Viper to try to maximize the damage, just because he knows, you know, a lot of times he's going to be hitting front line. It isn't just going to be like a duel between him and Jackie Love on the opposing side.
So much of the front line too as well. EDG moving towards River. A minute to go as Top Esports still stand strong towards mid. 5 of EDG are here. Not sure if they're spotting out Flandre for now, but look at Wayward, look at Scout, or rather Knight coming in for the angles. Jedge has already popped the ulti, but Knight's here, Wayward's here as well. They just need a Mega Gnar as Knight has an ulti. Uses it early, no! EDG stands strong for now, as Knight had the opportunity to blast into a game 5, but now his hijack's down as Wayward is going into Mega Gnar. This is Scrappy. They're trying to turn on him. Knight comes in for the flank. Everfrost is good value. He's going to buy time. Goes Goblin Viper's down. The god of EDG is dead. Jackie Love flashes forward into Scout. This Shiver is throwing his boomerang, and he don't even need it back.
And for Top Esports now, Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, Baron on the table. It looks like they're even going to go for both, keeping Wayward a Dragon, moving the other members up to the Baron, knowing it's very possible that EDG look to come contest. But EDG, it wouldn't surprise you if they just start making their way down towards Drake and preventing Wayward from doing this.
How quickly is it going down, though? Jeje moving in with a smite. He's buying time. He's going to take the 1v1, though. Jeje jumps in with a TP to help out EDG's jungle. But look at Wayward with Knight on the wing. Scout might have joined in, but that's a Mega Gnar, and you don't mess with Mega Gnar while the rest of Top Esports are at the Baron. Wayward going in himself. He's so confident, Lyric.
I love him as well. Just constantly, like, slowly walking forward, kind of taunting them right in their faces. And now, gonna try and get here in time to be able to contest this Drake. And we got the Hex Gates on the Rift, so you know they'll be able to get here in time, and EDG won't be able to slip this one away, as Wayward making his way back as well.
Not going to end with the Hex Gate on the enemy side. Flandre's there as well. Knight spots him out. All members of EDG here as Knight steals away the Crescent Guard. Wayward's joined in, but there's no Mega Gnar bar. Keep note of that as EDG try to deny the soul, but for Top Esports, they turn for the fight to take us to a game number 5. Knight now on top of Flandre, trying to carry on his famous Sylas. Jeje's down. No jungler. That's free soul as Jackie Love returns to the conversation. We've been talking up Viper, but now it's Jackie's turn once again.
Jackie Love on the Sivir is able to show up, and now for TES, they got the Baron, they got the Soul, they can push down the base, they can look to bring us to that Game 5.
Game 5 against our first seed versus our world champions. Top Esports wanting that world seed badly. You have seen EDG run through the bracket, but with the debut today, Top Esports show us that first seed demands respect. In the battle of gods in the bottom lane, we start talking about Jackie again. And that Game 5 is going to show up or show out as we round out Top Esports versus EDG.
They are now one singular game away from guaranteeing their spot at Worlds. All they need to do, show up for 30 more minutes, and they make, you know, a dream a reality. You pointed it out. only been to Worlds in 2020, like, had a respectable showing, making it up to top 4, but a team like TES, especially their caliber in that summer split when they won, were aiming for the championship.
Yep.
And now, going to get the chance to look for it again. And heck, what a way to be able to at least make it to upper bracket final, right? Going through the current world champions who just ran through RNG, just ran through FPX.
And a team that looked like they were going to probably run through top esports as well. Game 1 dominant, game 3 clean as well with Viper's Angle. But game number 4, Lyric, that skirmishing, that bloodlust, top esports, continuing to push a lead. I think the most interesting thing about this team is once they start building momentum, they don't slow down. They speed up, they speed up, they speed up, and they always double down even if they make a mistake.
They really do. And I mean, at least this game, like you said, like, this game, a lot slower pace. Both teams, it seemed like kind of testing the waters of where they can look for early ganks or find early opportunities, not overcommitting too much in either way until things like the Glacial Prisons come out, and then we start to see like these plays start to mount up.
Yeah.
But yeah, just great showing from TS, great showing from everyone on the LPL caster team other than you, because you're the only one who didn't predict 5 games.
I said 3-1 top esports. That's true. That's very, very true.
Everyone else at least went to 5 games, whichever way it goes.
That's okay. We haven't worked out what the caster bet is for losing predictions. We went anything from like, I probably won't say that one on broadcast. Shui of warm beer, noodles. Everyone knows Borat. We'll leave that one there, but a PG version. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a game 5, and let's be real, Lyric. This one definitely started with Knight Silas, but it did feel like, as we were talking about, Jackie hit that 3-item point, and top esports got these confined spaces where Jackie got to roam free and just hit forever.
Jackie got to do as he pleased. Knight was putting on so much pressure jumping in. Mark once again just had like some really good ultimates. That ultimate in the last fight, it locked down both Flandre and Jejin. I don't believe any of the other 3 members like walked forward enough to really feel threatened because Wayward was zoning them off. And just a really nice job by TS to recognize that window, to have Wayward zone, to have Knight move over and make sure that EDG can't just rush that Drake, to allow for the fight to come through so they can get this far. And I mean, we've seen it now, right? We've seen the uncontrollable, unstoppable Xerxes come out. We've seen Xerxes be able to be stopped and be pounced on because of the strength of the team around it. And now TS find their win on blue. This feels like a series that could potentially come down to the side selection, as EDG now in a loss are going to get to pick side in game 5.
I know there was only 1 kill, but it's just always crazy to see 100% kill participation. Probably easier, Lyric, when there's only that one, but you never see full 100%. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, there's one song in the League of Legends community. You either love it or hate it. It attaches itself to a game number 5. We don't have Mark Z, but we do have Silver Scrapes waiting for you as we go to a game 5 for top esports to try and secure themselves worlds, for EDG to return to a semi-finals and return to the League of Legends community with a lot of fear. Lyric, we throw to the break and we get amped up for this one.
No matter who you ask, every player has one shared desire: to lift trophies. And playoffs is your chance to make that dream into a reality.
I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to... They're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports.
If the meta hits that style, they can win like MSI, right? If the meta's a little bit off from that style, they can still make that style work.
I actually feel like JDG are the team out of these 3 that are the most versatile in terms of who can carry. Is V5 doomed? Like, this should have been a team that we 100% saw at Worlds. And now, I mean, I see a lot of people not even putting them in their top 4.
The LPL are kings again.
Try and get a range of that play, but in with the gravity of the Infernum, in fact, on the Moonlight Vigil. Yucal onto Gala, wants a solo kill for himself, but Gala just turns it around, and Yucal has to flee. And now RNG, once again at a disadvantage, once again find the play. V5, they have just domineered. They get a
God.
full ignite.
Oh my
That's
God.
But your fate has been sealed, Shing, and you have nowhere to go. Flandre's just too damn big.
Playoffs is where your year culminates. You may have dominated the regular season. You may have us thinking you're the best in the region. But if you don't show up in playoffs, will anyone really remember? So whether you're looking to reclaim former glory or prove yourself on the biggest stage, show up and be remembered.
They already forced a flash out. They've already got first blood. Weibo.
Man, I'm so mind blown by Ygaldi's split. Like,
I was gonna say.
He's not even just being like a good role player or like good for him. He is actually carrying game.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See you later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off.
Jaculov with an insane performance on the Sipper. This is why we highlighted this guy coming into the day.
感觉这个赛季就选手到教练组都是比较努力的去训练吧，然后我自己的发挥的话就还行吧。我觉得我们的话就
打好自己吧，然后好好训练，因为前4的队伍应该每个队都会打。期待的话就是能拿冠军。
Mark, literally no emotion. You know, serial killers have more emotion, Lyric. He's so focused on the prize because Mark is now at a game 5, right? And Top Esports coming this far. A surprise after how we started the series with EDG dominance. TES have fought back, Lyric. It's a pleasure to have you in a game 5 after listening to 10 minutes straight of Silver Scrapes. And I think this series is delivered in many different ways.
I mean, it has, right? We have the best team coming out from the regular season against a team that has shown up the best so far in playoffs, in my opinion.
Yep.
Going the distance too, like godly AD carries. Both have won worlds. We have, you know, an MVP of the split coming out in Tien. And speaking of that guy, he picks up the MVP. Great performance coming out on the Sejuani. We talked about, like, early on, not too much going on, but once he was able to get involved, kind of work his way into enemy jungle, Glacial Prison online, that's when a lot of the action started going forward.
I mean, it's crazy, right? Because in the early game, Lyric, we talked a lot about what Tien could do. I feel like we watched Tien get zoned out quite a bit by JJ, but he caught up. His ultimate's great. Level 6 on the dot. Tien starts getting proactive towards mid, giving Knight a bit of space. And, Lyric, I think we saw the benefit of the mid lane melee matchup, the Permafrost passive, and the Yuumi being able to attach, where Top Esports linked up so quickly in that 4th game.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked great, right? And the fact that, like you said, that coming from the start of game 1, where it just looks so dire, the fact that they've been able to bounce back has been huge. And now for them, right, 1 game away from qualifying for Worlds. On the other side for EDG, maybe not the same Worlds implications there, but being able to get back to that upper bracket, like semifinal, and try to push to being first seed, like they did before, and be able to pick up a world championship. So a lot in the line for both teams.
Oh, I mean, we're heading up semifinals. The winner of this series goes to semis, whether it is Top Esports who lock in Worlds or EDG who lock in yet another showing of dominance here. Even if it goes to game 5, well, even if it's, you know, as we know, it has gone to game 5, Lyric. My point is that EDG will lock in the fact that this team is probably going to Worlds, is probably going to scare a lot of these international teams with the performances that we've seen so far. Semi-finals on the line, game 5, here we go. Into pick ban, Lyric, and EDG, as you said before the break, they lost, so they got to choose blue side here.
And we can already see adaptations from the last time these teams were on these sides. Top Esports, last time around on Red, didn't ban out the Lucian. EDG were able to get it, and we saw that dominant showing coming out in game 3. This time around, EDG also going to slightly change. Trundle going to be left open, as well as things like the Azir. So for EDG, I mean, typically Vi is what you'd expect here, but I feel like you take Vi when Zeri's open, you have like that guaranteed lockdown onto an AD carry that is so mobile and so hard to deal with. Now EDG can have options in terms of what they can look for. They always could go back to something like the Wukong, or no. With 2 of these priority AD carry bans, looks like this could be the call. And funnily enough, something we haven't talked about today is like the lack of Kalista that we've seen prioritized by either of these teams.
Both these players love it as well. Like Top Esports, only 3 games, but you know, especially Viper, who's pulled it out already, even once in playoffs. It's a good point, Lyric, because now we have the Aphelios coming in. We haven't seen that today either, with the fact that Viper even has a world skin on it. So we get something different from Top Esports, but now I'm kind of curious as to what gets into the partnership with it, with Renata and Yuumi already being banned away.
You have something like the Trundle available. I think now that the enemy is already showing Tom Kench, it could dissuade you from wanting to go from like a single target lockdown-esque jungler like the Vi that we hit on earlier. I'm curious to see once we go back to TES side if they go towards like Senna, or if we get maybe something old school, more traditional like the Jinx coming through. But there's the Trundle now for EDG. You'd expect getting to look at their support options. If you want something more like aggressive in terms of the 2v2, you always could go towards the Lulu, something we've seen paired with the FLs before. Or the Braum would also be like a more passive lane that could potentially see a better 4 team fights.
But Lyric, what's curious to me is the fact that this Trundle hasn't been open in all 4 games of this series so far. It has been a constant first side ban, or rather first 3 rotation ban. So for JJ getting this champion, already a big boon, with Top Esports looking for a response. Jacket loves 80 carry pool. Lucian down, Zeri down, Lyric, like Jinx is there, but maybe going for the Senna?
I was going to say, it's Senna or Jinx, I feel like, what has to come out. They also did highlight the Varus, which we have seen. I think it was back in the regular season. We've seen it a few times, but they do opt into the Senna. So both teams so far, Game 5, and it is Scaling City coming through. TES already setting up with some like good peel to be able to come through from things like the Wild Growth and the Trundle Pillar to try and buy space for Viper in these team fights. And it's kind of funny after such a stellar performance from Jackie Love. Like, sure, later on, Jackie Love will be a huge threat depending on how many of those souls he's able to get in his pocket. But setting up for maybe a stronger top side to be able to come out early. And my God, these bans are coming through quickly.
Oh, they are. They want to get through it, right? It's a Game 5, and further to your point, the fact that Jackie Love's not going to be an early game focus is such a different direction. And so if they're looking towards the top side, Lyric, the Ornn band away here, the Fiora by EDG, it looks like they are targeting Wayward and Knight with these final ones. I'm curious to see who they leave counterpick for.
Me too, because we do still have like so many of those big mid lane picks left open, but you always could opt into something, you know, safe. Gwen still being available, Gnar, and again, try and set up your top side for success. I think bringing something that does have more capabilities in terms of like damage and what it's able to do, whether it's a Gwen with the sustain it brings instead of kind of enabling that, or if they even went a different route in Wayward, went on to more of a carry pick, would be pretty interesting, but doesn't seem like the plan.
Again, Gnar, one of his most played, and he's going to finish the series off with that. So, Lyric, we have quite a bit of engage, but we have Knight for the counter pick in the Game 5 that matters most. For EDG now, Scout has to show his cards. Flandre has to show his cards. What's it going to be when you don't have your Azir available?
That is a great question, right? Because typically it has been things like the Lissandra Prio being so incredibly high. You always could look towards it, but I feel like EDG's comp, a lot more setting up, not necessarily to have to run into what top esports are doing, providing even Kennen, a champion who we know loves to go in, can come in from things like flanks, but also when you're up against a composition that runs in, just as great at opening the Slicing Maelstrom. But with the lack of agency on the rest of the map, seems like this is where Scout's angling towards.
Okay, the Lissandra again, Game 1. This is what blew the series wide open. This is what made EDG look one-sided. Our world champs returning on it, with Flandre back on the cannon too. It looks pretty promising here for EDG when we talk about their team fight, but Lyric, Knight's counter pick. That's what we're waiting for. Knight, it's Game 5. Give us something. The Talia here, Lyric, and he's going to try and get around early.
So going to be able to bring some damage, right? Talia, ever since the pseudo rework comes in, is a champion who brings a great deal of damage in the late game. Is going to do fine in terms of just clearing out those waves early on in mid to be able to match Scout. And then we kind of highlighted a lot of it. I think a lot of it going to be centered around the Wukong this game in terms of what Tien is able to do in the early game. And the man didn't pick up an MVP for no reason. For EDG, I feel like you're much more comfortable, especially with the bottom lane that you have. You also still have that same ability to move coming out from Scout. JJ, go mid, put a Trundle right behind the Talia. The threat of the Claw coming out from Scout can now force a flash from Knight. Like, definitely options coming out on both sides. And for TS, I feel like it's more about when the Weaver's Wall comes online.
Okay, well, Knight's ulti then, because the fact that it is on him, like, we've been talking a lot about Jackie Love Mark versus Viper Mako, the 2v2, and especially the 80 carries being gods in the LPL, the two best 80 carries in the LPL, and some of the best in the world. I'm not going to make a blanket statement here, Lyric, because I know I just want to see them on the world stage to see how they go up against others, but we know in the LPL, this is our top-tier talent. Viper with an edge here going up against the center, but we know that this game could come down to Knight versus Scout as well. We know that in a Game 5, top esports can qualify for Worlds with a win. EDG can lock in semifinals and bump their Worlds position and chances up a hell of a lot too. And make everyone remember the name of EDG from 2021. Make everyone fear the fact that EDG are looking like they're returning to Worlds. That's what happens with a win here. They're not eliminated with a loss. They go to the lower bracket, but staying up top, going to semi straight away, that would define your split and your year that you've worked so hard for. And in Game 5, it's one error, one game, one moment, one mistake, and one piece of success, as Summoner's Rift has never looked so gorgeous to round out this series of our double Elin.
And looking at these 80 carries, right? Viper coming in on the Aphelios. really the big damage dealer on his team. Like, Flandre going to be able to have huge impact with the Slicing Maelstrom, but once we get into the weeds of these extended fights, it's going to be up to Viper. Same could be said about Jacula, but also taking more of a backseat supportive role until he really gets a lot of those souls under his belt.
Yep.
So Knight, I think, going to take more of a prominent role in this game. We kind of already highlighted for the side of EDG. I think you do have lots of setup there for some of these ganks to come through. Just Scout being able to bring that CC, what the Pillar can do in terms against immobile champions, enforcing some of these flashes out early on. TS do also have, like, decent setup. They have a Wukong, but I think a lot more comes on when you hit that 6 mark because you have double global coming through, right? You have global on Jacula, global on Knight.
True.
So you could really do a lot to reinforce both lanes, or if they even wanted to look towards top and punish the Kennen when Wayward has those Mega Gnar windows.
We have a jungle invade, though, or at least a rather JJ getting spotted out, setting up for an invade as he tries to go to the other side of the map. Tien is in his top side right now, and JJ is going deep towards blue. As he goes towards these bottom side camps, Tien doesn't look like he's doing any cross-mapping himself, or rather, matching JJ Lyric, as I can finally speak my words. Blue buff on this side, and I think Tien's just going to be going to the enemy blue too.
With the fact that they spotted him out, they know what they're able to do. Just wanting to get a ward here, not really having the ability to stop him, especially since Viper and Mako already pushed the wave and started to roam. So I think good call by TES. Just get the ward down, see what JJ's plan is, while sticking around in lane. And JJ is coming to take everything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as you said, spotted out though, so Tien's already taken everything by himself too. And Lyric, while this cross-mapping goes on, before anything happens, I need to ask you quickly, I'm looking at EDG, I'm also noticing late-game setup, team fighting there as well. It does feel like the top esports, you know, we talked a little bit about their late-game elements, but Aphelios Lulu with the AoE, it's EDG's wheelhouse in a team fight.
I mean, I think both teams, right? It's gonna come down to so many factors. Like, we're gonna see if EDG, I mean, can they find the ability to get those same angles that Scout had earlier on? Slicing Maelstrom, how many targets does it hit? Wayward, I mean, he can influence with the Gnar ulti. So we're gonna have to get through this early game first, which, like we said, kind of leaning into what EDG do bring. We can see both bot and top already in winning positions.
Sure.
And if they can bring this into a strong mid game and make it hard for top esports to enter spaces, then you're already gonna be set up where you have control of vision. Scout has the angles to be able to find those same entry points as he did earlier on.
And in the series, it makes sense when we're talking about the lanes because both EDG and Top Esports are great laning teams. We talked about the CSDs for Top Esports. We talked about EDG usually coming out of a lane with a lead as well. It's been such a good game watching the transitions here as in game number 5, as you said, already looking at some of the leads in the bottom side with a push up here against the Senatam. Viper and Mako looking for early access to the plates, and we're only 4 minutes in, but that first plate's almost halfway down.
You know what's kind of funny is you talking about this, like, strong laning, win lane styles. Again, I remember asking, like, friends I have on other teams' coaching staffs last year, how, like, what they thought of EDG, and they'd say, like, oh, just win lane, win game. And I'd ask, like, hey, isn't that kind of disrespectful? That's all I do? He's like, no, they always win lane. So, you know.
As speaking of winning lane, hey, yeah, Flandre flashed away. Tien was spotted out on the ward, and Wayward just jumps him. A good timing of summoners there, Lyric, and Tien might be back for another visit.
Great job by TS to find this avenue. And just, right, these small differences able to come out. Like, sure, EDG have the pushes in these lanes, but that sets up the ganks to be able to come out from the side of TS. They also have mid lane prio to be able to play through a Knight. Knight and Scout both incredibly close to that level 6 point. And we know, especially for the Talia, that's when a lot more access starts to come through on the map.
Speaking of level 6, though, we might see Scout pick it up first because he has teleport in this lane. Lyric going to be using it now. Knight has taken Cleanse here. Unsealed Spellbook, but Cleanse for now as he has to roll back to lane himself. So kind of curious to watch Scout and if he can get that advantage and move across the map as we saw in game number 1. Because Lyric, we have to reminisce. This Lysandra pick in game 1 pretty much won it for them with the early kill bot.
Oh, 100%. If you miss game 1, Scout was so phenomenal finding, you know, multi-man stuns coming out from his W, locking them down, setting up with his ulti onto key targets. And this time around, he set up for the same. And you could see for EDG now, some pinks coming out around the mid lane. This is why I think Knight opted into Cleanse early, because he knows the pillar into the Scout engage place is going to come through.
As the Cleanse comes through, the pillar in the nick of time. If Knight didn't flash away, Lyric, he was dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the strength of this pairing specifically, right? Very easy to be able to set that up. It buys time for Scout to be able to go in, lock him down. So Knight having to burn both the cleanse and the flash. Now we're going to be looking at another potential repeat play able to come through, but this time around for the side of EDG.
Yeah, okay, so Flandre Summoner's down, Knight Summoner's down. Let's see who responds fastest as his ulti is now available, Lyric, so might still be able to move. As I'm watching Tien to see what his response play is. Looks like he was spotted on a ward in Pixel Brush for the time being.
Yeah, and the ping's coming down now for the side of TS, not wanting to allow that opening for Tien to make moves down towards the bot lane.
And lock down the jungler. Pillar's good, but for Tien, he's level 4 versus level 5. Flash on in. First blood to Scouts Lysandra yet again.
Great start coming out from EDG. Knight doing his best with the seismic shove to not allow JJ to enter, but manages to get through. He had his flash available, so always knowing he could close that gap. And EDG so far doing a great job of using the tools that they have coming out from this mid-jungle.
Such a good start. There's already a Fiendish Codex here on the Lysandra as we look at the replay, Lyric, and Chedge has been so aggressive so far on this Trundle.
Yeah, you can see Tien wanting to clear out that ward. I think he was trying to angle down towards Spot. Knows he can't be able to do it. And then Scout sees the opening, goes in, locks him down with the ulti. And Seismic Shove, Knight did his best, but Flash is there for Jejen. We know Tien is slowed, and it was very easy for them to be able to finish off that kill.
Early gold lead here for EDG. We talked a lot about them being able to snowball a little bit and then move into the mid-game, Lyric. And I think this is a nice start when we haven't even seen the roaming from the mid laners and moving across the map to influence the sides that we talked about heavily with Knight and Scout in this game fight.
I mean, this is where we're going to have to keep our eyes on that, right? Especially for Knight with where he wants to use that Weaver's Wall first.
Yep.
I think it'd be pretty nice to wait for the Cyclone to be able to come online for Tien. But looks like the engage is coming through and Knight's leaning over.
And Viper's by himself. There's no level 6 on the Lulu. The 2v2 from Jackie Love and Mark. It's a center time, but Mark just goes in. And this quadruple summoner, Lyric, from that 2v2 play.
Just great overall from TS. You remember, ever since Stomp Kench got changed and his ulti and his W got swapped around, now you do somewhat function as a champion with that all-in threat, just being able to look for the dive, which, speaking of, Tien now has Cyclone.
Just got 6, literally off the end of the wave. Scout not going to be engaged on those, so for top esports, it doesn't matter too much. As Herald starts, it's on a ward, Lyric, but for the time being, you can see top esports are pinging bot lane. Instead, just maybe want to make the gold trade as Flandre ultis in the top side onto Wayward, who's about to go to Meganar, but Flandre just with the slicing Maelstrom to threaten out, means the top side is under EDG's wing.
Exactly. I think he goes for that play just to make sure no shenanigans can come through. I don't think they spotted out that Tien was towards that bottom side. Just wanting to make sure they can't look for a play here and completely committing up towards his top side now that they have the Herald.
Mako slowing him down as well. Wayward just has to walk out and respect the trade. You look at bot, it's only one plate. Lyric, it's still a center Tom. So this is just going to be first turret blood.
Yeah, because, right, you have the Aphelios, they have Senna. You're pushing power so much faster, especially with the fact that they have the Crescendum online. We come back to topside, and that is actually now finally gone. But they've gotten enough work done to where they can drop the Herald and just get this first turret, committing Scout down to that bot lane to answer a wave. Tien, for his troubles, will pick up a Drake, so you're at least getting an advantage working towards that late game goal. But EDG with the more immediate power, and we hit on it earlier, right? If EDG start finding that lead, they're the ones who are going to be able to threaten control over a space. Like, if they make their way towards mid and get into river, I mean, TS will just have to back off, allow that control over. The vision comes out. This now sets up for those flanks to be able to come in from Scout and Flandre.
At least for top esports, getting the first dragon might throw some merit later on, but after that play in the top side, Viper was able to get Berserker Greaves, life still there, pickaxe as well, Lyric. This is going to be a first item pretty soon. And so Viper on his Aphelios in Game 5. He's got a world skin on this, by the way. I'm not even sure if he's using it, but it might not be important in the moment as EDG try to make a response play.
Oh yeah, Mako. So they have an idea of what's going on, but Tien waiting in the wings. Also, we can do a soul update now while it is on Senna. 38 souls as of 10 minutes. Gotta definitely keep tracking that one and, you know, see how big he gets, especially in regards to things like the bonus range able to come through. But for now, top esports bot lane will be just fine. And funnily enough, you know, earlier we had all those summoners going across from both sides. None of it was punished. Flandre and Knight both able to work their way back up to having those flash and having those same safety tools that they can now rely on.
While we bring up Knight's name again, I just want to see this Weaver's Wall in action, Lyric. He's hovered a little bit, but hasn't pulled the trigger. This could be the moment here where top esports try and find the fight. Knight now moving into brush, not spotted out.
Looks like they have a bit of a window too, because Midwave still hasn't even hit yet.
Here
They're
it
going
is.
for it.
But they're on the wrong side of the wall, so Knight's first one is no bueno. It's like a Felios, it's like a, Nocturne, Twisted Fate lyric. First couple of ones are important, and that time, Knight has shown that he's not going to get too much done. 2v2 though, in the mid lane, could be brewing up. Knight walking into Fog of War, but Scout's already out.
And for Knight, I mean, this is game 5. This is when, if you are a star player, you need to show up and you need to take control. We've seen it in an LPL Finals before. Thinking back to 2020, that game 5 Syndra was just so huge from him and what he was able to do. But then you think to Worlds that same year, and not necessarily bad performance, right? But not able to step up, take over games. I know the meta was a little bit wishy-washy for mids at that Worlds, but still, like game 5s and playoffs and big matches are where legends are made, or where your name, can be known.
I feel like for top esports, they need a better run at Worlds, right? They need another chance. If they can win this game 5, they will return to the world stage. The fact that Knight would get another chance after all these years in the LPL would be massive, but EDG standing in your way when they just won the last World Championship is such a hard task. And as we've seen, EDG have started off this game 5 early game quite well. As even tracking TN well is something we could say. It's not a war right now lyric as top esports push in the bottom side. They know he backed, and EDG are just beelining to the bottom lane now too.
How scuffed is that? That to make your run to Worlds, you have to beat the most current MSI winner, the most current Worlds winner,
Who
things like this.
are in form, somewhere when they weren't even in the regular season this good.
Yeah, I guess RNG were the opposite though, right? Most recent MSI champion weren't in form, or at least weren't able to show up against what EDG brought out yesterday. I don't want to take anything away from EDG because they just completely slaughtered RNG and made it look so easy the other day.
True.
And coming into this game, already finding themselves a nice start, about a 1.5k gold lead. We see all of their lanes doing well. Of course, they're going to win in bot, right, when you're going up against Tom, and Tom's one farming. Top side, they're behind slightly, but Flandre has really been the one absorbing pressure.
Lyric, that's Blade of the Ruined King on Viper. First item here for Aphelios. I mean, Gale Force is always the takeaway. This is just a different angle.
Yeah, this is quite, I know I was talking to Dagda the other day, and I guess buying Blade of the Ruined King first is one of the, known bugs in the game, where I think buying it later has less damage that comes out or something along those lines, but still quite, pretty weird to see it come out first item.
A different angle here, but hey, at the very least, while we're talking about first items, look across the board, Lyric. There are 4 fully completed items on EDG. Only 2 here for top esports, with one being an Umbral Glaive, so a bit of a power advantage 30 seconds before this next strike.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if why he's gone towards it, because can't really see the logic there. Is EDG are going to try and get control over this bottom side. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, maybe even able to find a play in bot lane.
They're trying to poke them down first. Top esports using Jackie Lovers. Viper just stepping up to mark. This is good damage. Blade of the Ruined King getting effect, but over the wall, Scout comes on in. Locks down Jackie Love. EDG, though, can't finish the job. The counter punches. Jackie Love ults the wrong way in a game 5. Wayward cleans it up, but now are they going to be punished? Flandre, his ult is bigger, and EDG step on up. Jackie Love, why? Our god tier 80 carry Lyric ulted the wrong way.
But EDG were able to take advantage. Heck, we didn't even need an ult to come out from Viper, and now going to be able to turn to the Drake, amassing themselves that pretty much a 3k gold lead. EDG in such a comfortable position in this early game.
Oh, man. EDG coming in clutch. Lyric, hard to overlook it, but we'll look at the replay and I'll let you break this down because this was a close fight, never, to say the least.
EDG committing more members first, right? Knight's still in the mid lane, so they're just trying to brute force their way in. Since it's a preset play, they're able to get their TP in first as well. And Mark saving Jackie Love. But there it is, the ult going backwards. Sadly, Tien also forced out. And by the time Wayward gets in, not too much able to be done. Kind of just staggering in one by one, allowing for the initial core 3 to get health bars low. And then once Flandre gets in, it's like, okay, slicing Maelstrom, numerous targets already at 20% HP, and then the other members getting split up and rushed down. when you're the team that sets up a play, right, it allows you to be able to bring TPs in first, to rotate members down first, where you saw for top esports there, Wayward TPing in a little bit later, and then Knight ulting in way, way later to be able to get involved in the skirmish. So overall, nice foresight by EDG to force the play, which gave them the advantage.
I mean, massive one for Flandre. This is a 2-in-1 Kennen Lyric, and you talk so much about this composition transitioning into the mid game if they had a lead. Well, they've got one, and it's solid here with almost 3,000 in their back pocket. You even look at top lane in a turret. Flandre was just about to solo that as Wayward got a trade on the bottom side, but EDG in a comfortable position in this game 5, and with Herald going down mid lane as well, Lyric, it looks like EDG aren't done yet.
No, gonna look to keep going, but at least gonna be forced away for now. The charge will still come through, but I feel like they've accomplished their goal. They were able to drop the Herald. They got waves pushed up in top side. They even got some beat vision down in the top jungle from TES. So gonna have information on where they are and potentially look for more opportunities to go in, because you can see now, Stang is this 4-man squad. You have Scout down in bot lane. Scout has TP advantage, so Wayward feeling really threatened. You can see him going back and forth in the bot side jungle. Do I stay bot, or do I go cover my team up in top side?
And look how scattered they are in total. I mean, Tien now by himself. Good blast code usage onto Jeje. Kind of saves his life if Jeje wanted to make the turn. But now Knight is going to be moving up to the top side and has to be careful in melee range too. Tien just waiting this one out, Lyric, as he clears away yet another camp, takes away more gold from top esports, whose backs are closer to the wall here in this final game. And Lyric, I have to elaborate just a little bit here as we look towards mid lane and look towards a potential 3v2 with the TP coming in. EDG going to force this one out. Scout with the Glacial Path, lock it in. Jackulov, he gets Mark instead. The root down, the pillar as well. Mark is hit hard, and Viper with his second kill. EDG are bringing the pace in this final game.
And sadly, in the last game where TES can get that world spot, everything is just falling around them. EDG performing great, keeping up this pressure in topside. They had the TP that we talked about, bring Scout up, and now funneling these waves, and it's going to be another turret over to EDG.
That's so much gold. The inner turret, the value for Flandre, he's going to take that himself, Lyric. 600 gold, 50 for the rest. 2-item cannon on the horizon. As you said, for top esports, they're now 5,000 gold down. It's gone from bad to worse in the final hour for this team.
Yeah, sadly for Jackulov and Mark, they come through. You don't see the focus go on to Jackulov. They do just want to take out the Tahm Kench from the get-go. And I mean, still even able to get a good amount of damage on Jackulov to where he has to back off. No really kind of posturing or repoke able to come through. But now top esports going to find a pick.
And there's a Weaver's Wall. Now EDG have to burn the flash on the jungler in the enemy territory. It's not over yet. Top esports burning 2 ults, but force Jeje out to get a little bit something back.
Finally seeing, you know, the Weaver's Wall come into effect and get a bit of an advantage for TES. They're able to use this to lean up and guarantee that Wayward gets his turret on top side. But in response, look at Scout. Scout's hitting bot lane turret as well. You can see the EDG bot duo hovering over, probably taking Scuttle Crab to guarantee some safety.
True, so always a response from EDG. And look, Lyric, I had to come back. I wanted to clarify. I feel like it's the same with the bug on Ashe at the moment. You put your mouse on the mini-map, and like Jackulov's ult that we saw before, it's still haunting me, Lyric. As a support AD player, it haunts the hell out of me. And I kind of feel for Jackulov at this point. It feels like that bottom side fight, whether ult reliant or not, it turned the tides of not only this game, but of course this series. Now for top esports, channeling towards this dragon in 20 seconds, Lyric. Can they pull this one off? Are they strong enough at this point to fight a 2-item Aphelios and an EDG that are just taking over the map? Oh,
I think it's
onto
going to be hard.
Might be a pick. Might be a pick, right? But Viper now is a 2-man grabbing him onto Mark. He absorbs the damage. He's got his Iceborne as Tien hovers on the wing, but EDG survived that and they burn down top esports a little.
And they're trying to control vision. Flandre putting up pressure on top side now, and EDG don't have any really great flank wards able to come in so far. Putting all their wards down, top esports are spotting this vision coming through, so it's going to have to come in straight into River and try and just out-muscle them, not allow them to come through.
Wayward's just evolved to Mega Gnar as well. For EDG, this Gnar needs to be respected. The top esports not moving in for yet, playing at range, and EDG, Lyric, they're just timing his bar out.
And you can see Scout waiting on one side, Flandre trying to make his way around the other. We said for EDG, it's all about what they can use and set up in regards to getting angles for these two great backline damage threats to be able to come through for TS. They're trying to poke them out with the Talia, but now without the Meganar, it feels really hard to force your way in.
JJ's getting low, but it's still a Trundle, still with Smite. Top Esports move to the Dragon before it fully resets, but Flandre having the ulti. Weaver's wall's good. JJ on the wrong side of it. He gets flown into Dragon Pit. TM with a one-man ulti, but they must kill the President, and down he goes. Or at least the VP Lyric. Top Esports with a good force, and hey, that's the best out of the situation.
I mean, EDG, they were on like 2 different pages. Most of the members actually went up to try to kill Wayward. Wayward was forced to flash away, but JJ, you know, being locked in, staying down to try to get that dragon, not able to do so. I'm surprised that EDG were so hesitant to fight when you highlighted the item advantages. 2 items across, 2 items on jungle, 2 items on top, mid, 80 carry, just across the board, but not willing to do so. And here's the opposite side of the fight that we just hit on, right? Trying to find a pick onto Wayward does make him use his flash, but in the end, TS getting themselves on 2 dragons.
Okay, so second Dragon for Top Esports, but still down 3,000 gold and then some. The Weaver's wall coming in from Knight. That was clutch. That was great timing amidst all the chaos. But, you know, Lyric, we still got to favor EDG with the item advantage they have as we look at this one again and how long it took for this play to kind of be enacted.
Yeah, EDG not feeling comfortable going through, still respecting this potential flank from the Gnar, even if he is in mini. And there we go. We see JJ getting hit over by the wall. Really nowhere to go, accepts his fate. And Dragon was going to go over to TS regardless, like unless JJ could have gone with some kind of like cheeky steal, but just the Weaver's Wall able to come out from Knight was the difference maker.
All right, Lyric, so how do we go from here? Dragon in 3 minutes 40. Baron's now up as well. EDG have priority on this side of the map. Got to kind of respect here the fact that Viper is quite big. There's 2 Artemis Fellows and then some, and then Flandre does a lot of damage too. I'm wondering how EDG play the map with all the vision that they have deep into the enemy jungle and holding this top side for now.
Let's remember that EDG still have that scaling factor as well, right? Not necessarily needing to over-aggress in the enemy jungle. They're doing a nice job keeping the vision line up, before using the fact when Scout had that TP to be able to play sides, but now probably to be a lot more about trying to group together, not allowing things to come through to where for TS, if they can abuse the fact that Wayward has his TP and was able to run down Scout in a side lane before, that could be the opening.
Hey, he's got a wit's end, and again, Scout, he can 1v1 this. He's about to go Mega, and Scout gets autoed, going golden, but Wayward emotes here, throws the Q, the flash away. Lyric, maybe he should have moved into melee range on that one, but summoner down for Scout as he runs for his life in the 1v1.
Huge coming out from Wayward. I mean, if that could have been a kill, right, that could have instantly been a pivot onto Baron because Wayward has the TP available. Still going to manage to get the flash, which could shut down an avenue of Scout's engagement. A lot of times you see the E in, but then you follow through with the flash. It's Tien now forced to flash himself.
Okay, it's coming down the margins. It's a game 5. You expect there to be a lot of nerves here, especially from, I was going to say Wayward, right? But you look at everyone else and you're like, these guys are veterans. Top Esports and EDG is delivered as a matchup. And, you know, in this 5th game, Top Esports are trying to find an edge. That pick onto JJ, not going to be coming in as EDG hover over the wall. But Lyric, you said that kill on the bottom side was massive. We now know Wayward is massive in the 1v1 as Scout is getting pressured again. And there's so much pressure being added by Top Esports simply by this Gnar as we look at the replay.
And as long as Wayward knows he can go for duels like this, right, it's going to keep pulling one member of EDG away from the core. Just honestly running him down with auto attacks and that passive coming out from the W. But you pointed out, maybe should feel a little bit better about getting into melee range. He did spot on the mini-map that, you know, all the members of EDG had walked from mid down into their bot side jungle. So playing it safe, not wanting to over-aggress and give a pick over, right? In a world where maybe the Lissandra flashes right away, enemy team is already there, they get that kill on you. I mean, that now opens up possibilities for EDG to aggress into that top side even more.
Good elaboration on the play. Yeah, Wayward playing it safe, but still getting the flash out is big against Scout. Top Esports, by the way, when they were down 4, almost 5,000 gold, have clawed back a little bit here in the mid game, getting closer towards that 3.5 markers. We're gearing for a fight in the mid lane, Lyric. It is 4th Dragon spawning up. Top Esports could get Soul Point if they get this. And we're looking at Flandre now with his angle as everyone moves towards River with 45 seconds left to go.
We've seen EDG already on the 2-item mark for quite a while, but the big difference now is TS being there. Stopwatches coming out across the board. So if they can survive some of the initial burst, like the Slicing Maelstrom, or if Scout goes in with the ult, pop the stopwatch, you now come through, that same damage threat isn't there, there's definitely some hope on the side of TES to be able to make it through. But EDG, once again, are the team in control. And last time around, I feel like a lot of the hesitancy was about not being able to find those avenues for either Scout or Flandre to be able to get in the back line. With no flash on Scout will be a bit harder, but trying to once again do their due diligence with the vision.
Can the rookie in the top lane do this? He's got a Mega Narbar, level 15. Wayward is looking favored here, but Flandre also holding his own angle. He's been spotted out by a good boomerang. As Dragon now spawns, stares them in the face. Top Esports are waiting over the wall. They don't necessarily have to push this one, Lyric, but as the ward gets dropped down, EDG right now hovering outside of vision.
Oh, Scout has found the angle now, but
Top
Flandre's still
Esports,
pretty
it could
far
be
away.
a trap. He's going to be spotted out by a good ward, though. Jaculov gets rid of the Banshee's Veil. Buying a bit of time, Knight's Wall is still available. EDG are just getting poked down bit by bit, as that's a good seismic shove onto Flandre. Jumping in is Wayward. Knight and Wayward, the solo lanes of Top Esports, have done a lot.
Flandre has TP, he's looking to back, and it looks like they still want to try and contest this fight. Wayward's Meganar is going to slowly time
Scouts
out.
on the ward. A Glacial Path is coming in, but it's not taken. EDG have grouped all on this side. Flandre on the same angle. Weaver's Wall cuts them off. Viper ulti's over. Seismic shove. Jeje knocked into it. Is the smite going to come through? And it's Top Esports to get the third Dragon. Glacial Path taken. Scout jumps on Ntien. Ulti's early. In game 5, Flandre gets in the middle, but he's exhausted.
Oh,
Mark saves Knight, and Top Esports are turning it around. Viper in the middle, but he's dead against the world champions. Top Esports, our first seed, are doing it.
Top Esports are pushing down what EDG have built up from this early game. Everything there was Knight. The seismic shove and the threat from Wayward. He was doing such a great job kind of juggling that rage bar to scare EDG off. They chunk out Flandre and now going to be able to pick up a Baron.
Baron and the third Dragon, they were behind early, Lyric. This first seed, who started off the series getting slapped in the face by our world champs, have now just bounced back massively with what could have been the most important team fight of the game.
And we can see there, Wayward using the ulti, damage coming down onto Jeje. I feel like the key part of them being able to get in this position and force Flandre out and use that TP was so massive, but Moonlight Vigil already thrown down. So many key things from EDG are gone. Scout might go in and Flandre follows up, but here, this is going to be a huge devour coming out from Mark to guarantee the safety of the rest of the team. And then Tien being able to be a disturbance on that backline. And once again, the seismic shove to be able to bring him down. Seriously, I feel like Knight, so huge in this fight. Wayward doing a ton. And then Mark, just like the Braum game, a bit of a silent MVP able to come through.
The members with the least experience, Lyric, that's what you're telling me. Mark and Wayward, the people that for Top Esports were additions in. Remember, Yuya and Ja, last time they were at Worlds, Top Esports had 369. Wayward has come in, and now with the Anathema's chains, this 3-item Gnar is doing legwork. Now, Top Esports, Lyric, they had the Baron, but they're not so far in the gold lead where it feels like EDG are out of this series, or out of moving to the semifinals themselves. I feel like this Baron push is going to be everything, as Scout's actually spotted on the top side of the map over a ward, and Top Esports are pushing it aggressively in bot.
And look at all their vision behind them as well. They're going to spot out Scout wherever he goes in this side of the jungle. So he's opening up a position to beat Collapsed on, even though he thinks he's the one doing the collapsing.
Yep.
It's going to come from a unique angle, but
Tien's
even
there.
Tien trying to spot him out for now.
And look, they're moving back as well. Jeje going to try and slow them down, but it's only on Wayward. There's the Weaver's Wall. Scout's flank is turned back on him. It's a disaster as Tien chases after. All he needs is to kill Scout. And this guy is going to be doomed with the rest of his base following suit. The rest of Top Esports move into position.
Wayward's TPing!
They want to kill him. Wayward wants to get revenge for last time. Throw up the emote, Wayward. The rookie in the top lane, taking down a world champ. That's chat energy.
Wayward was subbed out in Top Esports last series of the regular season, comes back in and showing up. Viper doing his best to try and find opportunities to halt the progress of TES. But with Mark right alongside Jaculov, it isn't going to be possible just yet.
Our first team to lock in Worlds, Top Esports, that's what's on the line. If they win this series after what a slug it's been, Top Esports will be our first LPL confirmed team. With everyone watching here today, this could be a dream for Top Esports fans who have only had 1 year to celebrate, Lyric. That was 2020. And as we were saying, we thought Top Esports could reach higher potential, like what we're seeing here in this Game 5 with the insanity that we've seen in the last 5 to 10 minutes.
And now we get to this point, once again having Souls up, 106 on the board at 30 minutes for JackeyLove. So having a nice bit of range under his belt to be able to get off this consistent damage. And, you know, even going back to Viper, you know, us being kind of surprised and confused about the Blade of the Rune King coming out earlier. My only guess is it could be like, you know, nicer 1-item power spike. But now when he's on 3 items, not having that same opportunity to be on something like an IE or, you know, be at that full crit potential is definitely definitely not going to be what you want from Viper now. Whoa.
Has to be careful. I mean, that ward placement, if Top Esports were in there, he would have been dead. Knight is waiting for a Weaver's wall. EDG grouping up to the mid lane. There's a pillar. They're trying to all in on Wayward, but Top Esports are over the wall onto JJ. Range used well. JJ has to be careful not to throw the whole game away. Viper the same. Gale Force out. Lyric, you said the pick potential on TES was massive. There you go again.
Top Esports doing such a good job of these creative plays, playing in Fog of War, going outside of vision. And heck, right, we've been watching this whole game from EDG's point of view of them being in control as Wayward. I mean, Wayward, you've solo killed this guy. Okay, you almost solo killed this guy once. You don't need to be afraid of him.
Okay, Scout's actually going to get the root down, but Wayward's going into Meganar now for the team fight. Mako's caught out. Mako's dead. Top Esports now with the numbers advantage. Tian goes in. EDG have lost top laner too. They're doing it, Lyric. They're doing it. EDG, our world champions, are getting knocked down by the Top Esports. JJ's going to be next. Scout's up next. TES can feel the return to Worlds coming.
Top Esports making the comeback in this series, bringing us to the Game 5, and now able to take down EDG after they've been on such a tear.
Only once before have we had Knight at Worlds. JackeyLove is a world champion. Mark and Wayward, fresh blood. Tien as well on FPX. Different rosters. We have Mako alive, but we know Top Esports are ending here. Our first confirmed world seed. Top Esports will be returning to the world stage for the LPL.
Great performance coming out from TES. Again, it was a rough start. They even fell behind in terms of scoreline, like coming into this, going into Game 4, being able to claw deep inside themselves, bring us to Game 5, and then being able to win out in the end. Great to see from Top Esports. Excited to see them at Worlds. And again, it'll be main stage. Like, they're guaranteed now either first seed if they win or second seed barring that they do not. So, gonna be great for them. Nice to see that the pressure was there. We saw, you know, Wayward's face when the pause came on earlier, just like how much the nerves are there, but being able to pull through in the end.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe with the way EDG played this series at Top Esports, we're able to close it out in the end.
Think about the early game.
Pure
5K
disbelief.
gold.
Lyric, they snowballed into mid-game. But that team fight around Dragon, Knight's Weaver's Wall, and Wayward on this Nah. I mean, we could go through and label everyone, right? But Top Esports, JackeyLove returns to the world stage. Knight returns to the world stage. And all I can say is watch out, because even though it was back and forth, Top Esports can never be counted out. They will always double down. And this organization, this team, Lyric, is going to represent us quite well.
Yeah, and like even barring individual performances, right? I love that TS knew going to those mid-game fights of like, hey, you know, we need to mark our flanks. We need to sweep all the vision behind us. We need to play into that tri-brush and keep our eyes there, because we saw Scout. It looked like Scout would have that perfect angle. He was sitting in tri-brush. He goes, walks a little bit out. Oh, they're waiting for him. There's a ward there. Like, they knew exactly what they had to think about. And then even going forward, right, when they were going for the bot lane push, Scout once again looking for a flank, complete vision control behind them. Again, marking their flanks and just not letting those avenues come through. TS, just seeing them understand like the win conditions of the enemy team, being able to play around those, but still have the individual performances, right? Knight had some great seismic shoves. We hit on Wayward, we hit on Tien, and also, like, again, Mark kind of having some of these great performances on supports that aren't that flashy, so they don't get talked about as much. But the Braum and the Tom Kench games, especially today, great.
Oh, man. I don't... Yeah, I can't really comprehend. I mean, and the reason is because, you know, EDG's run was insane through RNG, through FPX. Like, again, how we started the series isn't how we ended it all. Top Esports, I think, you know, talking about the flanking angles, talking about the way they set up for the fights, like Knight's Weaver's Wall. Remember, we talked about it in the early game. We're like, oh, his Weaver's Wall in the bottom lane didn't really do much. But then we get to these fights, 3rd, 4th Dragon, and his angles, his separation of EDG. You look at the flip to get yourself into the World Championship. And what a performance. It's a 5-man, right? Our summer MVP, too, performs like that.
For a silver lining for EDG, right?
Please.
Like, they lose, but at least we're in double elim. They are not out of playoffs. They actually still could go on to win the LPL. Totally possible. And at least if you are them, you can look at this game and honestly be like, hey, this is a game we should have won. You go to the points in review, you take a look, you come back better next time. So,
Yep.
I mean, EDG are still a team that everyone needs to fear, like even including TES, if EDG can like make their way back up to a final run and these two teams meet again. So, in my mind, overall solid performances coming out from both teams. I mean, this was a great series overall, and you could... Right, I expect both of these teams to be at Worlds with the way that EDG has been performing. So, would not be surprised to see this rematch in the finals.
Again, for EDG, as you said, top bracket, you know, worst case scenario, regionals, right? Like, they've got a lot of lifelines. EDG so far working their magic through teams in round 2, round 3. The fact that they made it up here with a bit of a shaky, a question mark split. Like, we were wondering, you know, are EDG going to even perform in the second round? There's some people who put FBX over EDG. And, you know, even today, right, like, I think I put Top Esports 3-1. I was like, oh, this is a gutsy prediction because EDG just looks so good. And Lyric, I think someone like Scout, you know, gets SVP, right? Scout, Viper, 2 best performing on EDG today. Even Flandre, that's even hard because they all performed pretty decently.
It was different games where you had like different people popping off or different people getting caught out or making mistakes. I mean, this was a close series, right? This could have gone down to the wire. You can play a best of 100 between these teams, and who knows?
Yep.
Maybe it ends up a true 50-50. So not going to take too much stock in terms of like what members are good or bad or what do EDG need to worry about or TES need to look forward to, right? And now it's more of like looking towards who your potential next opponents are for both teams, right? For TES, you're kind of looking at that LNG JDG matchup and maybe getting a bit of nostalgia in terms of the 2020 rivalry. And if I remember correctly, I think it was LNG who knocked TES out of playoffs in summer. I can double check that one right now.
In 2021.
But I'm pretty sure LNG's miracle run went through Top Esports. I think it was round 2, and yes, it was.
Yep.
So TES, I think either way are happy. Either get the revenge for last year of not being able to go to Worlds because they got knocked out of playoffs by LNG, or you get to rekindle the rivalry with some old friends, and then getting to face old teammates like 369 as well. So you really can't go wrong either way there. EDG are probably looking at both teams like, we don't care about either of you. We'll stomp either one. There's no shared rivalry or shared history there necessarily, but you know, matchups like Scout versus Duinby definitely could be very hype.
Scout versus Duinby, even on the other side, like we have, let's say it comes up against JDG again. I just want to talk about that rivalry. I mean, 369 has a chance to versus his old organization as well. There's a lot of rivalries there too, where you consider people like, I'm trying to think.
I guess JDG versus EDG also has hope versus, you know, the team that Viper kind of came in and took his spot for.
Yeah,
so,
true.
You know?
The old organization, he was in the iBoy generation as well. So, I don't know, Lyric, I'm just waiting for something to come up because I can't stand after that one. I think the rest of playoffs as well it's going to be similar. We've already seen so many game 5s. I'm just looking. LNG V5, we've had OMG FPX, we've now had Top Esports versus EDG. The fact that we've already had 3 game 5s, haven't had any 3-0s too. We did say this was going to be one of the best playoffs, and it's delivering. Like our semifinals, even on upper and lower bracket, are going to be so good. And this is why we got our top four. You know, we get a miracle run from EDG, we get an even bigger miracle run from LNG. And it's just showing that our top four are at a pretty good level, and either one of them could probably be world's representatives if they continue playing like this.
Well, I guess we just have to hope that JDG also shows up and then LNG don't just like come in and sweep them under the rug.
Yep.
If they come into playoffs in good form, then that's when you're having a lot of hope, and then you're looking towards that regionals and hoping, you know, teams like RNG are able to step it up, are able to put up a better showing, and then, you know, maybe we see a little bit more, and who knows, maybe we go to regionals, every series goes to 5 games.
Oh, yeah. It's well, very plausible, right? Our regionals should be good too, and at this point, you know, we're just waiting for MVP. Now, I want to come back to the series. I think, Lyric, if we're looking at Game 5 MVP here, but if we're looking at top esports in the series, Tien, Mark.
It's so hard. It's so hard to
It's
pin down
near
one member.
impossible.
I am happy, and I feel lucky that we don't have to or don't even get to vote for
True.
MVP. Leave that in the hands of
what
someone
about
else.
Game
We get to
5,
be
though?
spectators who judge it.
What about Game 5, though? Oh, you would have said Knight,
Well,
wouldn't you?
well, there we go. Knight
Bring
picking
it up.
up the MVP. His Weaver's walls. There we go. Both need to
Nice.
have the S.
Yeah.
And his seismic shoves were phenomenal in that last game. I think well-deserved MVP coming from him. And heck, we even kind of gave that little pep talk halfway through the game, right? Where we're like, when you want to be a star player, this is Game 5. This is where you need to step up. And from a deficit, he stepped up.
He definitely did. Again, not much happened in the early way of things, but around these fights, these Weavers walls, clean, and JJ got set on a ride, Lyric. I feel like this was the start of the turnaround.
It was. It was from here, and it was a lot of apprehension coming out from EDG in taking a fight without having the perfect setup. I just feel like at that point in the previous fight that EDG probably could have just like aggressively tried to brute force their way in and had a decent chance at just winning the fight from the lead that they had. But no, it was like, if we can't find the angle to bring in Lysandra straight onto that back line and take the Talia off the board, then it's like, we're not even going to go for it. So, you know, maybe had they been more willing to take whatever it is, like a 60-40, could have been able to come through. But Top Esports, able to posture long enough, able to play out these brush plays through these angles to consistently find the picks and find great starts to the fight.
I just love the cameraman's having a field day again. Like, just a tongue flies across the screen. Don't know what's going on. Lulu just destroyed. And oh, God, Top Esports. Great little pick potential. Knight, congratulations on the MVP. Mark, an honorable mention for sure here. And Wayward for being a bit of a chat himself. We get a Top Esports going to Worlds yet again for their second time. And TES, you know, last time in 2020, Lyric, we were talking about it a little bit in game. The reverse sweep versus Fnatic. Okay, big deal in, what was it, quarters. But Top Esports, we thought could go a little bit further. And hopefully this time around, we could be riders. We're going to go to an interview alongside, I believe, Wendy for today with Knight to talk about that series.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Knight from Top Esports with us. Congratulations on today's win, and after the game, you guys have just secured the place in World Championship as well. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜 Knight， 恭喜你们今天不仅是斩获了这场 BO5 的胜利，而且也是锁定了世界赛的门票。所以说现在感觉怎么样？
就感觉特别开心吧，就今天这场比赛对我意义其实挺大的，就我也是很久没去过世界赛了吧，就特别想去打世界赛证明。
So I'm super happy about this because this best of 5 is super meaningful to me. I haven't played on the stage of World Championship for such a long time, so I really would like to get into the World Championship to prove myself on the biggest stage. And definitely we are all looking forward to this, but before that, let's move on to today's game. So facing EDG, definitely they are on a very high note based on their performance in the current best of 5. So what are your focus when getting into today's best of 5? 那其实说到今天的一个对局，是面对状态非常好的一个 EDG， 也是强强对决，鏖战5局之后获胜嘛。那你觉得可能进入到今天和 EDG 的较量，你觉得可能你们关注的重点是什么呢？
其实今天打之前就研究 EDG 挺久的，就感觉他们状态特别好，然后他们对下路的帮助就特别好。这赛线的重点可能就是下路的对决吧，下路的英雄选择还有对决就比较关键。
So before today's game, we have really started on our opponent's EDG a lot, and I think the focus should be the bowling. And also for EDG, definitely they're on very high note, have a good momentum, and they have enough help towards the bowling. So for today's matchup, I think the champion choice in the bowling and the bowling matchup is super crucial. And also, I want to talk a bit more about Game 4 because Game 4 started with a very smart level 1 invasion from you guys to help the team to get the first blood. And after that, you guys just snowboard so well. So, how did the team plan that? 那其实也想问一下关于第4局的一个游戏内容。其实你们当时是很巧妙的设计了一波一集团的入侵，而且是成功拿到1血，感觉在那之后你们也是很顺利的滚起雪球。所以说，当时那波一集团是怎么设计的呢？
第4局开局我选到塞拉斯的时候就已经想好了吧，塞拉斯可以带着猫那个 E 上去，就打野正常都会站那里的，我们就试了，结果就抓到了。
After pick the Silas in game 4, we have already predicted that maybe we can have this planes to have this level 1 invasion because together with Yumi, I can use my E skill to target on the opponent's jungler because that bush is maybe the opponent's jungler, he may just hide in them and successfully we were able to get the first blood and successfully win that level 1 invasion. And also game 5 was very intense. The opponents really got more leads from the beginning, especially the opponent's Aphelios really scaled up so well. But how did the team handle with this point, and how did you guys just manage to handle the very perfect and good mid to late team fights? 那其实也想问一下关于决胜局的内容。决胜局其实对面是有拿到一些前期优势的，特别是让厄斐琉斯有比较好的发育。那你们是怎么样去针对厄斐琉斯这个点，又是怎么样可能在中后期的团战之中利用团战非常漂亮的赢下的呢？
决胜局其实选出的阵容就感觉厄斐琉斯就算肥了嘛，也没那么厉害，我们都是比较手长的英雄，我们就想着下路就发育，然后就不管下路，然后就打团就行了，就先这个费琉斯。
To be honest, based on the champion choice in Game 5, it feels like even though the opponent's Aphelios may scale up so well, but he may not be that strong in the actual team fights because in terms of our champion choices, the champions, we have so many long-range champions can really target on the opponent's Aphelios to restrict his performance. So we would like to let our bot lane to just scale up to do more farmings, and then we can just wait for the team fight to win the game. And definitely your strategy is a very good strategy. And now, after today's game, you guys just getting into the upper bracket of our double elimination. So, what's your expectation towards the following matchup? 那现在呢，赢下这局比赛以后，你们也是来到了我们的一个胜者组，所以说对夏天接下来赛程有怎么样的期待吗？
就来到胜者组，就打李宁跟打京东就都还行吧，但我比较喜欢打京东，就有老队友嘛，就想打319，就想亲手送他去拜仁。
So, after today's game, we're going to we have already went into the upper bracket, and we're going to face against either Suzhou RNG or JDG. So maybe I would like to pick JDG because my previous teammate 369, he was in the team. I really would like to have a match against him and send him to the lower bracket. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again for today's matchup, and congratulations again for getting into the World Championship. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来比赛也都能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Knight and Wendy. Great interview, and I love that it ends on the fact that Knight wants to verse 369 over in JDG. Not even like the potential of maybe the lower seed in LNG. He's like, no, I want to verse JDG so we can beat them and send them into the lower bracket. That's some good energy too.
Yeah, I love it coming out from Knight. I mean, I'm sure 369 feels the same way, right? Wanting to go up against top esports and send them to that lower bracket. It's gonna be exciting to see how it pans out because with every series, it just feels even harder to predict or expect to know who's going to go through with, I mean, not only the level coming in where the teams are already incredibly close looking at their regular season form, but even thinking about just like the glow ups and level ups coming into playoffs and what's possible.
I like the word glow up lyric. It feels like that's how you could kind of define parts in that series. Bring up the bracket again because if you're just tuning in now, you've missed a best of 5 that was a banger from start to finish that had so much glow up, as Lyric just said. And because of points, if you are not understanding why top esports have just been confirmed for Worlds, they have now enough points. So no matter what, in this top 3, they cannot be beaten. Thanks to RNG and V5 losing in round 3, Lyric. Top Esports say thank you very much. We'll be returning to Worlds for 2022.
Yeah, they thank EDG for knocking out RNG by
True.
taking the win against them. Top Esports finishing second in spring obviously gives them a lot of points to be able to lean on. Like we said, JDG versus LNG tomorrow. Gonna be a fun one, gonna be exciting one. JDG, in my mind, were my favorite team to watch in the regular season because of how bloody and how like ruthless they were. Once they get ahead, they pretty much just only go in consistently. Just a little bit of a double-edged sword.
It really is. And look, at least tomorrow, JDG LNG means we keep the momentum going. But Lyric, LPL has been going every day straight since the 16th. Every single day as we go all the way to the 23rd, then have a day break, then continue. But we're getting ever so close towards the finals, as already stated, 1st of September. It's coming up soon, Lyric. And we're getting to the point where we are starting to round out our teams a little bit. Still have 4 thanks to our double elimination bracket. But Top Esports only need one more series win to lock themselves in the grand final as well.
Yeah, and I mean, from here, it is, I mean, every step, I guess, for TES having an extra lifeline there, considering that they won today, right? So, gonna be interesting, but hey, we just got told we're ready for an ending. Cue the outro hysterics.
Thank you so much. I love having 2 producers, one on screen as well. Shout out to Lyric for dealing with me today, as always, in a best of 5. Shout out to everyone out there who enjoyed this series alongside us. It's always a pleasure to see you guys out there and enforce. The LPL will return tomorrow with JDG versus LNG, but for now, it is bye for now, and not forever. We'll see you tomorrow. It's been a pleasure.